That's the problem. Okay? In any case, the point that I'm making here is twofold. Number one, these guys are irredeemable. Okay? They're doing something irredeemable. And it's so irredeemable that even people who want to defend the state of Israel want to act as though this is not real. Like, this is... Oh, I saw this. This is... L'Espresso, absolutely cooked. It's a Italian, right? It's Italian magazine. It's an Italian leftist magazine. L'Espresso. And people have been very, very upset about this post, about this cover for the L'Espresso magazine. L'abuso is the title, which reads abuse. And the subtitle is basically talking about the West Bank settlers and the heinous acts of violence that they commit against the occupied peoples of Palestine. And a lot of pro-Israel people have gotten very mad, including this Rabbi Poopko guy. Okay. Italy's magazine, Espresso Online, publishing anti-Semitic Der Stürmer-worthy imagery, should clarify where they got this image from. The military vest worn here is no longer in use by the IDF. The wedding ring and bracelet are never worn by ultra-Orthodox men. The formation of the beard and kippah are outlandish. And, of course, the very bizarre smile showing teeth are unnatural. Now, there is perhaps never been a bigger own goal than a guy who wants to defend Israel turning around and saying, wow, look at this real image that was taken of a real West Bank ultra-Orthodox settler harassing someone. That is a anti-Semitic depiction. It's like, buddy, have you seen the West Bank? Do you think that this is the only instance? Do you think that this was a setup? Do you think that this wasn't a real photo that someone took, an Italian photographer took? Because I can't say anything. I will not be saying anything. You know why I won't be saying anything, okay? But it does feel to me like this is yet another vindication for another controversial moment that people love posting about, okay? That's a real guy, by the way, okay? That's a real guy. Doing real heinous acts, and you're just mad that that's a real guy doing a real thing, and it looks horrifying. It looks horrible. If your goal, it looks pretty bad, right? That's precisely what's going on here. He's like upset that Big Homie is chopped, okay? Big Homie is so chopped that he's claiming it's an anti-Semitic caricature. Okay, that's just how he looks, man. I'm not saying it. You are. I did find it very funny that like pro-Israel people were like, this guy is so chopped that this is not real. Like this guy is unbelievably chopped. This guy that I will defend endlessly, vociferously, is so chopped I can't even stand to acknowledge that he's a real guy. And it's very funny that they chose to claim this was fake when it's obviously a real photo, and it's obviously a depiction of real events that there are thousands of examples of. It's been very funny. This is worthy of deleting your entire Twitter page and erasing every pixel of your digital presence. Yeah. Look, I'm not going to say anything, okay? I'm not going to say anything about the far-right settlers. You know, I'm just not going to say anything at all. Sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. Sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words, okay? This is one of those times. And by the way, if they just let this go and didn't make a big fuss about it, it would be one of 7,000 other depictions, 7,000 other real-time photographs of, ultra-Orthodox West Bank settlers doing to the Palestinians, right? Because there are so many. There are so many photos like this. Because this happens on a daily basis. Now, there's a couple angles that I want to cover here, okay? Number one. First and foremost, I would really love to hear your take on this. I mean, this is just the ongoing realities of living in the West Bank, okay? There are ultra-Orthodox Haredi settlers that are doing maximum and maximum violence to the captive Palestinian population that they are illegally destroying the lives of, right? Like, this is a normal, everyday instance. And yeah, maybe some of them look chopped for one reason or another. I won't get into it, but just think like, there is when you have an underpinning ideology that revolves supremacy, how do you maintain genetic purity? I won't say it, Anyway, so who cares, right? Whatever. The way he looks is irrelevant, except for the fact that people who wanted to defend Israel decided to say this guy is so ugly that this must be surreal. This must be like you must have like hired someone to take this photo. The problem is there's a million photos like this, right? I mean, here, look. There you go. Here's another one, right? Like, what the f- are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, if this makes you feel some type of way, why are you attacking the person taking the photo instead of recognizing that the actions in the photo that are being depicted are consequential, awful, irredeemable, and you should criticize the people engaging in such violent actions rather than talking about how it makes you feel differently about it doesn't even make you feel differently about your support, really. Like, you're just attacking the person who simply took the photo, okay? It's so totally ridiculous. However, one of the things that I also want to mention, and this was Jasper Nathaniel's assessment, for those of you who don't know, Jasper Nathaniel, friend of the show, friend of mine, wonderful guy. He went to the West Bank and he actively covered the pogroms that were taking place. Jasper is Jewish himself from New York, wonderful guy. And the thing is, his assessment on this is actually very interesting, right? Because there is an element here of like attaching yourself. You're kind of eviscerating your stated defense of your comment right now. Hopefully you don't get cooked for kind of destroying your entire line of defense for that one specific comment. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't give a shit whether he's hot or not, chatters. The point is, he's doing something repulsive, okay? The events itself are ugly, okay? The events that are being depicted, like the actions that he's taking, that's what's ugly. The problem isn't that they are ugly or beautiful, but they are criminals who assault Palestinians to drive them out of their homes and steal their land on orders and under the protection of the Israeli government, and that no one does anything to stop their crimes. Exactly. That's the problem, okay? In any case, the point that I'm making here is twofold. Number one, these guys are irredeemable, okay? They're doing something irredeemable, and it's so irredeemable that even people who want to defend the state of Israel want to act as though this is not real. Like, this is fake. This is made up, right? Because even the people that are, ultra-Zionists, Zionists themselves, like, that want to defend the state of Israel, like, they recognize this is just a bad look, right? They recognize there's something heinous there. And they can't defend it. There's something indefensible. Close off their minds and assume that this is not a real person, that these events don't happen with regular frequency in the West Bank. They'd rather close their eyes to that reality. Italian here, I can get you a copy if you want. I would love a copy of this magazine. It's beautiful. In any case, this is a real person, and he's not alone. There are thousands of people like this, right, in the West Bank that are behaving like the Ku Klux Klan, with complete defense, with old IDF gear in many instances, armed by American benefactors, by way of Itamar Ben-Gvir, who personally gives these guys their arms, who, sometimes wear old IDF gear or new IDF gear in their fatigues, presenting themselves as like a paramilitary force. But it is basically the Jewish Klan, right? That's what it is. It's the Jewish supremacist Klan, Ku Klux Klan. And that's how they operate, with impunity in the West Bank. But one thing that I one thing that I thought was very interesting was Jasper Nathaniel's assessment on this. Okay. I want to cover that really quickly because he went there and he was in the belly of the beast. He stared at these psychopathic extremists. And one of the things, as a Jewish man, one of the things that he found rather interesting was this. What a lot of people are not understanding is that this man wants to be hated for being Jewish. Do you see the problem yet? Okay? This is something that often is overlooked because we only have the capacity to analyze what's going on in Israel, not from the perspective of Jewish supremacy, Jewish supremacist values, which this person perfectly personifies and demonstrates every single day that he is doing these kinds of heinous actions. But we look at that from a Western lens where historically Jews have been marginalized, victims to pogroms, the Holocaust. But this attitude is very different in Israel, okay? This attitude is very different in Israel. No longer are we the Jews with trembling knees is the mentality that a lot of people in Israel operate with. They want to be militant. They want to be hated, and they want to be hated for their Judaism. And that is precisely the reason why you see people bringing like a Torah to the Lebanese conquest in a tactical bag, right? That's why we saw the Star of David carved into the side of the faces of Palestinian prisoners. That's why we saw the Star of David carved onto what is now a bombed out crater that used to be an apartment complex in Gaza. Okay? These guys want you to know that they are doing Jewish terror. Not you in the Western world, because they don't care about our perspective at all. Because in some ways, it's no different than ISIS. Like, ISIS doesn't care or have consideration for, like, Western approval, right? And neither do these guys. Those who are in support of Israel that live in the West, they care, right? There are, I'm certain, plenty of people, liberal Zionists, that live in Israel who also care because this makes it infinitely harder to maintain maximum support from the Western world that Israel desperately needs to carry out its exterminationist operations. But these guys are at the tip of the spear. They don't give a fuck about being liked. They don't care about the PR. As a matter of fact, they wear it on their sleeves. That's precisely the reason why they will draw the Star of David on the sides of Palestinian homes, in Palestinian villages, in occupied Palestinian territory in the West Bank, before they blow up those houses, before they throw Molotov cocktails at those houses, before they kill the livestock, before they do heinous acts of violence, before they do pogroms to the indigenous Palestinian population. But it's very important, okay? Jasper Nathaniel follows and says they want it to be very clear that it's Jews doing this to them. The soundscape of al-Khair is otherwise ordinary for a farming community. Sheep, roosters, children at play. But here, there's also Hebrew chanting. For 3 days, I heard it constantly. The children of al-Khair peeked over the fence, where just meters away, men in kippahs with machine guns slung over their shoulders danced and sang. I recognized many of the songs and prayers from my own childhood going to the synagogue. Hearing them in this context was disturbing in a way I cannot put into words. What it must do to a child's understanding of Jews doesn't need spelling out. The people are proud, strong-willed, determined to remain, but they know exactly what they're up against. Reminded of it every minute in several directions. Giant stars of David jut from the ground or are mounted on rooftops, lit at night like flaming crosses. Okay? The view from neighboring Zuwaydin, where a settler brought a flock of sheep to graze on the village's land. You see that? It says, it's so fucking obvious to anyone with a brain that the state of Israel and the Jewish institutions that refuse to break with it are the biggest drivers of anti-Semitism today, so tired of anyone pretending otherwise. Okay? That's it. There is an attitude. There's an attitude on that side of the world where this is almost a holy crusade. It's antithetical to how Judaism has operated throughout history for much longer than Israel has existed, obviously. Thousands of years longer than Israel has existed. Israel's only been around for 80. Zionism has been around for, 100, right? As opposed to Judaism that's been around for thousands of years. A rich tradition, rich and storied tradition. And yet, almost overnight in the last 100 years or so, and especially since the inception of the nation state of Israel in the last 80, this cancerous fascistic ideology has desperately tried to overtake Judaism in its entirety. Okay, this is why I stress the importance of not making this conflation. This is why I also urge Jews in my community and anyone that is listening to make that forcible separation. Because when you get tied to guys like this, guys that are utilizing Judaism in this offensive manner, it is no different than if every single Christian turned around and said, the Klan posting outside of black and brown homes and lighting a cross on fire is the truest expression of Christianity. That's precisely what this is, because that's exactly what they're doing. Okay? That's exactly what they're doing. So you can get mad at me for the language that I use when referencing some people like this all day, every day. But the reality of the matter is the real harm is still taking place, and most people see it. And the more you try to attack the messenger instead of understanding the message, the worse it gets for you. But yeah, as Jasper Nathaniel said, these guys want to be hated for being Jewish. They want the expression of Judaism to be this rage, this heinous violence, this unchecked, unlimited violence. Do you understand? It's supremacist, it's fascist, and anyone who defends it is, whether cognizantly or unwittingly, defending fascism. Okay? It's like Al-Qaeda or ISIS portraying themselves as the true face of Islam. Normal, sane Jewish people should be disavowing these settlers at every turn, the same way normal Muslims have to constantly disavow Al-Qaeda. The difference is normal Muslims do disavow Al-Qaeda. The problem is there is no visible Islamic institution in the Western world that like rode for Al-Qaeda or for ISIS. That association, that false conflation was happening in the media to justify the violence that Muslims were being subjected to, both in their home countries by Daesh, Al-Qaeda, Salafist militancy, jihadist groups, ISIS, ISIL, and the like. But then also it was a false conflation designed to justify the global war on terror and to justify the surveillance apparatus, the surveillance state apparatus that was designed to constantly surveil Muslim communities in the Western nations, and maybe even deny them habeas corpus, deny them their due process, deny them their rights, and unjustifiably lock them away, ship them to Guantanamo Bay, and torture them endlessly. The difference, however, is that while Jews are not of the same mindset when it comes to West Bank settlers or even what Israel is doing, whether it's a genocide or not, right? The groups that say they care about Jews, the synagogues that fundraise for the IDF, Jewish institutions that on their front-facing communications will actively defend the nation state of Israel every step of the way, they are unilaterally tying you, if you are Jewish, to this nation state. They are tying your religion to this nation state. And as Ezra Klein correctly pointed to yesterday in the piece that he wrote, defending me, saying Hasan Piker is not your enemy, you are teaching people a very dangerous lesson. You're teaching people a very, very dangerous lesson when you tell them, as Jewish institutions, you care about Israel, okay? You are teaching every American that there is this universal support among the American Jewry for the actions of Israel, no matter how heinous it is. Okay? This is Nazi shit. That's it. Why did Israel think this guy's fake? I've seen many documentaries of the Gaza Strip, and the Israeli settlers look just like this. I mean, the reason why is because it's so... A picture tells 1,000 words, and it's so like symbolic. It looks so irredeemable. The actions are so gross, and he obviously doesn't look good either. So it's virtually impossible to defend that. It's impossible to defend that action. It's impossible to defend everything that you see in that moment. So you just choose to act as though it's not real, right? It's easier to just go, I can't defend this, so I'm just going to act like this is not a real thing that took place, right? As though this is something that doesn't happen all the time. In any case, RNC research is still up my ass. Obviously, we'll get to all of that. Holding a whole people responsible for the actions of a country that would open up the gray area floodgates for like us being charged for Trump, more BS or less. Yeah, buddy, I'm not the one doing that. I'm actually warning against that. How is that difficult? Why the are you letting your institutions in the United States of America ride unlimited, ride and offer unlimited support for the nation state of Israel, but is doing heinous Nazi shit? You are teaching everybody that you only care about that, even if you personally don't. You have to make a separation, right? You have to make that separation personally, and you have to let it be known. Because if you don't make that separation personally, if you can't rid yourself of whatever your own personal feelings are towards the nation state of Israel, you are allowing these Jewish institutions that masquerade as Jewish institutions, but simply are institutions of Israel that are singularly focused on defending the nation state of Israel, oftentimes teaching people that any critic of the nation state of Israel is actually an anti-Semite, teaching people the wrong lesson, teaching them that there is dual loyalty here when that's not the case. I talked about this extensively with Jon Favreau in that long conversation that we had that just got released yesterday as well, right? Meanwhile, here's RNC research also freaking the fuck out. So awesome. Anytime I say some shit, these guys lose their minds over it. It's great. Pot say bros are morons, this guy says. Julius Hernandez, policy nerd, campaign operative, former director of advocacy, pragmatic and progressive, right? He's very mad at the Pod Johns highlighting what I have to say and actually offering me a platform to correct the record or to educate people on like what I truly believe, especially at a time when there is a lot of nonsense out there in the ether, right? And it's so funny that they just like, these guys will never give up. They keep saying, all right, enough talking about Hasan, but they never actually stop. Trey Easton, the Democratic Party is so right-wing that Liz Cheney didn't need to ask Kamala to change her positions in order to endorse her, or something you say after smoking crack. Right? Like, I thought that they were done, but it turns out they're not done. It turns out they got more smoke. Here's Jeremiah Johnson, one of my number one ops, saying Hasan is pro-authoritarianism, he's illiberal, he hates democracy, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't want to like every Chinese person, so clearly... he means he doesn't want a nuclear first strike the Three Gorges Dam. We have to cancel this person. That's pretty much what Jeremiah Johnson's attitude is here. Okay? It's so stupid. They're leaning into pre-existing, oftentimes reactionary attitudes that Americans harbor in their hearts about foreign adversaries. And my argument always is there's a lot we can learn from other countries. Every country has a lesson we can learn from, both good and bad. And China certainly has been able to develop so profoundly over the course of the last couple of decades that there is a lot to learn there as far as good governance goes, right? This doesn't mean that I am in support of everything that the Chinese state does or think that it would be good here. I'm very clear on that, but it doesn't even matter. These guys are such annoying China hawks at a time when the rest of the planet's attitude on China is changing dramatically. Julius Hernandez reposted this. I don't care. Oh. Boomer on Facebook, learn of your existence. A month ago, I knew nothing about Pike. Now, in Democrat circles, it's Pike 24/7. I think it's good to have a Pike challenging the party. The Boomercrats are turning into Bernie-crats, ladies and gentlemen. You are too anti-China. I am not. I think I'm sufficiently promotional of good things that China does, and also sufficiently critical of things that China does that I think are not replicable here. You understand? Hasan Pike, baby. Do we have a blast off meme? Or not a blast off meme, sorry. I blasted off already. Do we have, what am I talking about? Do we have the Macy's playlist? This guy looked at this 2-minute clip and lost his damn mind. Let's take a look at what the clip featured.
You said you wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom against J.D. Vance in 2028.
Yeah,
and you vote third party.
I mean, I don't even think that's going to be a problem.
Well, but like a lot of people, including people who share a lot of your critiques of the Democratic Party, hear that and think like this is the problem. You know, when the stakes are concrete, like a Vance presidency, another 4 years of what we're living through. You know, the people who say they're building a movement would, you know, like rather preserve their own power than, you know, do what winning requires and, you know, hold your nose and vote for what you believe would be the lesser of two evils. Like, how do you respond to that?
I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a never Trumper. I want the Democratic triple Trump voter, okay? Because it turns out that's all they're tuned into. So if what it takes for the Democrats to turn around and be like, wait a minute, we're losing this guy, we have to win him over again or whatever, instead of just like taking my vote for granted as they've done so over and over again for the left flank, then, you know, I'm going to say things that may or may not end up being true, but it doesn't matter. We're so far out from the election anyway that it's like I'm just saying, look, now is your opportunity to find a good candidate instead.
But you see, as we head into these, that like after what we've lived through these last years, the stakes and the stark difference between even a Democrat who you and I might find not up to par, to say the least, versus Vance or whoever that they put up.
Of course. I mean, I hate Republicans. I oppose them. I say that all the time. I think that the Republicans are far more damaging. The biggest terrorists, the biggest domestic in this country, the biggest internationally is the Republican Party. And not only that, but it's just like I want to fight against the growing movement in this country. My frustration with the Democrats is their conciliatory attitude towards that and their lack of investment in this struggle. This idea that, you know, on the one hand, you say Donald Trump's a dangerous force. I see that. I recognize that. But then you turn around and you take on his anti-immigrant narratives and anti-immigrant messaging from the 2020 election that you won and decide you're going to be the sincere candidate that ends up, dealing with the growth of migration in this country. It's a failure. If you were serious about if you were serious about combating these forces, you would take it more seriously.
Yeah. He got so mad. Like, imagine being a Democratic operative, hearing this statement, and then being upset about it, being offended by it, so much so that you actually attack the guys who are simply having this conversation, the Pod Johns, right? I got the playlist. Thank you, Themasius. Pod Say Bros are morons, writing off Obama's name for years and now bringing anti-Semitic dirtbags like Plattner and this loser who's never done a damn thing or even worked an election to try and tell our party what it should do. Spare me and shut the up. Mike for Pennsylvania says, you lost, LaMaFeo. Owned. Meta-analysis of Ezra Klein, John Favs, Hasan the Hun. Klein and Favreau have corporate megaphones built for them by money. Piker built his own megaphone. The corporate megaphones realize they must acknowledge the independent megaphone to stay relevant. That's a big power shift. I mean, I don't have as critical of an approach here as David Sirota, but the reality of the matter is there are at least some forces in the party who sincerely want to win, and they understand that they have to change certain strategies, right? They have to change certain strategies, and part of that is to lean into their base. Part of that is to be unafraid. Okay, they have to do that. Like, Republicans are so they're so gross, right? Republicans are so gross and so unapologetic about their repulsive ideologies. Why can't we be unapologetic about our good ideologies, our good worldview? It blows my mind. It doesn't make any sense. But of course, what are the new liberals doing? This dumb nonsense, okay? These guys are the number one left bashers. Your vice chair called on Trump to her political opponents less than a month ago, and you still haven't done anything about it, says Carl Bayer. It's just so insincere, and these guys are so motionless. It's kind of funny that they still do this. Like, they're trying to eat off of this, right? They're trying to eat off of the centrist rage, right? The centrist rage that exists, that's bubbling up in the consultant class, that's bubbling up in the center-right Democratic Party. There's something missing from the Hasan Piker discourse. Hasan's fans and critics often overlook the most troubling fact about him. The core problem with Hasan Piker is that on a fundamental level, he doesn't believe in liberal democracy. I don't believe in liberalism. Yes, I'm a socialist. Like, I don't. Liberalism is objectively failing. Can we have a sincere conversation about that without you just being like, without you coming across like Steven Crowder and being like, you hate America and you love China, you love Russia. You're an idiot. It's unbelievable. These people literally would rather allow the country to fall apart, allow the Western world to just, or cede all political ground to the growth of illiberal, instead of having a sincere conversation about how to successfully oppose. Liberalism has lost to Trump twice. It's so stupid that these guys will literally be like, I don't care. At the end of the day, I don't think they care. I don't think they care if Trump wins. I saw a third way ad about you online. They're actually spending money shit talking to you. Yeah. Please don't read the whole thread. He whines and whines about your stuff. You've debunked a million times. I know. It's all like, Hasan Piker says he won't criticize Mao Zedong, regardless of his excesses, right? Like I think it's so insane to be like, Hasan Piker says we have to learn from China. There are many lessons that we can take from Chinese governance. Wow, how unbelievable that I've said that. All of this relies on the receptive, all of this relies on that also has the same fucking hangups and non-charitability that Jeremiah Johnson has. And let's be real, reactionary xenophobia against established foreign adversary countries create an environment where a lot of people have that lack of charitability, and they will lean into it. They'll go, I don't want to hear what the fuck he has to say about these foreign countries, a perspective that I've never actually encountered, a perspective that I've never thought about, right? But instead, I'm immediately going to go, oh, dude, you said there's some things that we can learn from Chinese governance. That must mean you hate the United States of America, you want America to perish, and you want China to win. It's like, well, kind of feels like nowadays I don't need to do anything. It seems like Donald Trump wants China to win a lot more than fucking what you think I want to do about it, right? It's very, very stupid. It's very stupid. All of this is also inherently reactionary. Okay? All of this is inherently reactionary. Unk defended you on the Hill. Oh, Unk Chunk Weigert defended me on the Hill. Jan Guger speaks on the Democratic split over Hasan Piker.
Commentator Hasan Piker has been a topic of much debate in liberal circles for the past several weeks. He appeared at rallies last week with Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Said, and some on the left argued Piker could be their version of a Joe Rogan-type figure. But others accused him of anti-Semitism, and some lawmakers said they would choose not to associate with him or appear on whatever streaming platform he is on.
Journalist Ezra Klein writing an op-ed for the New York Times where he argues that those on the left who disagree with Piker should not be spending so much time worrying about him. Klein, who is Jewish, argues Hasan Piker is not the enemy, and his article says in part, quote, I have deep disagreements with Piker, but he isn't a Jew hater. He's an anti-Zionist. And here I think the real stakes of this fight come into view. We are living through a rupture in both the meaning and the reality of Israel. A Gallup poll from February found for the first time that more Americans sympathized with the Palestinians than with the Israelis. The impulse to cut off those with whom we disagree reaches
What's up, Adam? I'm live.
others.
I'm live. I'm live. I'm live. I'm live. I'm live. They can hear you.
You're live with who? Your computer?
Yeah, I'm live with my computer.
What did you? I heard you were talking out of the side of your neck at the Chapo 10-year anniversary, according to Justin.
Uh-huh.
What did he say?
He said that you would never be the road.
I didn't even want to be that.
Yeah, because you're the fucking Bill Maher. You're the Bill Maher.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, bro. You're the Bill Maher. What do you mean? That's an honor. That's a real honor. He's the OG. He's the OG broadcaster.
No, I think I'm not as funny as.
Oh, you're not as funny?
What?
I think
Justin,
you can be.
Justin, what do you have to say?
Hassan, can I be on your stream in real life?
Maybe
Can I
one
come
day.
in?
Maybe one day, Justin.
Can I come to your house? Yeah, I want to pull up. No, I want to come, and I've seen a lot of pictures of it online, and I think it would be cool if I could be like one of the guests.
Okay, maybe one day, Justin. We'll
That
think
seems
about
like
it.
a no.
How did the interview go? How did the interview go?
With who?
Wait, am I allowed to leak?
I smashed it.
Yeah, he killed it.
Oh,
Great
nice.
job.
Okay. Well,
No thanks to you.
no, my interview
thanks
was
to
probably
you.
better. My interview was
And guess
probably
what?
better.
We
It's fine.
made Somali tea from scratch.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are leaking who you interviewed.
Yeah. The president. Yeah, Barkhanov.
I'm the captain now.
No.
This is race. That was racist.
Are you? No, it wasn't.
That
I'm
was
the
racist.
captain now,
I'm the
guys.
captain now is a
No,
very racist thing to say.
No, shut up, Hasan. Hasan, we'll let the scoreboard speak first.
I bet all of the fans saying you're racist for even thinking it's racist.
No, okay. We'll let my Barkhad. No, we'll let my Ilhan interview.
Stay away from my queen. Stay away from my queen.
She says she likes me better.
That's
She
a
said
lie.
on the show.
That's a lie. She did not say that. You're crazy.
She said that you're taller, but you don't have a sense of humor.
Ah, no.
Yeah.
No, that's
she's
devastating.
Like repeating Cumtown bits is not a personality.
I don't.
Like,
I would never
it's
repeat Cumtown
embarrassing.
bits. I would never repeat Cumtown bits because they're offensive, and I'm woke.
No, apparently you repeated it. She told me the ones you repeated, and I was like, that there was no even real justification for that one. That was
Wow.
That's hard.
So
That was hard.
there's a justification for you saying the Cumtown bits when you were on Cumtown, but there's no justification for me repeating them.
Oh, believe me, sir. I wasn't saying much on Cumtown.
Yeah, this
I was
is
kinda just there.
Yeah.
All right, bro. Wait, you're in New York?
Yeah, I'm in New York. If you want to pull up, I won't tell you where.
I want to your computer. I know exactly where you are.
Okay. You already fucking doxed me one time. Okay. What? I'm trying to get on a fascistic podcast. Yeah, I did Z-Way. I did.
Curtis, what's his name?
Curtis Yarwin.
Yahweh.
The number one. The Curtis Yarwin, the number one donor to the Adam Friedland show. Oh shit! Was I not supposed to leak that?
No, we don't do. We do ads.
Yeah.
We don't do donations anymore. No, but
yeah, just Peter Thiel and Curtis Yarwin, right?
How is Z-Way? How'd you do on it? Did you know all the people?
She cooked me. She like it was a clip compilation basically of all like it was all
I told you to study.
No, it wasn't.
Did you miss? Did you miss Harriet Tubman?
What? No, she didn't ask me any of that stuff. That would have been kind of funny. That would have been. No, she hit me with what's your favorite MLK quote, and then quickly, what's your favorite Malcolm X quote? But I had something for both. But
what was your favorite Malcolm X quote?
I'm not going to tell you.
Take my wife, please.
Okay. Well, anyway.
Funny.
Anyway,
dude, okay. What are they saying in your chat?
They're just making fun of you.
Honestly, how incredible is she? She's the bravest person in the entire world.
Ilhan Omar?
Yeah, she's on.
Yeah, she is.
She's like the personification of Many Men 50 Cent.
That's true. I love her.
So many men. All right, bye.
All right, bye. Facts from Minneapolis. This is such a dangerous phone call. I feel like secrets are going to be spilled. Anytime Adam calls me while I'm live, he just says the most heinous shit. Okay. Adam is the funniest person in the HasanAbi cinematic universe. Oh my God, you're cooking Stavros right now. I guess because Stavros hasn't been on in so long because he got famous and he switched up because he doesn't want my anti-Semitism to be associated with his anti-Semitism. He has a Greek version of that, which is very significant, mind you. Yeah, I mean, we got Felix, Noah, Brace, Stavi. There's a lot of very funny people in the extended HasanAbi cinematic universe. So you guys are cooking all of them right now. You definitely used the Malcolm X white lib quote. No, I used the knife in the back. The other one was, if you're not careful, the newspapers will have you thinking the oppressed are the enemies and the people doing the oppressing are your friends. I used both. I had two for Malcolm X. But yeah, Gianmarco was another one. Anyway. Okay. Let's finish this and then we'll move on.
Or the Israel-Palestinian debate. It sits at the heart of cancellation as a political tactic. It relies on a belief in the power of gatekeepers that might have been true in an earlier age, but no longer reflects the way attention is earned and held.
Meanwhile, Piker appeared on Pod Save America podcast to discuss some of the recent turmoil surrounding him. He says that although he has issues with the Democratic Party, he'll...
What the fuck? He's doing like a straight... Is he just like a co-host now? What is happening?
Ultimately wants to work with them to take down the Republicans. Let's watch.
I want to fight against the growing fascist movement in this country. My frustration with the Democrats is their conciliatory attitude towards that and their lack of investment in this struggle. If you were serious about being an anti-fascist, if you were serious about combating these forces, you would take it more seriously.
Now, Hasan Piker, would you say he's your nephew, right?
Yeah.
You're related?
Yes. Yeah, okay. He's my nephew.
Yep. There's a lot of attention for him in these last 2 weeks. Every conversation has been about him on social media. I mostly agreed with Ezra's column. I think it's healthy for liberal discourse and probably Democrats overall that they've finally come around to the cancel culture's gone too far, deplatforming doesn't really work. Just because someone said something controversial doesn't mean we should get to decide that they no longer participate in discourse. The exact kind of thing they did to Joe Rogan, which pushed him to become more of a figure of the right, even though he has numerous differences with Donald Trump's project. That's all not going to happen anymore. That is, I don't know if that means you should always embrace him in every context, but, since he's your relative, maybe you should start us off here.
So Ezra actually said two things, and I agree with both of what he said. So one is, as a Democrat and liberals, stop canceling everyone, which is the point you made. But he also was saying to people who support Israel, stop canceling everyone and calling everyone an anti-Semite. It's not
helping the cause.
Right. It's being counterproductive. And he's
I'm low-key starting to think some of these libs think you will go to the dark side and destroy them. It's so funny that they think that. I obviously would never do that, but I'm glad that they feel that way because it seems like the only way that they're responsive, it seems like the only way that you get liberals to be responsive is if you threaten them with inaction. Like, they only have one speed. They're like, oh my God, they're not unconditionally voting for us. What the fuck's going on? We have to literally do something about it.
Absolutely right about that. And so what people that love Israel don't understand is, first of all, they call everyone an anti-Semite. They think they don't, but they literally can't name a single critic of Israel that they haven't called an anti-Semite, right? And so... And then in their fantasy minds, they're like, well, I suppose you could say that it was rainy in Israel and I won't call you an anti-Semite, but anything else, trope, right? It's like, and so people who are criticizing a government, like you'd criticize the Turkish government or the Canadian government, but now all of a sudden they're being accused of hating Jewish people and they're being viciously attacked. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to actually start saying, hey, wait a minute, why are these particular people attacking me super unfairly? It's going to increase anti-Semitism, and that's actually super obvious to anyone who isn't maniacally biased.
I agree with that, and I've been very clear that I think some of the accusations of anti-Semitism against Hasan Piker...
Here's a but coming, but you can't possibly argue with these choice quotes, like... Everyone that always says this will immediately hit that with a but to be like, but don't you feel like these are anti-Semitic? And then you're asking a totally uninitiated third party that probably doesn't know the context to like defend the worst snippets. It's just like the same exact game that you're playing that Ezra Klein was disavowing in the fucking article while you're simultaneously claiming you're anti-cancel culture and also that you agree with Ezra Klein. Okay? It's so funny. It's just like such a ridiculous thing to do. Here, let's see the but.
Other people are unfair because I asked, well, how do you back that up? And then it's just they disagreeing with their criticism of the state of Israel or its government. So I agree with that. However, I think there is a particular, again, to play devil's advocate, this is a debate show, there is a particularly harsh rhetoric and condemnation on the Israeli government, which is fine by me. I disagree with the Israeli government too. That is not given to any other government ever.
No.
And it's not, including by, Hasan Piker, who was
not true.
in China and said, well, I don't really know. We like them and it's not, and it's okay.
No. That's just BS, victim ideology by the Israelis. Like, oh, we're the victims. No. You're the guys who just murdered over 70,000 people.
Thank you. Oh, he is not putting up with that shit at all. He's like, nope, we're not playing that game. That's Unk, baby. That's Chunky Weigert right there. That's Unky Chunky, dude. He just said, nah, not playing that game. Not happening.
Destroyed all of Gaza. You're the people who just displaced 1 million people from southern Lebanon. You're not the victims. Stop pretending like you're the victims.
Not the victims.
Deeply annoying to everyone and preposterously false. And so look, no, Robbie, let me address what you're saying, because it goes to their victim mindset. Oh, they're only criticizing Israel. No, look, we can't stand what the North Koreans are doing to their own people.
Right.
We're named after the Uyghurs. We're not Uyghur Turks, but we're named after them. And so I can't stand the concentration camps that the Chinese have set up for Uyghur Turkic people in their country.
Right.
And we talk about it, and I've had representatives of the Uyghur government in exile. We talk about all those issues. But
That's
we
very
don't-
admirable. I applaud you for
but
that.
we don't fund the Chinese government. We don't fund the North Korean government. We fund the Israeli government. I didn't fund a genocide in Sudan or anywhere else, but unfortunately, money was taken out of my pocket to fund a genocide in Gaza and now in Lebanon, and now we're funding a war in Iran for no reason. So don't tell me that Israel's the special victim. No, Israel is the special beneficiary of endless funding and endless wars, and the entire country is sick of it.
Let me just
Go ahead.
get in here briefly, because broadly I agree with Cenk's point. And earlier in the show, we were talking about media coverage of that conflict. One of the things that frustrates me a lot right now is the people who are brought on to most mainstream cable news shows to argue against Trump's position on Iran are often the Democratic-leaning architects of the absolute catastrophe.
By the way, this is the calmest I've ever seen Cenk on a panel, especially on a panel where Israel is being defended, even subtly or not so subtly. I feel like lately, every time I see him on a panel and someone says Israel, he loses his dang mind, which is understandable. I mean, the atrocities are unthinkable. They're endless. The defense of said atrocities are often uncontested and very frustrating to experience over and over again. So I'm glad that he was able to, be a little bit cooler on this panel. This is the coolest I've ever seen him be.
That happened in Gaza. People like Jake Sullivan, people like Brett McGurk, all these people who were extremely supportive of what has been a bipartisan slaughter in Gaza. So that's obviously a problem. Then you have the idea, which I think Ezra Klein is right about, to say the constant charge of anti-Semitism does in fact hurt the cause, because it does end up saying, if you're criticizing Israel, you're criticizing Jewish people, which is not true, right? Separate from all of that, I have always said on this show and elsewhere that anti-Semitism of course exists, that it is of course as gross and horrendous as any other form of prejudice. But the reason for that sea change in American opinion isn't because anti-Semitism has miraculously bubbled up out of nowhere. It is because a very large number of people, regardless of where they stand on the conservative or liberal spectrum, find the behavior of the IDF, particularly in Gaza and now in Lebanon, abhorrent.
Well, and this is why I am, I'm putting up no resistance. I want to stop funding Israel's defense. I'm for canceling all foreign aid. I'm for canceling all, shutting down our entire government. I'm a libertarian anarchist. So I agree with that.
What?
Completely.
I thought this guy was right-wing.
It's just that, I mean, and again, some of these people
I guess you can be a right libertarian anarchist as well. Anarcho-capitalist.
there are critics of the Israel Project that do evince anti-Semitism, not the ones we've mentioned so far in the show today, but Candace Owens is, or at least she's deranged, I think, in the things that she says. I mean, she says her best friend dies, and she says, or implies heavily that Israel killed him. There's no evidence, not a shred of it. That makes people think you harbor,
I agree with that,
or insanity or something.
Yeah. So I don't know about that particular example, but I do agree with you generally, which is that, like, for example, when Candace jumps the shark and starts talking about Talmudic Jews.
Yeah.
No, now you've crossed over to anti-Semitism.
She's tweeted a picture of Jewish people in New York, say, "Is this what you really want, America?" Things like, and she did not say that, didn't do that exact thing, but something along those lines.
So look, and then Nick Fuentes, when he talks about Jewish people, is being anti-Semitic, right? So, like, but this is, like the Jesse Smollett situation, where the false charges of racism do more damage to actual racism.
Yes.
But this is like a nuclear case of it. It's this like, they're not saying it just about Fuentes or Candace Owens' particular comments. They're saying it about every critic of Israel. So it's like Jesse Smollett on steroids. Anti-Semite, anti-Semite, anti-Semite. Everybody's an anti-Semite until people get sick of the people making the anti-Semite charge. So Ezra's basically almost like a canary in a coal mine going, hey guys, we're running out of oxygen here, right? This is mental. We're just distancing every potential ally, everyone who might listen to us, everyone who's open-minded. We're calling everyone anti-Semites until we're making them anti-Semites. Get out of your, ironically, I agree with Ezra's positions more than I agree with Haas's positions. I go on Hasan's show and debate him for 4 hours straight, right? So I'm more.
Bro, it'd be your own ones, yo. It be your own ones. You got Unc attacking nephew, dude. Uncle on nephew violence. Like, oh, I agree with Ezra Klein more than I agree with my own blood, my own kin. How dare you? That's crazy. That's crazy. Defend me, Unc. I guess, hey, I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes for Jenksgiving. Remember this.
Or I don't know, these terms don't mean anything anymore, but I'm more center left and he's more, radical left, whatever you want to call it, right?
And I think that's healthy and good to do those debates.
And so you don't have to agree with everything Hasan says in order to talk to Hasan. That's a mental new standard invented by the Israelis to cancel everyone who criticizes Israel. Oh, I disagreed with you 1%. That's it. Never talk again. Never go on another show. Never allow his voice.
I don't think it's Israelis that invented that. I do think people. My attitude on this is actually a little bit different than everybody else's. I think, which is, I think this is just This is a cynical cancel culture standard that forces to our right always apply to their left. So if it's like right wingers, they will often use this standard against liberals, right? Like center right figures, center left figures. They do this with like Gavin Newsom. They'll be like, oh, Gavin Newsom is racist towards black people. It's like, bro, you're literally a Republican. You're like a Republican mouthpiece. What the fuck do you mean Gavin Newsom is racist towards black people? Because you picked the clip out of context, right? But then liberals also do the exact same cynical bullshit to their left flank, right? It's just a very common universal practice of left punching, okay? Doesn't always have to be punching the left, mind you. Oftentimes, the right cynically uses this against not only people like myself, but also for people to their marginal left, right? People who are center-right figures, people who are center-left figures. Is it still a bannable offense to be from Naperville? Yes. Take a second off. Always. But yeah, the reality of the matter is, do defenders of Israel apply this standard all the time? Absolutely. Nonstop. It's unbearable. But I do think it's a universal thing that most people in American politics weaponize cynically.
We see the propaganda. It's thick as a kid.
I mean, it's not, and for that, that's not the, I agree that takes place. This is not the only issue where where a certain orthodoxy around it is enforced.
No, that's true. But one of the things that's interesting to me is how fast the American landscape has shifted on this. At the start, in the immediate wake of October 7th, the Israelis launched into Gaza and dropped thousands of bombs in a very short time. And people like me were critical of that. In Ireland, that is a very normal position. That is where, for various historical reasons, the Irish sympathise with the plight of the Palestinians. And when I was saying those things here in, I don't know, November of that year or December of that year, it was people at the right coming at me saying, you're supporting Hamas, terrorists, anti-Semites, and all the rest. Recently, I am surprised when I talk on that issue how much cross-ideological support I get, because I think the knee-jerk reaction of calling people anti-Semites.
It's gotcha virtue signaling. I saw it so much when I was working as a private chef for wealthy people in Florida. They would weaponize the virtue of their ideological opponents all the time. It's so fucking obnoxious. Exactly. It's the same principle as like, I am creating a false standard that you do not apply to yourself, and then I'm holding you accountable to that false standard. Like, I've never said, I want people to have certain liberties, certain freedoms, and autonomy in their workplace, okay? That doesn't mean people can't have nice fucking things. Obviously, there's excess, but there's a certain standard of freedom and financial security that I think everyone should have, like a base level of material equality that every good government is supposed to create for all of their people, okay? But then people turn around and be like, well, you have a nice car, you wear nice clothes. Socialism, but wealthy. And it's like, dude, you apply that standard to me, okay? No one in my community applied that standard to me. There's no historic relevance to this standard. It is a cynical, reactionary framework that people are expected to operate in, and it requires the audience that is hearing that message to be receptive to that reactionary framework. And luckily for a lot of these people that do launch this accusation, many people do still operate with this like false standard, right? Many people still operate with this false understanding. So they hear it and they go, duh, that does make sense. It's hypocritical. That's what it is, right? That's all it is. It's hypocrisy baiting, hypocrisy fishing, that unfortunately even self-identifying socialists and leftists sometimes lean into without realizing that it's like an idiotic argument. It's nonsensical. Okay? The inverse of that doesn't work either, right? Nobody fucking turns around and says, oh, we have the fire department, you know? Some people try to do that, but it doesn't work. It doesn't have the same prescience, doesn't have the same salience.
Has, in fact, discredited that charge, even though there are genuine anti-Semites, like we're all agreed.
Well,
right?
and again, I would say it for the cause of making everything about or looking for, like in the Jussie Smollett case, racial grievance or other kinds of grievance has backfired against a kind of progressive, liberal, activist media movement, such that we're living through a incredible period of backlash to that, where in some ways the backlash has gone, I would say, even too, now that we used to, you could never get a job again, or like you'd get kicked out of college if
Discord is popping off with memes, dude. Highest paid careers. Business owner, 250 grand. HasanAbi, unlimited. Okay, Discord. Every time someone brings up something expensive you bought, they bring it up like you did it sneakily, that you hide the expensive things you own. Like, I don't make a point about how expensive the things I own are. They do. And then they go, oh, see, you're flashing your wealth in front of everyone. It's like, no, bitch, I'm not. You turned around and figured out, because you're obsessive and you're a psycho, like a goddamn stalker, you turned around and like tried to figure out exactly how much I paid for something so you can make a fucking talking point out of it. There's never been a moment where I'm like, look at all my expensive shit. Okay? Oftentimes you also greatly inflate the value of the things that I own, not knowing how I acquired them, not knowing how I purchased them at all, but it doesn't even fucking matter.
you use the R slur, and now we see that word constantly. Like you're every other word on social media is that someone's gone a little bit too far.
Right.
Yeah, from my viewpoint. So maybe
The backlash to the backlash.
We'll swing back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I hope there is, and I hope we stop funding genocide. And look, the last thing that Ezra said is also super powerful. If you keep telling people that being against the genocide is being against Jewish people, you're doing Jewish people tremendous harm. Like associating them and equating them with a genocide. Look, the Turkish government back in the day, the Ottoman government did a genocide. And by the way, their excuses were identical to the Israelis. Oh, they were hiding among the civilians. Oh, they hit us when we were fighting the Russians. They were terrorists. They were, exact same excuses, right? But that doesn't make all Turks bad people. That was a long time ago, and it was the government who did it. Right. So that's an easy thing to understand. When you say the same thing and you go, of course, it's not all Jewish people. You're crazy. No, it's the government of Israel, and governments do terrible things, right? And when people say, no, you mean all Jewish people, well, you're weirdly agreeing with the Groypers, with the actual anti.
Pod Save America Instagram just deleted their post of your interview after it spiked to 20K likes and thousands of comments largely agreeing with your viewpoint. Strange. Wait, what, really? That is strange. Why the fuck would they do that? Are you sure about that?
Semites. It's such a...
Anyway, let's move on from this. Obviously, this was the last thing I wanted to show, and then I'll talk about Abdul al-Sayed cooking. That there is, I am really glad that Abdul has been taking advantage of the new interest and the growth in popularity for his objectively popular message, right? And he has been cooking up a firestorm of great takes. But one of the funniest things that took place, obviously, on the Pod John interview that I knew was going to get clipped, of course, is this one. First it was Mediaite and then Fox News that wrote this piece. I hate Republicans. Far left streamer Hasan Piker doubling down on his attacks against conservatives, labeling the Republican Party as the biggest domestic terrorist in the United States during a recent podcast appearance. This comes just days after Piker was on the campaign trail with Michigan Democrat Abdul al-Sayed, who is running for U.S. Senate. I just straight up reposted it because I retweeted it because I was like, that's a banger. That's fire. Love that. I personally love that. Okay. Please keep posting the W's. Okay. Keep posting the W's. Suddenly facts are controversial. I mean, facts have always been controversial for the Republican Party. Let's be real. Facts don't care about your feelings. Okay. But it's great. It's great when Republicans cry about this shit. Specifically, obviously, Rick Scott, doing the pro-Israel slant. Turkey continues to side with terrorist regimes and countries that chant death to America, threatens our allies. Erdogan should tread very carefully. America stands with Israel. This after Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, also known as Erdogan, okay, on Sunday accused Israel of carrying out atrocities against Palestine and Lebanon and threatened potential military action against the Jewish state, similar to its past interventions in Karabakh and Libya. Okay. Erdogan coming out and saying, we will militarily invade you. Okay. We will militarily invade you. He won't, right? It's a NATO country. It's not going to happen. It's got American nukes, something that people seemingly forget. It's not just the Jupiter missile launchers. We got nuclear arms inside of the Turkish national boundaries. Okay. And he never means it when he says stuff like that, especially because he could quite literally shut off the overnight if he wanted to. Turkey's Fidan says Netanyahu is seeking to declare Turkey as the new enemy in his political rhetoric. Hakan Fidan is the foreign minister. He wants to be like Arakci. I don't think he has that same motion, but it is what it is. He says this would remain as Israeli state policy as long as Netanyahu stays, and other politicians on the right are pursuing the same strategy. Right? And that's precisely what's going on. They want to, once they fucking piece off Iran, if they are capable of doing so, the next target is obviously Turkey. They've made it very clear, while they simultaneously invade further and further into Lebanese territory. Israel is an unstoppable belligerent force, a rogue state, one that is capable of carrying out a genocide, one that has carried out a genocide with American political cover. This must stop. We must put an end to it. We must bring Israel to heel, right? At a certain point, it will happen. Not exactly when. Okay, who did this? Oh shit, he blockaded it. He did it. The Podjons really did delete the video on Insta. I wonder why. Anyway, regardless, here is another, RNC research clip. Obama's former speechwriter John Favreau asked Democrat spokesperson Hasan if he actually supports Hamas terrorists. Favreau, when you say Hamas 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that?
So my question is, when you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. So,
yeah, great. I mean, okay. This is not even clipped out of context. Like, it's fine. I mean, the only thing that's slanderous here is saying that I'm a Democrat spokesperson, right? Yeah. I get called a lot of things, but not a liar. They're calling you Hakeem Jeffries. Yeah, that's hurtful. I get called a lot of false things, in parentheses, Democrat spokesperson. Dude, you come in here so often, you might as well buy an apartment so people shit on you more. That's funny. Why? The Iranian embassies are winning the propaganda? Yeah. And interestingly enough, it's not just the Republicans that posted that clip. Shannon Watts, who's supposed to be a Democrat booster, turns around and also posts the exact same clip from the Republican, from RNC Research. How interesting. How interesting. Clavicular got interview mogged by 60 Minutes. I know. 60 Minutes Australia. I did watch Tucker Carlson BBC interview. You're in this piece of Israel propaganda for a quick minute. Wait, really?
About Zionism. Zionism has brought us nothing but grief.
Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism.
They have become what they most despise.
Does it have a right to exist?
We seek to de-Zionize the U.S. government.
Catholics should denounce Christian Zionism, not cuddle up to it.
Is Zionism equivalent to racism?
It depends.
We're living through one of the most radical technological periods.
I think it's really funny that like half the people that they post on that clip compilation are Jewish as well. Like, that's always hilarious. Like, they will do an assortment Okay, they'll put in like people who have said very anti-Semitic things, and then they will pepper in like actual anti-Zionist Jews as well. Hasan Piker is a major mainstream Muslim voice in America. Sick and disturbing. What is this? This is sick and disturbing. I choose dogs. Brother, why are you fucking... This is 2 days old. Fuck Randy Fine, okay? He just wants to eat the dogs, all right? Like, what are you, stupid? Please. Yeah, they should have sent Randy Fines the Quark, the goddamn Strait of Hormuz alongside Trump. Trent Page 28, a member of the union's Party of the Left, told the news that having Hasan Piker is great for Yale's campus. Page added that it's very disingenuous to try and cancel Piker. Senator calls for government to revoke Yale funds over YPU speaker. Yeah, Senator Rick Scott wrote Friday that Yale should lose its federal funding due to the Yale Political Union's invitation to Hasan Piker, an online political commentator who suggested on a stream that Scott should be killed and is scheduled to speak on Tuesday. Senator Rick Scott called on Friday for the federal government to cut funding from Yale over the Yale Political Union's decision to host a left-wing streamer, Hasan Piker, who previously suggested that Scott should be killed. I did not, okay? I didn't. I have apologized for the language that I used because, I gave an opening or an opportunity for the Republicans to cynically present themselves as victims once again. They can keep crying, of course. They have blood on their hands. I do not. But Scott, a Florida Republican who spoke at the political union last semester in favor of Resolution Buy American, posted on X that the government should immediately revoke Yale's federal funding. While Republicans were developing President Donald Trump's 2025 One Big Beautiful Bill, Piker said during a live stream responding to comments by House Speaker Mike Johnson, the Republicans were focusing on Medicaid fraud, that if you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Scott was the chief executive of a hospital. Oh, dude, that's awesome. They also put the full context. Because every time an outlet lets that statement hang on its own, devoid of its context, obviously it's bad, right? Because it makes it seem like I was, calling for the assassination when that's clearly not the case. But anytime they actually put the context in it, all of a sudden everyone will go, oh, I understand what he was trying to say. You guys are literally, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Piker, a controversial Twitch streamer and political commentator, is scheduled to speak at the political union's Tuesday Debate American Empire. He has previously faced criticism about past remarks, including a suggestion that the United States deserves September 11, 2001 attacks and statements minimizing sexual violence during October 7th Hamas attack. This is wild. I spoke at Yale Political Union last year on why we need to buy made in America products. Now they're hosting a guy who said I should be killed, Scott wrote on a post on X. Yale receives billions in federal funding. President Trump and Congress need to immediately revoke it. An elite private university that hosts an anti-Semite who says senators should be killed, capitals should be killed, and the U.S. deserve 9/11 shouldn't get 1 cent from taxpayers. The university has not had its federal funding revoked as a part of a targeted pressure from the Trump administration, though many faculty members have lamented the fact that the administration's broad cuts to research funding. Many of Yale's peer institutions have faced punitive funding cuts under Trump, and in 2025, the university spent $1.2 million, far more than in previous years, on lobbying efforts. Yale President Maria McGinnis in October floated the possibility that the political union's culture of open debate had contributed to the Yale's avoidance of targeted federal funding cuts. She and Yale College Dean Pericles Lewis met with leaders of the group last month. As about Scott's comments, Yale spokesperson Tina Posterly wrote in a statement to the news, Yale treats statements advocating violence with the utmost seriousness and condemns any form of hate or discrimination. The university also seeks to balance these concerns with longstanding commitment to free expression as a fundamental value and shared responsibility, including for student-run organizations which issue their own invitation speakers independent of the university. Yale Political Union President Moore Giuseppe, 27, emphasized in an interview with the news that the union does not endorse the speakers it chooses to host. We bring in speakers so we can challenge them on their assumptions and the arguments that they make in this world, Giuseppe said. The fact that a student organization's regular Tuesday debate has become discourse in national media and has been commented on by prominent politicians and journalists speaks to the idea that our organization, the Yale Political Union, is one that is a central part of not just the Yale experience, but of Yale's unique university experience at large. We just bring in somebody who's vocal and has influence, as Epi said, and Hasan Piker most definitely is vocal and has influence and has a lot to comment on in terms of specific issues in today's politics, today's day and age. Giuseppe said the political union aims for a balanced guest list and does a mass outreach to potential speakers. He said the group does not go through any vetting process with the Yale administration before confirming its speakers. For Kaustuv Mohanty, 29, Piker's value as a speaker on campus comes from his impact among younger audiences as a digital creator through the streaming platform Twitch. That allows the political union to spotlight the influence of contemporary voices alongside traditional academic ones, Mohanty added. In terms of Yale's values, I think that inviting someone does not immediately endorse their actions or what they believe, but rather invites an opportunity for valuable debates and engagement. Avi Rao, 27, the Yale Political Union speaker, said in an interview that a week before every debate, he and other floor leaders on the left and right send out a debate framing which encompasses what the resolution means and what it means to either affirm or negate it. Then, through a process of pitching and workshopping speeches, Rao said the group's leaders can ensure that the debacle is concentrated on the topic instead of a controversy that surrounds the speaker who's been invited. We're not having a discussion. We're not having some sort of moderated event where the guests just get to say what they think, Rao said. We have a debate where 3 people on one side and 3 people on the other side discuss and debate what we should do about this topic. Trent Page, 28, a member of the Unionist Party of the Left, told the News that having Hasan is great for Yale's campus. Page added that it is very disingenuous to try and cancel Piker when right-wing figures are dominating our political sphere and saying much more inflammatory things than him. Carlos Perez, 29, a member of the Union's Conservative Party and president of Turning Point USA's new chapter at Yale, told the News that while he values YPU's commitment to ideological diversity, he believes that the debate with Piker is a very different situation because of Piker's rhetoric, which isn't just inflammatory, but blatantly violent. Oh, Turning Point USA. See, this I do love, okay? I love this. The reason why I love this is because it exposes the inherent hypocrisy on the free speech side of the conversation when free speech lovers actually fucking meet a guy who can go meat for meat, okay? Banned for fucking banned. All of a sudden, if it's not some, civility-focused liberal that is going to go on campus and get fucking ritualistically humiliated and bullied over and over again, all of a sudden when you got a real fucking leftist out there who's like, listen, dude, America needs to cut back on all of this fucking unlimited bloodshed. What are we doing? We're killing people. Rick Scott has blood on his hands, All of a sudden, people have a very different approach to free speech. It's like, listen, I love free speech, but, okay, bitch, then you don't love free speech, okay? That's number one. Number two, your God, okay? Your Pope-like figure, Charlie Kirk, clearly had enough respect for what I brought to the table that he wanted to fucking debate me at Dartmouth campus, right? We were supposed to debate. So I don't understand what the fuck this guy's chirping about. If you want to abide by the hadiths of Imam Charlie Kirk, okay, if you want to bless his memory, peace be upon him, then you have to abide by his standards. These guys want to fucking revere him like he was a religious figure, but they're not carrying the goddamn flame. When Rick Scott spoke at Yale Political Union debate, the resolution by American passed by a single vote, 39-38. It's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year. Founder of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, he did say that. Yeah, like guy who literally said some kids are going to die in school shootings, and that's a cost I'm willing to bear as long as we have the Second Amendment. And his followers are now chirping about like limitations to free speech. Get the fuck out of here, okay? All right. Now we're getting to madness from the Oval. Okay. Obviously, every frame is a painting when Donald Trump is president. Today, Donald Trump had an old lady DoorDash McDonald's to the Oval Office. And of course, hilarity ensued. Let's take a look.
They're all your favorites.
Like every part of this is so perfectly American, okay? The White House doing a SpawnCon for both DoorDash, which is a byproduct of the gigification of the American economy. The fact that it's an old lady doing the DoorDash itself, wearing a DoorDash t-shirt. The fact that he's also purchasing McDonald's. Every aspect of this is so cooked, okay? It is totally ridiculous, but of course, it's just the reality. All right?
So, the reason for this is the fact that I heard you picked up an extra 11 because the tax bill was so big. The refund.
Yeah, this is an ad for Donald Trump's, no tax on tip shit, too.
Was that surprising to you?
It was very surprising. Very
That's the great big beautiful bill. And that doesn't include overtime in your case. This is only just based on what we did in terms of every other aspect. So it was 11,000. So, and that's what it is. The tax cut. It's really, we call it the great big beautiful bill. We should call it the great big beautiful tax cut bill because it's tremendous amounts of money. And that's overtime. That's also on Social Security. And would you like to do a little news conference with me? These are not the nicest people. They're not nice like you.
I'll do whatever you ask me to do, sir.
So the no tax on tips is something special, right?
It's very special.
And that's one of the great things you want to know.
Yes.
And I think you voted for me. I heard you're a great supporter. Put this over here, and why don't we have a news conference with you? Sure. You don't have to space say too much. I think they're looking about hormone straight and various other things. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me.
Bro said, let's have a press conference about the Hormuz Strait with the old lady DoorDasher. Unbelievable, bro. Like, you're the president. How do you not recognize that? How do you not recognize that, like, this wonderful old lady doing DoorDash probably pay for, like, medical bills is devastating. Like, in a normal universe, if we lived in a normal universe and not this abnormal universe that we live in the United States of America, where, like, everything is distorted, we would look at that and go, well, that's a policy failure, you know? Why is this wonderful old lady doing DoorDash? What a spectacular policy failure this is. She should be at home, maybe tending to her grandchildren. She should be at home with her kids, with her grandkids. Instead, she's out here doing DoorDash. It's crazy. Actually, her husband's, oh my God, I wasn't even off base. It quite literally was because of her husband's medical bills, dude. Sharon Simmons, the DoorDash grandma, was just a part of Trump's photo op at the White House. Says on Fox News that no tax on tips helped her because she couldn't afford her husband's cancer treatments. Bro, this reminds me of the poverty porn stuff that they blast off, where they're like, child leukemia, a child with leukemia opens up a lemonade stand, or 75-year-old walks to work every day so that the rest of the workers chip in to get him a bicycle so he can bike to work every day. It's like, dog, that's not a good thing. That is a clear-cut representation of how busted everything is. Okay? Americans look to stuff like this and go, wow, how wonderful. What the hell?
Structure of payment is there at DoorDash? How much you get in salary per delivery, and then how much of your income is tips? Can you kind of break it down to us and tell us what this no tax on tips really means for you?
Well, what this really means for me is, as they said last year, my husband, he was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. During that time, I was able to take some time and take him to his appointments and, be there with him. But, as you know, going through treatment, even with insurance, you kind of break the bank. And, we pretty much went through our savings. And so when I found out about the no tax on tips, I was like, this is incredible, because this, it's not going to replace my life savings, but it's going to help certainly with future doctor's appointments and future things that, we have going on.
Sure. How much would, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
It means a lot.
How much would
How do these people not realize this is a clear-cut indication that things are fundamentally broken in the United States of America? Like, it's so cooked. People see that and go, oh, hell yeah, what a wonderful story. Oh, isn't my president so nice? It's like, no, man, this is busted. This is actually busted. Like, we're treating regular-ass Americans like cattle. Couldn't wait, had to dig in. Oh, God, Stephen Chung, he's so perfect. I love him. Anyway, he always brings a smile to my face, okay? He's just, I love him so much. He is so rotund. He's so perfectly shaped. He's shaped like one of those SpongeBob starfish characters. Not even a starfish, like, I'm talking about, like, he's so triangular. He's not even rotund. He's triangular perfectly. They literally don't know about another way. This is why Zoran is so important. The first thing we need to do in our politics is to convince them that we can actually do things small. Yeah. Yeah, heartwarming. American society forces old grandma to work to her grave to prevent her husband from dying. Funniest part is they flew her from Arkansas as a Trump supporter as she was still too embarrassed to admit on camera that she voted for him. Photo of Chung. No, he doesn't look like that. He looks triangular, perfectly triangular. Bubble bath. I think more of the older generation understood what socialism fights for. We'd have a lot more socialists in this country. We're not talking about the old lady chatter. We're talking about Stephen Chung. Anyway, viewership up by 20%. Looks like the bad press is good press, big doggy. I don't think it's up by 20%. I mean, we're at 36K. And it's a Monday. That's normal. It's a normal amount.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and it had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
This is him replying to the insane post that he put out there. Someone asked, did you post that picture of yourself depicting as Jesus Christ? I did post it. I thought it was me as a doctor and had to do with the Red Cross. Only fake news could come up with that one. It was so unbelievably bad that it was so sacrilegious and so ridiculous and so closely associated with his commentary on the Pope, which was really funny, that he had to delete it because his own fans were losing their minds. Okay? I mean, this photo, like, I don't personally care, right? I don't care. I don't give a shit about what the Antichrist posts because I care about what he says. I care about what he does, right? I care about what he does more than what he says and how he carries himself. And plus, I'm not exactly a religious person, right? But it is really funny that even MAGA was like, what are you doing, sir? I mean, this is like straightforward sacrilege. Like, you are the Antichrist, man. This is wild. This shit looks like he's healing Jeffrey Epstein. He's depicting himself as God healing Jeffrey goddamn Epstein. What are we doing here? Trump's followers on Truth Social are calling him the Antichrist after his post of an image depicting himself as Jesus. You are mocking Jesus. Mr. President, with all due respect, take this down. You are not Jesus. Even if this wasn't the intention, it's not a good look. Mr. President, I love you and I think you're a Christ-like figure, but please don't depict yourself as Christ. He's literally in the robes too, zero excuse. I mean, we know exactly what it is, man. We know exactly what the fuck was happening here. And they didn't even wait to get the MAGA hat color logo. Yeah, I personally loved it. I personally thought it was awesome. You know, it was, no one is as disrespectful to Christ and Christianity as the Christ lovers themselves. Okay. I feel like Christ lovers are unbelievably disrespectful to Christ and Christianity, so-called Christ lovers, more than anyone else. Like the average r/atheism guy could not cook up something so heinous. Okay? This is just maximum disrespect. I don't know what else to say. If you personally believe in the Bible or if you believe in Christianity, you should take tremendous offense to the way Trump is disrespecting your religion. But of course, so many of these people are unbelievably cucked, and therefore they don't care. Okay? Can I be a Christian and also socialist? Something I've been struggling questioning for a bit now. Yes, of course, and plenty are. What are you talking about? Liberation theology is a major part of Christian socialism. Ecumenical Marxists exist. Yes, I mean, the fucking Pope was literally a Catholic socialist. And the new Pope is at least very woke. Look, religion is what you make of it, okay? And there are plenty of policies in all of the three major Abrahamic religions that are objectively socialist or socialist adjacent. Jesus Christ himself was, a fairly socialist adjacent figure. You know what's not Christian? Selling a Bible with your name on it. Not that it matters, because people will turn around and be like, well, you don't believe in any of this shit. And it's true, I don't. Okay? But I don't even play that game of like, oh, well, none of these guys believe in the things that they fucking preach. It's like, yeah, no one does. Let's be real, okay? I choose to be honest about my beliefs. I choose to tell you exactly what's what. I'm not playing this game of acting as though I'm a God-fearing Christian who then simultaneously disrespects Christ like this with regular frequency with both what he says, what he does, and now this personal depiction of presenting himself as Christ. His Holiness Pope Leo, I condemn the insult to your excellency on behalf of the great nation of Iran and declare that the desecration of Jesus, the prophet of peace and brotherhood, is not acceptable to any free person. I wish you glory by Allah. Honoring Pope Leo's fearless stand, I have no fear echoes as he condemns the war crimes of Israel and the U.S. This slogan lights the path for all who refuse to stay silent on the killing of innocents. The Pope leadership inspires millions. Thank you for this insight. Our Chicago Pope, our American Pope that I actually was very skeptical of, has actually been very Pope-like, very Christ-like in this moment. Okay, he has unironically caused me to take back my words. I apologize to the Pope. I was wrong when I thought, oh God, here we go. An American Pope that feels weird, that feels insincere, that feels not very Catholic. I was wrong. The Pope is still carrying on the previous Pope's tradition of being woke. Okay? Doggy literally is Peruvian. Yeah, but come on, man. He's also from Chicago, okay? He lived in Peru for many, many years, but he's also from fucking Chicago. Calm down.
As an example, the 11,000, I understand your husband's going through treatment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's
He
going
has
through
cancer.
some very serious cancer treatment, so
Yes, sir.
this goes a long way.
Yes, sir. It sure does.
Mr. President, are another round of talks planned with Iran? And if so, will you send Vice President J.D. Vance with?
Well, he's done a good job, but Steve and Jared, they've all done a very good job. And I can tell you that we've been called by the other side. They'd like to make a deal very badly, very badly.
What was the sticking point over? You said it was over nuclear.
It was over nuclear, very similar, yeah, very good. I guess you're listening. It's over the fact that they will never have a nuclear weapon. Iran.
This woman's like, what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, he loves doing that shit. He loves having random people stand next to him. Is always funny. It's always such a weird and indecent exercise, in my opinion. I don't comprehend. I can't comprehend why he does it, but he will forever choose to do that. It's a little bit like a gift for us, I guess, because it creates really, really funny moments, unintentionally funny moments. It's funny when it's Lionel Messi, and it's still funny when it's like a random old lady standing next to him, a random old DoorDasher lady, where he's like, come on, let's talk about their Strait of Hormuz.
You marking it down? Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. And we agreed to a lot of things, but they didn't agree to that. And I think they will agree to it. I'm almost sure of it. In fact, I am sure of it.
How come you never tell us you're very good for listening? I'm very good for listening.
Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and we're going to get the dust back. We'll get it back either. We'll get it back from them or we'll take it. Certainly, and more. We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world, because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen. And you know, the amazing thing is, we don't, can you believe this? We don't use the Strait. We don't need the Strait. We have our own oil and gas, much more than we need. We have more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia. Think of this. We produce more. Saudi Arabia, and add Russia to it. Substantially more. And by next year, we'll have double that amount. So we don't need it, but the world needs it. And many ships are heading to our country right now as we speak to load up with the best. Really, I guess you could say somebody said
every moment she spends not working next to this clown is $1 less for her dying husband. I mean, I'm sure she probably got paid for it, right? Like, that's not, you know.
Best and sweetest. I don't know exactly what sweet is, but when it relates to oil, it's a good thing. But they're coming to our country right now. There are many boats coming to our country. Now, it could very well be this is going to be settled before that. We've been called this morning by the right people, the appropriate people, and they want to work a deal. They would like to work a deal.
Is it your anticipation, Mr. President, that other countries will assist in this effort to blockade Iran and those?
Yeah, other countries are going to also.
Which countries, sir?
We don't need other countries, frankly, but they've offered the services. We'll let it be known probably tomorrow.
Has the blockade started, sir?
Yeah, started 10 o'clock.
Mr. President, Robert Barron supports you and your policies. He praises you for defending religious freedom.
Yeah.
He now says you owe Pope Leo an apology. Will you apologize?
No, I don't, because Pope Leo said things that are wrong. He was very much against what I'm doing with regard to Iran, and you cannot have a nuclear Iran. Pope Leo would not be happy with the end result. You have hundreds of millions of people dead, and it's not going to happen. So I can't. I think he's very weak on crime and other things. So I'm not. I mean, he went public. I'm just responding to Pope Leo, and you know, his brother is a big MAGA person, and he's a great guy, Louis. And I said I like Louis better than I like the Pope. Now you have to.
What's your percentage on if they even tipped her? I think he gave her $100 tip. He said he gave her $100 tip. I mean, even that's like a little bit crazy. Like, you're the president, you're a multi-billionaire. You have an opportunity here to just like drop a stack on her. You know what I mean? Like, give her life-changing money, and he just won't even take it. It's a great opportunity for him, and he didn't do it. It's like, that's light work, man. $100. $100 is light work. Strange shit, you know?
We have law and order in our country, and that's what we have now. We have the lowest crime numbers we've had in a long time, despite the fact that many criminals were allowed into our country, but we've gotten a lot of them out. We've done a great job on crime. So we have the lowest murder rate in 125 years, since 1900, the lowest murder rate. So we believe strongly in law and order, and he seemed to have a problem with that, so there's nothing to apologize for. He's wrong. The other thing is he didn't like what we're doing with respect to Iran, but Iran is wants to be a nuclear nation so they can exterminate the world. Not going to happen.
And Mr. President, on Iran, classified deal is not reached by the end of the ceasefire. Does your threat from before still stand?
Yeah, I don't want to comment on that, but it won't be pleasant for them. Let me put it that way.
Has your timetable changed in any way in terms of ending this conflict?
No, it's going on. Right now, there's no fighting. Right now, we have a blockade. They're doing no business. I didn't like seeing boats come out if they were doing business with Iran, but if they weren't, no boats came out. So now Iran is doing absolutely no business, and we're going to keep it that way very easily. Don't forget, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. It's a lot.
Do you still want to take something from predominantly going to China, Mr. President? Has Xi Jinping reached out?
No, but we have a very good relationship with China. He would like to see this ended also. He certainly wants it ended. Everyone, I want to see it ended too, but we can't give a nuclear weapon to a group of people that have caused nothing but havoc for 47 years. Look, I'm the president that's done something about it. This should have been, and many other presidents regret that they didn't. Yeah, so I'm doing something.
President, Ukraine impeachment documents that were just declassified show that Eric Charanella not only submitted false information, but that he had no direct knowledge of the alleged conversation. It was all hearsay. Do you feel vindicated by those?
Yeah, I do. They're a bunch of crooked people. You're talking about with respect to all of the things that they put against me? Yeah. Well, it's come out that in so many different ways. Thank you very much for that question. I appreciate it. But in so many different ways, the election was rigged. The 2020 election was rigged. We found that out. What you just said is just a piece of that. It's a big piece, but minor, relatively speaking, compared to what they did. They cheated on the election. They cheated on the vote. And they cheated in every way possible. And it's the only way we got an incompetent man to be a president. And he was an incompetent man. Many of the things that we're talking about, even including this would have been settled a long time ago, not now. And it should have been settled by other presidents. But the election was a rigged election. We can't let that happen to our country.
It's concealment of exculpatory information. What should happen?
Well, it's a very serious charge against them and the Democrats. They cheat. They can't get elected with their policy. So their policy's no good.
Grandma's still there, by the way. You can see from her arm peeking over the corner. Very cool. What is this? The Pope pray for peace. Oh, Jesus Christ, young conservatives. What the fuck? Pope says, God does not bless any conflict. Anyone who's a disciple of Christ, the Prince of Peace, is never on the side of those who once wielded the sword and today drop bombs. Military action will not create space for freedom or times of peace. which comes only from the patient promotion of coexistence and dialogue amongst the people, young conservatives immediately fucking turn around and just, I guess, depict the Pope as brown, wearing I hate white people, wearing the Palestine colors sticker that says, I hate white people, dead brown bodies of color, killed by Israel, not cool. Did you know Jesus was a brown body of color, in parentheses base, decolonized Palestine, Black Lives Matter, Obama 08. Never seen someone get excommunicated by a community note. I am Catholic. This is not my Pope. You are not a Catholic if you do not accept the Pope, but rather a schismatic. Canon 751. Schism is the refusal of submission to the Supreme Pontiff, i.e. the Pope. Conservatives aren't human. I don't know how you live like this. I don't know how you can be such a hateful little monster. I don't understand, man. What good does it do for you or your mentality, your mental capacity, your state, your personhood? It can't be good to live like this, right? You're just giving yourself maximum brain cancer at all times. Just reactionary ideology is unironically identifying what the most vile thing you can say or do or behave as and just constantly hitting it. It's just vice signaling at this point. It's endless vice signaling. Very strange behavior, okay? It's so unbelievably antisocial. I'm not exactly certain. I'm not exactly sure on who this is for, how this works, who this works on. None of it makes sense to me. I see stuff like this and I think to myself, why are you actively positioning yourself as objectively a repulsive person? Works on his cult? I don't even think, man. I think a lot of mainline MAGA would still probably look at this and be like, why are you guys saying that? I just don't think they see it. There are plenty who do, and plenty who lean into it, and plenty in mainline MAGA that just love this shit. They love being repulsive in other ways, I guess. But this is not a sustainable movement. This is just being a villain, being loud and proud about being a villain. This is kicking babies in the head. This is Israel shit. The maximalist version of this is Israel, okay? How strange. Here's what the Pope said, by the way. When Pope Leo was asked about Trump's criticism, which was really funny. I mean, I love the term. I love the take, the Pope is very weak on crime. That is awesome, okay? As a standalone statement, that in and of itself is fucking hilarious, okay? The Pope is very weak on crime. Bro, he's the Pope. Brother, what are you saying? Here was his long rant on Leo. He's just lost his mind, okay? Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. Yeah, bro, he's the Pope. You are the closest depiction. Of course he is going to be antagonistic to everything that you're saying and doing. If he is even remotely honest as a religious figure, he has to oppose what you are saying and what you're doing. This, under normal circumstances, is an opportunity for you to think about how you present yourself, the actions that you're carrying out. But of course, we are so far removed from Christ in the United States of America. We're so far removed from spirituality that our main religion has been capitalism, right? A capitalist distortion of what Christianity is supposed to be. That's precisely the reason why he goes, Pope Leo is weak on crime. Incredible statement. What's next? You're going to get mad at him for kissing people's feet? You know what I mean? He's washing black people's feet. Disrespectful. He goes to Africa and he kisses the feet of random people. That's kind of a Pope thing to do, buddy. It's called an exercise in fucking humility. You obviously don't know a thing about that. Yeah. He talks about fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID. What? God, every day that goes by, I get more repulsed by it. I have a revulsion to MAGA conservatism. I already had a lot of smoke for it, a lot of hatred for it, but it's just turning into sheer disgust because I know why he's bringing up COVID. It's that fucking simple. Okay? For so many in his audience, they hear him go, remember when during COVID you couldn't go and pray to Christ in your churches? Remember COVID? It's like, that's enough for so many evangelicals. They go, oh my God. They forget that he was the fucking president when that was happening. Okay? He was literally the president when that was happening for the longest period of time. And on top of that, like, who gives a fuck? What does that have to do with anything going on right now? Anyway, they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services even when going outside and being 10 and even 20 feet apart. I like his brother Louis much better than I like him because Louis is all MAGA. He gets it and Leo doesn't. Does he think that the papacy extends to immediate family members? Like, is that what he, like, is there in his mind, is there like shine? Is there some kind of like Pope-like legitimacy to the next of kin, or to his brother? Is that why he's bringing him up? Like, I wonder how he operates in his mind. I mean, he has been a firm and committed believer in the transitive property of just like being associated with like an MIT uncle, right? He has done that before, where he's like, my uncle was in the MIT. My uncle was MIT scientist. My uncle was a MIT scientist, and therefore I'm very smart. It's like, that's not how that works, man. Like, at all. That's so strange. Like, you don't become smart by default because your uncle is, and you certainly don't become Pope by virtue of your brother being the Pope. I don't want a Pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want a Pope who thinks it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela, a country that was sending massive amounts of drugs into the United States, and even worse, including murderers, drug dealers, and killers into our country. And I don't want a Pope who criticizes the president of the I don't want a Pope that criticizes the president of the United States. What the fuck? How dare you? We will invade the Vatican and we will restore glory to the Catholic Church, just like they did in the 13th century. That's right. He really is living up to the Mango Mussolini name, though. Like, I will beat the shit out of the Pope. I will force the Pope to lean in and legitimize my regime, if not by force. Just as I should have been one of the 88 clerics that chose the next supreme leader of the Islamic Republic, I should be one of the people, if not the most important vote for the next pope. I have profound knowledge of Catholicism as I do Shia Islam, and therefore I should be the man making these choices. We will tariff the Vatican. We will put sanctions on the Pope. Anyway, I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do, setting record low numbers in crime and creating the greatest stock market in history, telling the Pope about the greatest stock market in history. Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be Pope and was only put there by the church because he was an American and they thought that would be the best way to deal with President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Unfortunately, Leo's weak on crime, weak on nuclear weapons, does not sit well with me, nor does the fact that he meets with Obama sympathizers like David Axelrod, a loser from the left, who is one of those who wanted churchgoers and clerics to be arrested. Leo should get his act together as Pope, use common sense, stop catering to the radical left, and focus on being a great Pope, not a politician. It's hurting him very badly, and more importantly, it's hurting the Catholic Church. President Donald J. Trump. This comic perfectly depicts what's going on. Violence is not the answer. Seek diplomacy, not force. Let us pray for peace. Fuck you. What the hell do you know? Fuck off. This is why I say if Jesus Christ came back to earth, evangelical Christians or Israeli settlers would beat him to death with hammers. Okay? Like, two of the most violent, repulsive forces on the planet just locked in on their own version of cancerous fascist ideology. If Jesus Christ was like, oh, I'm back now, guys, let's save the planet, you know, let's Let's heal the sick. They'd be like, shut the fuck up, libtard. I'll kill you. Oh my God. Yeah. Wow, the Marxists by the Catholic Church. I guess there's no sanity here, right? I mean, the Pope is a real mover and shaker for, hundreds of millions of Catholics all around the world. I still think he's got motion, right? Does the Pope have motion? He does, right? Do people get mad at this stuff in defense of the Pope? I don't want to lose hope. I want to believe that there are definitely, a billion Catholics out there that are just fucking frustrated when they hear this stuff, right? Dude, you don't remember this study from 3 years ago? Proving they hate a lot about Jesus? Yeah. Here is Lindsey Graham in 2018.
You could be the Pope and criticize him. It doesn't matter. He'll go after the Pope. You could be Putin and say nice things, and he'll like you. It's not the content of your character. It's whether or not you show him respect and like him.
Yeah, except Lindsey Graham. Okay, this was when Trump was duking it out with the Pope back in the day during the Republican primaries. He wasn't the president yet. And of course, all of the Republicans, all of the institutional Republicans, or no, not in 2018, he said that. Never mind. This is, I guess this was when he was more critical of Trump. He hadn't been fully Trumpified. But even then, he was going back and forth. This was the John McCain era of Lindsey Graham. I was thinking like, because there was, okay, so when Donald Trump initially criticized the Pope, it was in the primaries, okay? The previous Pope. Obviously, that was a, ordeal for the Republicans who at the time were using that as an attack against him because they didn't want Trump to be president. But in 2018, after Trump had become president, there were still Republicans who were critical. Lindsey Graham was one of the few because he was, butt buddies with John McCain, the Maverick himself, right? And at the time, he would still go back and forth. He would still go back and forth on his criticisms of Donald Trump. Back then, the Republicans would say stuff like, "Oh, just don't take him seriously. He's just tweeting. Who cares? Who cares?" Right? Like that was his take. Back then, his take was, whoa, what the fuck? Oh, shit. I just had a brief F on my end. Back then, his take was, he's just a silly boy. He tweets a lot. Don't take it seriously. Who cares? Nowadays, they're like, what now, libtard? Yeah, he said what he said, and I stand by it.
They want to have, open borders. They want to have men playing in women's sport. Do you think that men should play in women's sports?
Buddy, what are you doing? Oh my God, turning around and asking the random old lady DoorDasher as the motherfucking president, do you think men should play in women's sports? That's crazy. That is unbelievable.
I really don't have an opinion on that.
You don't.
Aha! Damn.
I'll bet you do.
No, I'm here about
pizza.
No tax on tips.
Yeah.
He didn't like that response. He's like, shut up. Just tell me what I want to hear, stupid lady. Give me a moment. Give me an opportunity to talk my shit. Very awkward. Also, low key, that's the average hog as well. The average hog is like, the average Trump supporter is like, I don't really give a shit about this. Like, can I just get my tip and fuck off?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it your understanding that during this period of time, while the U.S. has instituted this naval blockade, that oil companies will be able to send their oil tankers through the strait, get more oil out from this area?
Yeah, I think they're going to be doing very well there, and I think they're doing very well here. A lot of tankers are coming up here. They're coming in empty and out full. And we have a great capacity to take care of that business.
Ma'am, may we know your name, please? Have you delivered to the White House before?
I have not. My name is Sharon Simmons.
And are the White House good tippers? Do you know?
Wait.
Potentially, yes, very.
Mr. President, can I ask you something
That's
about
great.
Cuba?
Thank you. You reminded me.
Mr. President, one on Cuba, sir. You previously said that you had no problem with countries sending fuel to Cuba after previously promising to tariff them. What happened? What changed?
Well, we're going to see with Cuba. Cuba's another story. Cuba's been a terribly run country for a long time. It's got a bad system. It's been very oppressive, as you know. And we have a lot of great Cuban Americans, all of whom just about voted for me. And they were treated very badly. In many cases, family members have been killed. They've been beaten up and mugged, and terrible things happened in Cuba. And Cuba's a failing nation, and we're going to do this, and we may stop by Cuba after we're finished with this. But Cuba is a nation that was just been horribly run for many years by Castro.
You said may stop by.
What do you think about that? Do you think we should starve the 10 million Cubans? Don't you love it? Don't you love that they have no electricity? Come on. Come on. Trump released the hostage, Lamau. Yeah.
Bill Pulte, regarding those 2 recent referrals for Letitia James for insurance fraud, do you know if federal prosecutors have evidence to charge?
Well, I don't know. I know she's a very corrupt person. And you're talking about the so-called Attorney General of New York. She's a very corrupt person. That's been proven now.
Yeah, so corrupt that you can't even launch a fucking sham investigation into her, by the way, which you have been actively trying to put together. He's talking about Letitia James, okay? And although I might have sometimes my ideological disagreements with her, she has actually been pretty reliable, pretty solid, okay? It's just, Trump has aggressively pursued her, tried to do lawfare against her, ironically enough, and has failed every step of the way. And it's been pretty funny to watch.
And I know I have nothing to do with it, but they're looking at things all over the place, more than one state concerning her and concerning people like Comey, who's a dirty cop. Comey's a dirty cop. And dirty cops are bad. I love nobody.
He still has these are like 2020 grievances, man. It's so funny because Jim Comey literally is the reason why Trump became president in 2016. If there's like a singular force that played a major role in Trump becoming the president, it was fucking Jim Comey. And he won't let it go because he became like a liberal hero for not abiding by Trump's ridiculous wishes once Trump was in office. And he's still carrying that. He's still carrying his 2017 grievances. Almost been a decade, man.
Nobody likes the police more than me, the law enforcement.
Yeah, like a third of his voters were like fetuses and don't even remember what Jim Comey did. They don't even know who the fuck Jim Comey is.
More than me, but Comey's a totally dirty cop, and we're not gonna stand for it. Yeah.
The UFC fight that's happening at the White House this summer, UFC typically numbers those fights consecutively, but should they label this one UFC 1776?
That's a good idea. I'll tell that to Dana White.
White House press pool, man. White House press pool. Fantastic. Love that. Hey, I don't know if you know this, everybody that's at the White House press pool, but he's currently waging a war. He has refused to find a manageable conclusion to this war. The war is actually ripping apart global energy markets. He's added an additional cork, an additional blockade to the pre-existing toll system that Iran has implemented. He can't fight back militarily and open the Strait of Hormuz by force. And you chose to take this opportunity to be like, oh, should the UFC fight at the White House be 1776? It's just like, can we be fucking serious? Can we please be serious, man? Okay, to be fair, UFC 1776 kind of lit though. Trump, do you think men should play in women's sports? DoorDash driver, I don't really have an opinion on that. We just watched this.
I really don't have an opinion on that.
You don't, I'll bet you do.
No, I'm here about no tax on.
Why are you showing me this again? We just watched this happen.
I like that idea. I will say I've been
Yeah, he should ask the grandma, like, what do you think, 1776?
involved with a lot of big events. I have never had an event that's had more interest than the UFC fight that we have right at the front door. Right there, they're going to start building about a 4,500 seat arena. And then in the back, at the Ellipse, we're going to have maybe 100,000, 50 to 100,000 people, I guess. They're building tremendous stages, and you're going to have massive screens of the fight. And it's a very popular sport. But I have never been involved, because of the White House and everything, there's a lot of reasons for it, but we're having a fight at the White House on June 14th, And we're going to have an arena built right at the front door. And you know, if you want, is your husband up to coming? Do they? Does he like UFC?
He might.
He has cancer and he's stuck in Arkansas, man.
If he's feeling good, we'll make sure you come, okay?
That would be one.
The Iranian president is defending the Pope as Trump is attacking him. What the fuck, Lamont? Dude, that's totally normal. A lot of people don't realize this, but like outside of, you know, ISIS and shit, the overwhelming majority of Muslims have great reverence, great respect for Christianity. Christianity is like Islam in the Abrahamic religions is seen as like the final version, okay? And therefore, Muslims respect Judaism and Christianity. Muslims respect Christ. Most people don't know this. Like, it's not seen as, you know, sacrilegious or whatever the fuck. And it's not just about Catholicism either. It's like Muslims respect Jesus Christ. They just don't believe that Jesus Christ is actually the Son of God, right? Or God itself. That's the only difference between Christianity. I've talked about this before. But yeah, Jesus is also a prophet in Islam. And as a matter of fact, most Muslims, the overwhelming majority of Muslims probably respect Christ more than, respect Jesus more than the average like American Christian does. Isa is his name. It's Musa, Isa, and then Muhammad. Hazreti Muhammad.
Wonderful,
That's
thank
better
you.
than the tip I just gave you. I'll tell you. That's a lot better. But no, if he's feeling good, right?
Yeah.
Is he doing okay? Is he going to be okay?
He's doing very well. He's doing very well. He actually, during the process, he wrote a book. And
Go ahead, give him the name. Maybe you'll say.
he hasn't had it published yet, but it's a book on humility, and his name is Leo, and he's just.
Are Muslims allowed to depict Jesus Christ in images? Technically, under Islam, Muslims are not allowed to depict anything or any humans, let alone prophets. Obviously, that you know, has loosened in throughout time, but initially there is no. You're not supposed to in Islam. Initially, there were no depictions of human beings and whatnot, no idolatry whatsoever, because it was. I guess the theological justification for it was that it was supposed to cut out all of the pagan style religious beliefs. In Shia Islam it's fine, or maybe it's different in Shia Islam. Check out the Wired story about you. Wired wrote a story about me.
Doing good. He's doing great.
How long are you married?
We have been married for 6 years.
Oh, so
But we've, you know, like most people, we've been together for over 10. So
that's very good.
Yeah.
Well, that's very nice to say hello to him. He's going to be good.
What religion were you raised with? I'm culturally Muslim. I grew up in a majority Muslim country.
Okay, he's going to get better and he's going to be good.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes.
Well, I want to thank you all for being here.
Well, I want to thank
It's my
you
starter pack
for the no tax on tips.
That's good.
It has helped my family out immensely. And
So there's a fact check on this as well. The senior says she made under 22K total income last year, so she wouldn't actually owe any federal taxes and would gain nothing from the no tax on tips policy anyway.
That's a life changer.
So
$11,000.
So even the person, I mean, this is such a sad state of affairs.
$11,000. You know, my tips were over half of my income from last year.
I mean,
So
that's a life changer.
yes, it is. It is. And when, you know, like I said, when you're dealing with someone that has gone through
Bro, this shit is so depressing, man. How are people looking at this and being like, wow, how wonderful? It's just so fucked.
cancer, and you know, you love them, you don't want to lose them, so you do everything that you can, and you know, you go through your life savings, but this no tax on tips and the help from DoorDash is life-changing.
Do you think this is the world's most famous DoorDash delivery?
Maybe. I don't know that I would ever be able to say that I've delivered to anybody else that's been more high profile.
How was President Trump?
Very, very kind.
Do you like the Oval?
Oh, it was beautiful.
It's your first time meeting the president?
Yes. First time in D.C.
Did you vote for him?
I have. Yeah.
In the last election?
Well, I was actually moved, so I hadn't had a chance to change my my voter registration. But you know, again, this is about no tax on tips, and that's really what I'm here for.
Where do you live now?
I leave tomorrow night.
No, where do you live?
Oh, I live in Arkansas.
Okay.
Final question for you. You've been very kind. Thank you. What do you think this policy, no tax on tips? We've heard so many stories of people getting thousands of dollars back that they weren't planning on. How is this changing the American economy?
It's so funny that she couldn't even say that she voted for Trump. The type of Muslim you are, Lamau, what is this? Oh, I've seen this already. I've watched this before.
Change my mind. No one in this household is Christian. Bear that in mind. In fact, there are people in this household fasting. Everyone claims to be Muslim. And in Ramadan, we have Santa Claus in the middle of the living room. Crusader number 1, Jesus again. Crusader number 2. Ne? Biz Hristiyan mıyız, Müslüman mıyız?
Müslümanız, ne oldu ya?
Niye İsa'nın fotoğrafları var?
Annem o da peygamber ya.
Tamam da peygamberin fotoğrafı koyulur mu?
Deniz konulur, Kur'an'da öyle bir şey yazıyor mu?
Sen Santa Claus niye var?
Anneciğim Santa Claus öyle geleneksel. Şirin, ben o dedeyi seviyorum.
Annem yapma bunu ya.
Dedeyi seviyorum. O Santa Claus'la
Ramazan ayında bu yapılır mı şimdi?
I mean, it's funny, but it's also, it nails like Islam in Turkey, even though they're in the UK.
You know, the one thing that I just in leaving, we've had more good press for a change, having to do with the fact that people are receiving more money from their tax refunds than they ever.
You guys also say peygamber? Yes.
Thought possible. We had a man the other day got $5,000. Another one got $7,000. They weren't expecting anything like this, and it's because of the great big beautiful bill. And that's why you came, and I really appreciate it. And tell your husband to get better.
I will.
And if he's feeling good, you'll come up and you'll watch that fight.
All right.
June 14th.
I appreciate it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any update on
Thank you.
DOJ, though,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President? Who you went to lead DOJ? Any update on who you went to lead DOJ? Who you did an
Well, I think Todd, as far as doing a fantastic job, I will say that. He's a great lawyer. I know that because he's been with me a long time. And so far, he's doing a great job.
Incredible stuff.
Boy,
All right.
howdy.
Some choice words for the Christ depiction as well. That's how you know it's hit the normie sphere, okay? This is co-worker status, ladies and gentlemen. Co-workers are going to be up in arms over this, okay? Is eating Greek food a bannable offense? I mean, you're basically banning yourself.
Ooh-wee. What an interesting evening, huh, sports fans?
Yeah, Charlie's got the black shirt on and everything. Internet Jesus is not happy. Charlie's very religious, apparently. I learned recently what he is.
An action-packed late night. Trump started attacking Pope Leo, which sounds like the title to an epic rap battles of history video, Trump versus the Pope, but he actually went in attacking Pope Leo, and then a little while later posted an AI-generated image of him as Jesus Christ healing the sick while being worshipped and having some kind of demon like Baphomet leading the troops above him.
I'm gonna be honest, if this is what it does, if this is what does it, that'd be fire. That'd be absolutely fire. I mean, I'll take it. Whatever actually decouples the psychotic cult away from the Antichrist is good. Obviously, I'm not saying Charlie was ever like pro-Trump. He clearly isn't. But you know, I'm talking about people in his audience that might be like, oh, you know what? This might have been a bridge too far for me.
With the golden lights. This thing looks like something out of Silent Hill. This is a real post Trump made, by the way. Big breaking news. As I was making this video, he deleted the post and he just gave a little speech out of nowhere here. I guess this was such a huge deal. It called for his immediate attention and he was asked about it, and this is his response.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
Oof.
So that immediately throws a lot of the cope into the shitter from people that were still doing all they could to defend him, saying it must have been one of his staffers again going rogue, getting a little rambunctious, or no, this is actually a 5D chess move from Trump because he got into this, spat with the Pope, so it wasn't him.
Trump out here jester maxing with cortisol levels to the roof while everyone is god-mogging him. It's not very hard to god-mog Trump. He is a godless man.
Depicted as Jesus Christ. It was just a little tomfoolery depicting himself as the Pope, not Jesus. And he immediately says, no, you guys are wrong on both those. In fact, I did post it, and I thought I was a doctor. That's what I thought. Which no one was saying, because I don't know how anyone could look at that and think that that's a doctor being depicted there. Holy delusion. Is there any human being on the planet that buys that? Yeah, doctors, famously not in scrubs or anything, always in white robes, white and red robes, with glowing golden hands healing people. They don't use medicine or anything. They use their hands to do that. Glowing gold hands. That's what doctors do. And also having demons flying above with golden radiant light there. What a dog shit explanation. He didn't even go for what I thought would be the easy layup to weasel his way out of this in the eyes of the brain-rotted fungus that still, loyally sucks his cock. I thought for sure he would just blame it on a staffer again, it looks like he, did this on his own. I had no idea. This is disgusting stuff. This is gross. I would never condone that. He didn't even go for that. He just said, yeah, I did post that. Thought I was a doctor with the Red Cross. And of course he had to try the fake news angle, but that's not going to work because even his most loyal cock gobblers got very upset with this. And rightfully so, by the way. So that doesn't exactly fly all that well. Not exactly the greatest move here from old Trump. And this has finally been enough to snap some of the most brainwashed drones out of his spell and realize, oh, this guy's not actually a Christian. Blasphemy, idolatry, sacrilege. The administration has normalized all of this, and Trump doesn't even really hide it either. And he started off rip. He didn't even put his hand on the Bible while being sworn in for some odd reason. Trump also actively talks about how he doesn't think he's going to heaven. He doesn't see any chance of him getting into heaven. This is what he says. And he even hawks $60 Bibles that he has signed. And the Bibles range from $60 up to $1,000 because he puts his signature on the Bible. He makes these Bibles for $3 in China and then sells them to the Americans here for $60 to $1,000. I can't believe anyone needed to be shaken awake here that Trump uses the faith as a means of profiting for himself and a means of trying to get people to his side and rally behind his cause. And what's crazy is this comes only 8 days after I just made a video talking about his spiritual advisor, Paula White Cain. How she is also a fraud. She is a televangelist who solely uses Christianity as a means of enriching herself.
Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want to.
Dude, American Christianity, really distorted version of a religion that could go in either direction, but it is absolutely turned into this fascist death cult, capitalist fascist death cult, and all of its top defenders are completely psychotic. It's an insane cult, dude.
$100,000 to come in. I want $100,000. There are 10 people that could give $10,000. There's 100 people that could give $1,000. Get a check, make it payable to Paula White Ministry. There are people that are watching right now. If you say, I don't have it, give $100. Bring up a sacrificial seed. This isn't for me. This is about kids that will die without you being obedient. This is about kids who are going to be minstrels and instruments.
And I believe that when you honor God on Passover, starting on April 12th at sundown through Good Friday on the 18th and concluding on Easter Sunday, you can receive these 7 supernatural blessings for you and your house. According to Exodus 23, God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity. He'll take sickness away from you. He will give you long life. He'll bring increase in inheritance, and he'll give a special year of blessing. You're not doing this to get something, but you're doing it in honor to God, realizing what you can receive.
For your special Passover offering of $1,000 or more as the Holy Spirit leads, you will also receive the beautiful 10-inch Waterford crystal cross.
This directly spits on the scripture, notably Matthew 21:12, which I mentioned in that video as well, but in case you don't know, that is when Jesus goes into the temple, overturns the merchant tables, those money changers and those selling doves, declaring that his temple is to be a house of worship, but it has been turned into a den of robbers. The lesson being, obviously, that profiting off of the faith, using the word of God as a means of just making money off of it, is bad. It's sinful. And it is exactly what people like Paula White Cain and Trump do, openly. And now this vile worm, Paula, has cozied up to Trump, nuzzled in his bosom, and is even trying to plant the seed in the empty MAGA mind, poison-rotted brain that Donald Trump is like Jesus. She had a whole speech comparing him to Jesus.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God, and I won't do that.
The truth of it is you are here because of God and because of you. Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership. Great transformation requires great sacrifice.
I might have missed it. Did he do the mouth noises that she does too? Because her most famous clip that I love, I used to play all the time, is when she's doing the bumpa bumpa dumpa. The angels are coming. The angels are coming. That's the best one, I think. When she's speaking in tongues, yeah.
And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused.
I can't tell, I don't know which is worse, by the way, but I can't tell if this is them faking it, in this very cynical, deeply cynical manner. They're presenting him as a Christ-like figure, knowing full well that he's not. Or if they sincerely are a part of the cult and they do legitimately believe he's a Christ-like figure and they're so goddamn lost. Not that it matters at the end of the day. I think it's fake. I think it's totally phony. But sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I can't tell. Sometimes it kind of feels like she is genuinely an insane person. This lady, and there are obviously a lot. There are obviously a lot of people like this out there, at least in the congregation, who are, firmly committed to the cult.
It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you.
She's bouncing on it blasphemy style, and it goes on and on. She continues with this sacrilegious glaze, and she even, with her whole chest, says, to say no to Trump would be to say no to God. The whole context of that was that when Trump asked her to, be his spiritual advisor, come aboard the team, part of the crew, part of the ship, she couldn't say no because God had chosen Trump, and saying no to Trump would be like saying no to God, which she will not do. And then has this whole speech, which is only 9 days ago, about how similar Trump is to Jesus. And now, fast forward to last night, he just openly posts an AI photo of him replacing Jesus healing the sick. Now, something very interesting, the origin of this image ties back to this freak, Nick Adams, who posted this a few months ago. America has been sick for a long time. President Trump is healing this nation. But in this image, Nick Adams has soldiers.
Dude, it is pretty awesome having someone like Charlie go through the phases of learning about some of the weirdos on the Trump side. It is a fantastic experience watching someone else. It has a similar effect from my perspective as showing someone your favorite album, okay? Being like, hey, this album was very impactful in my life. I would really appreciate it if you gave it a good listen. That's what it reminds me of. Just some of my favorite freaks. Some of my favorite freaks of all time getting this kind of coverage is a wonderful experience. Now, Nick Adams, I still don't fully know if he's faking it or not, but it's one of those things. It's one of those things where like Nick Adams might be faking it, but his fan base doesn't receive it as fake. So it calls into question whether or not it matters if he's faking it. You know what I mean? Because people have called into question whether or not he's sincere, right? Like is it this like super long standing performance art, or is it, man, if Nick pulled a heel turn, Nick Adams loves the Hooters restaurants. Yeah, that's the guy. That's him. That's our Nick. That's my boy. This is blowing up quickly. Oh yeah, the Charlie Kirk joke. Yeah, I saw. Hasan Piker calls out TPUSA for not respecting Charlie Kirk's defense of free speech and trying to cancel his talk at Yale University. They're not carrying the flame. Someone said this is onion tier entry, but knowing him, he definitely said this. Pops the Knox will only report the truth. The big Kirk was going to debate him before he got sniped, so truth nuke. They're not carrying the flame is unbiasedly the funniest possible thing to say in that moment. Yeah, people love that one. We, on the other hand, do carry the fucking flame, for the record. Here at the HasanAbi broadcast, it is our policy to always carry the flame. I would normally play, hey, cool chatter, goddamn, 42069. I would play the song, but I can't right now because unfortunately, I'm currently incapable of carrying the flame because I am locked in a hodl room, but I'm spiritually carrying it without playing the song.
Above Trump, Trump's AI image has a demon leading those soldiers above him. So there's like a distinct change there that Trump has made to it to add this demon throwing up fucking gang signs.
Yeah, why is that?
That's very interesting.
Does
Now,
anyone understand why he put the demon on there? Like that's another question that I had as well, because I saw the original. Like what reason could that be for? Is he just saying like I am literally Satan? He's just like giving Easter eggs?
Blasphemous when Nick Adams posted it. And Nick Adams actually seems to like this kind of thing because he also did another one from what I can see where he had this. President Trump is healing this nation and its people on a biblical scale. The devil hates this. Hey, Bozo, I don't know if you're actually literate or not, but if you are, I highly recommend reading the Bible because what you're doing, God hates. In fact, it's a direct wiping of your ass with the first commandment. This is actual textbook idolatry. He is worshiping Trump, not God. And there's so many in the MAGA movement, these fucking mosquitoes, that still are defending this. They clearly worship Trump, not the Lord and Savior, yet they try and pretend that they do through mental gymnastics. And unsurprisingly, the tool in their Batman utility belt that they always resort to, the tried and true whataboutism, they are now saying like, oh, this wasn't a big deal when Obama did it, and then pointing to like old covers on, what was it, like Newsweek or something, where they had like Obama in like a halo ring, and they had like Obama as Jesus and that kind of thing. Like, oh, now all of a sudden people want to be upset, but no one cared when Obama did it. Except it's ignoring a fundamental difference. Obama never posted that shit himself, and he wasn't openly, routinely engaging in that blasphemy like Trump does. So you can dislike Obama till the cows come home, but this is not the slam dunk comparison that the MAGA cult thinks it is. Blasphemous when that was happening with Obama too, from those people that were making those posts and those images and that kind of shit. That was also bad and blasphemous then as well. But the big difference there is Obama wasn't the one doing it. Trump, in this case, literally is and is actively encouraging it, having his spiritual advisor even have a speech comparing him to Jesus, and now dumping this AI image of him literally replacing him healing the sick, and also adding a demon over his head for some reason. Now, I already know where the conversation will inevitably go since I'm talking about this. People are going to be pointing at me saying, oh, well, how about this, hypocrite? You also replace Jesus with yourself and then use this image as the dunk. That's a thumbnail for the gaming channel Edgar made. I recently played through the I Am Jesus Christ game, which was actually a banger. I actually had quite a lot of fun playing it. It's got some flaws. It's not the best made game, but it was a pretty refreshing, fun experience. And it is pretty accurate, a pretty faithful adaptation of a lot of the messaging of the Bible. Now, that thumbnail picture is an old meme, a meme that for some reason is still kicking, where on Facebook there was an Instagram photo of myself that was edited and shared saying, say amen if you love Jesus or something, that kind of thing. And a lot of elderly Facebook mothers really ran hog wild with it, saying amen. Some of them even printed it off. It was like a big wacky situation that unfolded, believing that my appearance resembled that of like depictions of Jesus, that kind of thing. So it became a big meme of Charlie looks like Jesus, that thing. Now, I think there's a huge difference with that of this guy looks like images of Jesus versus this guy is literally Jesus. That is the messaging of Trump's spiritual advisor and Trump himself posting that photo, replacing him healing the sick. This wacky meme has never been replacing Jesus or comparing to Jesus or anything like that. It has only ever been, haha, he kind of looks like him a little bit. In the same way that people portray Jesus in plays or something. It's not a serious...
So the reason why he has to do that is because people who can't argue about what their side is representing can only engage in like hypocrisy baiting. That's why he has to cover his bases here. To us, it seems stupid, but you know the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet are absolutely dumbest motherfuckers that want to defend Donald Trump are gonna be like, says you. That's why he's trying to fucking cover his ass here against the most bad faith interpretations that will come his way.
It's like replacement of Jesus or anything like that, or besmirching the faith. Whereas with Trump and his administration, they are literally saying that he is just like Jesus, and even outright stating that he is healing the nation like Jesus and replacing Jesus with Trump. They are worshiping Trump over the Lord and Savior. That is blasphemy. Anyway, I just had a feeling that this would be brought up when it comes to this topic, so I wanted to get ahead of it. Anyway, this whole thing has been crazy to see unfolding here. I just had to yap about it. That's really about it. See ya.
This past week, he issued a rare condemnation of President Trump's threat to destroy Iranian civilization. The Pope called it, quote, true. He also took the unusual step of issuing a call to action.
Contact the authorities, political leaders, congressmen, to ask them, tell them to work for peace and to reject war always.
The Holy Father usually avoids calling out President Trump by name or any member of his administration. But in a Palm Sunday homily, he appeared to reference the religious language Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is Christian but not Catholic.
You know you can't hear it, right? I think people see me chewing and then they immediately fucking chirp, but you can't actually hear it. It's one of the strangest, like, you can maybe every now and then you can hear like one thing. I can in fact hear it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Let's try it once again. Okay. What's up? I can hear it. That's really interesting. Guess what? I actually fucking muted myself. That's how you know you sons of bitches are lying. Okay? Because I fucking muted myself. That's my whole point. You motherfuckers are liars, bro. A lot of you motherfuckers are liars. New York Post article dropped on you. Increasingly, lots of Dems are cozying up to a soundbite quest for youth vote, but setting themselves up to fail again. Why the fuck would the New York Post care about what the Democrats do? It's a right-wing dish rag. Yeah, notice how you audio perverts half the time don't actually hear anything. You just want to fucking chirp and act like you have misophonia. Okay? I've done this before. I always love testing the boundaries. I always want to hear whether or not you actually hear my mouth noises or not. So I will actively mute myself. I have a pretty solid noise gate, pretty reliable noise gate. But then also on top of that, I will sometimes mute myself to see who will fucking complain about the mouth noises, knowing full well that you do not actually hear me at all, and you instead are just complaining for no fucking reason.
Often uses to frame the war.
Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle.
Pope Leo warned that Jesus, quote, does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war.
It is, Terrell, new reaction this morning from Chicago's Catholic community following what's become a battle and the leader of the Catholic Church. This as Pope Leo just arrived in Algeria on a first ever papal visit, calling for peace in world affairs.
President Donald Trump taking aim at Pope Leo, blasting the first American pontiff over his criticism of the war with Iran. The president used a lengthy social media post to sharply criticize the Pope, saying he didn't think the Chicago-born leader of the Catholic Church is doing a very good job, and that, quote, he's a very liberal person.
He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world.
His comments come after Pope Leo suggested that the war is being fueled by what he calls a delusion of omnipotence and demanded that political leaders stop and negotiate peace.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo.
While on board the papal flight from Rome to Algeria, Pope Leo telling reporters he is simply focused on spreading the message of the gospel.
I have no fear at the end of the Trump administration or speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. That's what I believe. I am called to do what the church is called to do.
I do not look at my role as being political or politician. I don't want to get into a debate with him.
Parishioners at Holy Name Cathedral this morning with strong reactions to the president over the two sparring.
As a Christian and a Catholic,
He's the Pope, brother. There's no better depiction. There is perhaps no greater indication that American religiosity is just totally fucking phony than not even having like a little bit of reverence, a little bit of respect for the fucking Catholic Church and the papacy. We are a nation of heretics, okay? I just don't understand.
I've had enough. I've just had enough. I've supported many things he's done. I'm actually in favor of what we're doing in Iran, but this country needs real leadership, and what we're getting now is an absolute disgrace. And Americans need to stand up because it's disgusting.
I think it's deplorable that the President of the United States would take aim at our first American Pope, and instead of working together and having an understanding to attack is the wrong way to do it.
Archbishop of Chicago, Cardinal Blaise Cupich, also on CBS's 60 Minutes, criticizing Trump's rhetoric on social media and dehumanizing the victims of war, he says.
It is sickening to splice together movie cuts with actual bombing and targeting of people for the purposes of entertainment is sickening. This is not who we are. We're better than this.
And the White House has defended the videos, saying they highlight the success of the U.S. military. While it's not unusual for popes and presidents to necessarily not agree or share the same interests, it is rare for the Pope to criticize a U.S. leader and the president to directly respond.
I'm not sure if you saw.
We did. I saw that. Yeah. You think you're Jesus, but you're not.
For that picture, he will be taking a one-way trip to Gehenna hell.
Oh.
I don't think President Trump posted that. I think somebody else posted that.
Oh.
It's whatever.
Oh, here we are. We're in the fucking first stage. Okay, cope. Maximum cope. Oh, it must not have been my president. My president wouldn't do such a thing. It's like, brother, what planet are you living on? Out of all of the presidents, historically, fuck it, out of all the presidents around the world in like Western nations, Trump is probably the only president that's likely to post some shit like that about himself. What are you talking about?
The media wants you to believe is what gets posted most of the time.
Even though it's on his account. I mean, the media didn't post that.
Somebody.
Dog, this is such a funny argument because Trump also admitted to posting it. Someone said Gaddafi. Yeah. The reason why I said that, democratically elected Western nations, because like there are some, interesting fellows around the world that might, fancy themselves, might depict themselves in a similar fashion. That's why I said like it's most likely Trump out of all of the OECD nation leaders. Oh, Bummer did it all the time.
Else posted that, AI or somebody. President Trump didn't post that.
I don't know if he has a
Christian mentor, spiritual mentor, he definitely needs one. This is not okay by any means.
Sometimes you have to look beyond what the eye can see and see the deeper meaning from that post. What I see is a light in his hand. From what I see is him laying hands and healing the sick, which is what we have been called to do.
What do America's Christian faithful make of the president's pop at the Pope?
I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person.
I voted for him. I like him a lot, but there are times he's kind of going overboard.
Is he in trouble?
No. These videos are so funny because it's just like it directly proves what I've been saying about American Christianity usually. Like it's so fake. It's just a cult. It's a Trump cult. It's Christian nationalism. It's totally ridiculous. It's just a bunch of fucking people playing, doing tricks on it. Okay, these guys got a Christ-like figure in their minds, who happens to be the Antichrist, honestly. But that's it.
I don't think so.
I think before anybody criticizes the Pope, they need to think more than twice.
And what do they make of this?
I do support the president. I do not support what he just did there.
No, I never saw that before.
You sure that's not AI?
Yes, this is Trump as Jesus, an AI image posted by him, now deleted, by the way. I'm in Virginia at Holy Trinity, Gainesville, beyond the Washington, D.C. bubble. Trump does well in communities like this, but then so too does religion. Monday midday mass is well attended in this huge suburban church. So what happens here when Trump compares himself to Jesus and takes on the Pope? He posted the image of himself as Jesus.
Oh, well, that's a little over the top, I think. But yes.
But he still has...
Dog, if you're going to Monday midday mass, and you still have, an inconsistent statement here, you might as well just not go to Monday midday mass. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm more Christ-like than you, bitch. I'm a more committed defender of Christianity than you are at that point. And I'm not, right? I'm not a Christian at all. What good is it that you're going to Monday midday fucking mass and then you turn around and you're like, oh, well, it's not my favorite. It's like, that's unbelievable.
You'll support for now?
Yes.
The ones that vote for him are going to vote for him through thick and thin, no matter what. Because aside from this picture, this is the best president we've ever had, bar none.
And while we were talking, back in Washington, the president was backtracking.
They're all your favorites.
Sort of.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support.
As for the Pope, well,
we support the bombing of.
Had this.
I have no fear of neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel.
Finally then, why is the president lashing out at the Pope? Well, maybe because he hears him and he fears him. He can't remove him, he can't destroy him like he has so many of his opponents, his political opponents. The Pope is above all that. He's also an American. His voice resonates here far more.
There's nothing to apologize for. He's wrong.
But there's something else too, I think. Precisely because he's an American, Trump thinks he can more easily cast him as one of them, not one of us. And remember, 55% of American Catholics gave Trump their vote in 2024. They are watching this fight for sure.
New Kyle declaring total Hasan victory just dropped. Oh, yeah. I mean,
so as you guys know, there's a massive civil war going on when it comes to MAGA, specifically among the pundits. The base is still with Trump, but the right-wing pundits are at war with each other. But is that there's also currently a Democratic civil war going on. And in that Democratic civil war, you have Third Way, which is a literal corporate organization. They are going after Hasan Piker, and by extension, everybody on the left flank of the Democratic Party, okay? And what they've done is they've smeared Hasan viciously and relentlessly. They've called him an anti-Semite, which he's not. That's absurd to call him that. They say, he's not a team player. They compare him to Nick Fuentes and say that this guy is just as extreme as Nick Fuentes. And what they're trying to do is cancel the entire left flank of the political spectrum and say, you can't take these people seriously. The Democratic Party needs to be a right-leaning party. They need to be a centrist party. And they need to represent the interests of the Israel lobby and corporation.
Dude, Dark World Commander hath spoken, okay? He's declared
That's
victory.
the fight that's going on.
Over the right-wing forces of the party.
They thought that by canceling Hasan Piker and, quoting him out of context and running his worst moments, they thought they'd be able to shut this guy out completely. In reality, the exact opposite has happened. Okay? In reality, now more people are Googling him than ever before, and people are tuning into his channel to see, well, what's this guy really about? And what they find out very quickly is, oh my God, he's been viciously lied to and viciously smeared. And so this backfired colossally. Now, having said that, we also now have hit the peak here because the king of the liberals himself, Ezra Klein, he is now out here defending Hasan in no uncertain terms. So he writes an article. The original title of the article in the New York Times is, Hasan Piker is not the enemy. Oh my goodness. Oh my. The Israel lobby is seething. Third Way is seething. The Diet MAGA Democrats are seething at this. Now, in this, he goes, basically comment for comment, all the ones that people say are the worst Hasan Piker comments. And he breaks them down and says, look, I disagree with this one in this way, but this one is out of context, and they're smearing him for this reason and that reason. And he even, swats away the most pervasive lie, nefarious lie about Hasan, that he's somehow an anti-Semite because he criticizes Israel, because he criticizes the genocide, and because he's anti-Zionist, because he's against ethno-states, and he's for secular democracies, right? So Ezra Klein says the following, ready? Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility, I should say. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate Jewish people, eventually they will believe you, says Ezra Klein. He also says this, but to only focus on those comments is to miss much else that Piker has said and believes. He has also said, from pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for the instability and economic volatility that people in power caused. A resilient nation anti-Semitism is a constant threat. He has called anti-Semitism gross, immoral, and a hate crime. He has promoted John Ossoff, a Democratic senator from Georgia who is Jewish, as a 2028 presidential possibility. In previous presidential primaries, Piker has supported Bernie Sanders, who is also Jewish. It is an unusual form of Jew hatred that calls out anti-Semitism and promotes Jewish Americans for the presidency. God damn, son. So this is a complete and total.
It's just so crazy because it's so basic. It's such an obvious truth. And it calls into question why all of the pundit class refused to just say this incredibly basic truth. Because one of my first defenders also was Bernard Sanders. Like when people were like, Hasan is a dangerous anti-Semite, what do you have to say to that? Bernie was like, no, it's ridiculous. So like, but weirdly enough, all of that got lost, I guess, in translation.
Not only Hasan Piker victory, but it is by proxy a victory for the entire left flank. They tried to cancel the entire left flank of the Democratic Party here and failed miserably because we are rising. It is our turn to take the reins of power. It is our turn to fight back against the fascists and show the corporate centrists how it's done. Your limp dick approach to politics, where you half agree with psychotic fascist imperialist terrorists, is never going to work. It's never going to win, and it's immoral. We need actual lefties. We need the opposite of MAGA. And now we're going to teach you a lesson, and we're going to show you how this thing goes, okay? Hasan also went on another place, which I think it's fair to call the king of the liberals here. Ezra Klein is the king of the liberals, and then I guess you could call PodSave like the liberal lion's den or something, right? They did a long interview here, and they got into it. And man, again, the attempt to cancel Hasan backfired colossally. All of those candidates who were out there saying, I wouldn't go on his show, I would never, how dare you? They now look incredibly, immensely out of touch and stupid.
The Ossoff shit got cooked on Twitter for ended up helping you, lol. Yeah, no shit, dude.
And by the way, the people like Slotkin who said, I wouldn't go on Hasan
Like, yeah. Oh, you mean to tell me that Twitter leftists have not the best instincts sometimes and get a little overzealous, far too overzealous for their own good? That's so shocking.
Show. She goes on Bill Maher's show all the time, and Bill Maher says actually bigoted shit, says genuinely Islamophobic shit, says insane stuff from time to time. By the way, Bill Maher said about the 9/11 hijackers, well, they weren't cowards. Say what you want about them, but they definitely weren't cowards. They flew a plane into a building. If Hasan said that, I wouldn't be in the same room as you. How dare you? But Bill Maher said it, and Alyssa Slotkin brags about going on Bill Maher's show. These people are dinosaurs. They're completely and utterly out of touch. And the fact of the matter is, they have leftist derangement syndrome. That's what it is. So here is Hasan Piker on Crooked Media here on Pod Save America, and listen to this back and forth.
You said you wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom against JD Vance. You vote third party.
I mean, I don't even think that's going to be a problem.
Well, but like a lot of people.
In other words, what he's saying here is, Gavin's going to lose the primary. He's going to lose the primary because he's shooting himself in the dick. He's shooting himself in the dick by talking to Ben Shapiro and saying to Ben Shapiro that he doesn't think what Israel did is a genocide, when like 90% of Democrats believe it is a genocide and are morally outraged by it. He's shooting himself in the dick by arguing against a billionaire's tax in California right now as we speak, when Democrats are waking up and realizing class politics is like a factual truth, right? I mean, we just saw the whole Epstein scandal. They're raping kids on an island. This is what the top 1% is. This is what the Epstein class is. And Gavin Newsom wants to make sure we don't raise their taxes. So this is why it's not going to be a problem, because Gavin Newsom is probably not going to hang on and become the winner, because he doesn't have the politics that fit the moment.
Including people who share a lot of your critiques of the Democratic Party, hear that and think, like, this is the problem. When the stakes are concrete, like a Vance presidency, another 4 years of what we're living through, the people who say they're building a movement would, rather preserve their own power than, do what winning requires and, hold your nose and vote for what you believe would be the lesser of two evils. Like, how do you respond to that?
I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a never Trumper. I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a triple Trump voter, okay? Because it turns out that's all they're tuned into. So if what it takes for the Democrats to turn around and be like, wait a minute, we're losing this guy, we have to win him over again or whatever, instead of just like taking my vote for granted as they've done so over and over again for the left flank, then, I'm going to say things that may or may not. Did you just say who's the blonde guy? That's the king. That's the dark woke commander, Kyle Kalinske, chatter. Put some respect on his name. End up being true, but it doesn't matter. We're so far out from the election anyway that it's like I'm just saying, look, now is your opportunity to find a good candidate instead.
But you see as we head into these, that like after what we've lived through these last years, the stakes and the stark difference between even a Democrat who you and I might find not up to par, to say the least, versus Vance or whoever the fuck they put up.
Of course. I mean, I hate Republicans. I oppose them. I say that all the time. I think that the Republicans are far more damaging. The biggest terrorists. The biggest domestic terrorist in this country, the biggest terrorist internationally is the Republican Party. And not only that, but it's just like I want to fight against the growing movement in this country. My frustration with the Democrats is their conciliatory attitude towards that and their lack of investment in this struggle. This idea that, on the one hand, you say Donald Trump's a dangerous force. I see that. I recognize that. But then you turn around and you take on his anti-immigrant narratives and anti-immigrant messaging from the 2020 election that you won.
By the way, that's a bar. The Republican Party is the biggest terror organization on the planet. That's a bar. That's also something I've been saying for a long time. Like, you guys know my whole spiel. It's a fascist, terrorist, imperialist death cult. That's what the Republican Party is at this point. So I'm in total agreement with the Democrats and the liberals when they say, like, listen, when push comes to shove, whoever gets through the primary, not only will I vote for them, I will crawl over broken glass to vote for them, without a doubt. Okay? So, like, that's going to happen regardless. Having said that, we can do better than Newsom. We can do better than people who are constantly cucking themselves to MAGA and the Republicans, okay? That's the part that people need to realize, that part of pulling your weight and saying, listen, I want to support you, but here's what I want. Here's what I want. There's a clip of Kamala Harris talking about how we need to be more transactional in our politics. Don't be afraid to speak up and say, you want my vote? Here's what I want from you. I'm not asking. I am demanding you end the illegal and offensive war against Iran. I'm demanding that you do that, okay? Like, this is how politics functions. And everybody seems to understand that unless and until it's a left-winger who's saying, look, we're years out from the election, but I'm just telling you right now, this is the path I want you to take, and this is the path to victory. Somehow it's a scandal whenever somebody on the left says it. And by the way, all of the polling data backs up what the lefties always say. Like, hey, An ideal Democratic candidate would want Medicare for all. They'd want a living wage. They'd want free college. They'd want universal child care. They'd want to raise taxes on the wealthy. They'd want to end the wars, okay? They want to arrest the Trump regime thugs and criminals, arrest the Epstein class criminals, okay? They would realize that the enemy are the billionaires and the fascists and the warmongers. This is like basic shit, right? And we're allowed to have our preferences. We're allowed to voice our opinions. We're allowed to say, hey, that Democrat is way too cozy with MAGA and far too right-wing and far too corporate. You need to be allowed to say, especially years out from a fucking election. Yes, if it's the day before the election, everybody should be, like I said, I crawl over broken glass to vote for any fucking Democrat against this terrorist organization that we call the Republican Party. But like, there's a time and place for a primary and for a fight and to pick who's going to be the standard bearer. And the point that Hasan is making is, hey, you motherfuckers, like the Clintonites, you've had your chance like fucking multiple times over, bitch, right? And what happened? You kept losing. And so instead of shunning and disrespecting and spitting in the eye of the left, maybe you should learn from the left, especially when you have right-wingers like MAGA people who are saying
the focus on child games is so great that law enforcement are privately employing terms like cloud chasing and aura farming in its intelligence reporting. See the article. The FBI has new target, preteen terrorists. Wait, what? Bleach your hair? I mean, at this point, I might as well, you know what I'm saying?
Openly, oh, I would never vote for a Democrat under any circumstances whatsoever. Okay, then why are you bending over backwards to try to please them when you should be trying to please people like Hasan who are telling you, look, I want to vote for you. Here are my conditions, right? So, I mean, it's flawless victory for the left, flawless victory for Hasan. And if you go and you read the comment section of the New York Times piece that Ezra Klein wrote and read the comment section of the Pod Save America podcast, you'll find out very quickly, it's over. It's over. We won. The left has won the Democratic Civil War. There is no coming back for the corporate centrist diet MAGA hacks. You're too cozy with the right. You're too cozy with power. You're too cozy with big money. And like, now is our moment. It is the Democratic Tea Party moment. And so that's what we're about to get. We're about to see what it's like when the left actually has.
The difference between 2016 and 2018 versus this time around, by the way, is that the liberals were in charge of the hashtag resistance against Donald Trump last time around. This time, they just totally gave up. They engaged in unconditional surrender against the Trump regime. And when the liberals were in charge of hashtag resistance, you mean 2020? No. I'm talking about specifically 2016 and 2018 when Trump was president and liberals were in charge of the resistance. Their focus was about pushing the needle on social progress in an effort not to have a sincere conversation about economic progress. They rarely ever genuinely defended economic progress. As a matter of fact, people will say, oh, how can you say that? Kamala Harris and numerous other Democrats voted in favor of Medicare for all. Well, guess what? Those guys weren't serious about it at all. In 2020, they literally coalesced around Joe Biden so that Joe Biden could tank Medicare for all, being the prominent fixture of the 2020 race against Donald Trump, shepherded by Bernard Sanders. Okay? This time, things are very different. This time, you actually do have Democrats out there in large numbers running around advocating for Medicare for all openly, advocating for a split from Israel openly, especially considering that that's a fairly important policy difference between regular Democrats, centrist Democrats, Israel First Democrats, and the actual left flank. That's a major problem for the centrist Democrats. But in terms of changing the Democratic Party's makeup into one that doesn't compromise on social issues and doesn't have to compromise on social issues because they are advocating for policies that materially improve the working class or the working class's lives. If we go into the midterms with that message, it's over. If you carry that momentum into the presidential election in 2028, it's doubly over. If you were to elect the FDR-style figure into a position of power, Republican fascism would slowly but surely unwind, and there would be an FDR-style swing where the Republicans would start conceding to quote-unquote woke positions in an effort to win elections, like they did in American history between the period of FDR and Carter.
Control. And all I'll say is the last time the left flank actually had control was during FDR's reign. And what happened then? Well, at his peak, he had 80% of the House and 4 fucking presidential elections. Because Americans got a little taste of something called...
Any chance you're going to the downtown LA rallies for the LAUSD strike? Brother, I don't know if you know this, but I'm currently in New York City.
Social democracy, and they creamed themselves, and they said, oh my God, let's only have this forever and ever and ever. Right? So the same thing would happen today.
Yes, bro. I'm not even pre-watching. We're just mind. We share one mind, you know, as a hive mind.
If you have somebody who's an actual social democrat who delivers on their promises for the American people, if they end the wars and spend that money here at home, it would be, Americans would breathe a huge sigh of relief, and we'd finally get on the path of fixing this country. Okay, so massive W for Hasan, massive W for the left. Shout out to Ezra Klein for actually being reasonable. There's parts here and there in the article that I disagree with, but overall it was very fair, very reasonable, very level-headed, and he's telling the truth. And he realized, look, I can't write an article saying, Charlie Kirk did politics the right way because he talked to people, and then also go after Hasan. Like, yeah, every Democrat in the country said, oh, where's the liberal Joe Rogan? Then here's a liberal Joe Rogan, and they go, no, not like that. Well, Ezra Klein realizes that's absurd, that's ridiculous. No, this guy is going to be in the tent, and you're going to have to deal with that, even if you don't fucking like that. Okay? So, shout out to Ezra for that, and shout out to the PodSave guys who never wavered in their support of Hasan. They have some disagreements with him, but they have those conversations on air, and it's very clear that they're working on a similar political project. And the fact of the matter is, what's happening to Democrats in this country is the exact same thing that happened to Jennifer Welch of the I've Had It podcast. She'll be the first one to tell you that, like, yeah, there was a time where I loved Hillary and I hated Bernie, and then here we are years later, and I realized I was wrong. I realized Bernie was the one who was actually going to fight Trump and fight MAGA and actually deliver on promises for the American people and for the working class. And that's happening to Democrats and liberals all across this country, is that there's a synthesis happening right now between liberals and leftists, where they're saying to us, hey, you guys were right about, about X, Y, and Z, about all these different policy things, about how to fight MAGA. And on the flip side of that, look, we've, us leftists have taken some genuine points from these liberals. I think the liberals were 100% correct to be the first ones to have Trump derangement syndrome. Trump derangement syndrome is just factually correct. It's just the right reaction to a man who's a fascist, imperialist terrorist, right? And so we've taken some of their stuff too, and I'm willing to give them credit. I've said before, like, break out the liberal apology forms for a lot of the shit that, I was originally skeptical of. No,
I've been TDS. That's the other part of this that annoys me, right? The other part of this story that fucking annoys me is the liberals that come at me as though, like, I'm pro-Trump. That shit frustrates me endlessly, because it's like, no, I understand the danger. You don't. That's why you thought business as usual politics works here, and you fucking failed. Like, I've been saying Donald Trump's a fucking fascist.
He's the most corrupt man to ever fucking grace that White House ever. His populism was completely and utterly fake. The most hyperbolic, hair on fire, liberal who went after Trump, biggest resistance types. Not only were they right, they were more right than even they realized. Okay? So the synthesis of liberals and leftists is happening, and it's going to continue. But the ones who are going to be left in the dustbin of history are the diet MAGA Democrats. They are the corporate Democrats. They are the Israel lobby Democrats. There's no coming back for them. And I think this weekend proved that more than anything else ever has.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
What is this censoring?
Your father, a censor for Jimmy Kimmel?
Yeah.
He is literally the overseer just for that show?
Yeah.
When he heard that Charlie Kirk joke that Jimmy Kimmel made, did he go, loved it?
It wasn't even a joke. It was like a statement.
No, it was it was a statement, and it didn't fully implicate, but it basically kind of blamed conservatives
for the death of Charlie Kirk.
Kirk.
Which,
and they
isn't wrong. I mean, America deserved 9/11 in the same way.
Where's your dad?
Where's your dad?
I don't know. John Marco, I couldn't tell you.
By the way, does she? Why is she copying my fucking swag then? Ivy's kind of annoying, not gonna lie. I don't know who this is. I have no idea who this person is, but right off rip, she gives me like Red Scare girly vibes.
Joke. It was.
She has like a Red Scare vibe to her. You know what I mean? Seems more charismatic than them, and is fairly funny off of the clips I've seen. But I can see her being like, I hate Hasan. He's so fucking annoying. He's so woke. He sucks. Because all the people around me feel that way. She went on a 10-minute IG rant about you a year ago because you were mean to her. Wait, what? I was mean to her? I know who this is. She's on TV. She's not really a politic person. She's an actor. Do people know who Red Scare is at this point? Dude, sometimes there are things that I guess I cover and just totally forget. It's kind of scary. It's actually kind of scary when you say like, "Oh, dude, you talked about her and she went on a 10-minute IG rant about you because you were mean to her." But like, I don't remember. But I think she's funny. Red Scare is like a edgy. It was about the show Honora she was in. Red Scare is a podcast that used to be like Cumtown and Chapo adjacent, hosted by Dasha and the other one. And one of them became like a anti-vaxxer freak who almost killed her child because of her anti-vaxxer shit. They are homies with like Alex Jones. They went from like being, socialism curious. The podcast itself was literally named after, the Red Scare, to straight up fucking fascists, constantly leaning into more and more edgy commentary. I believe they might have been Peter Thiel funded as well. But yeah, they have Dime Square is like the movement that had zero cultural products and unlimited articles written about them, because during the 2020 lockdowns and in 2021, every New York Times writer wanted to be friends with these people that they perceived to be so edgy and so heterodox in their thinking. She isn't Red Scare adjacent. Okay, well, I was just saying she seems like Red Scare adjacent, but maybe she's not. This girl is funny though. I don't know what she just has like Red Scare, Dime Square vibes, but she's very funny with the clips that I've seen of her recently. She is? Oh, there you go. I mean, that was 2 years ago. Maybe she's no longer Red Scare adjacent. I don't fucking know. But it does make sense. Maybe she's not anymore. I don't know. I don't really care, to be honest. Who gives a fuck? Okay, whatever. She's Red Scare. What is this? Years ago, I was called a left-hard conspiracy theorist for suggesting the Red Scare podcast was a Thiel-funded cultural project, particularly via Thiel's Founders Fund, funded Patreon network, to do social engineering. Oh yeah, they do. They did do stuff with like Steve Bannon and all these other people. Alex Jones. Yeah, I mean, they went right wing. They went totally right wing. I think they'll pivot back though, because now MAGA is so repulsive that you can't be in the in crowd. You can't have anything hip. They were the major purveyors of like right wing reactionary politics is actually counterculture. You know what I mean? That's what they were doing for the longest time. Like, oh, to be able to say the R word is to choose freedom. That kind of shit. And I feel like the cultural cachet for that sort of thing is gone. So I doubt that. I mean, they're not that relevant anyway. They never really were, but they were relevant for a tiny in-group of New York media, and that's why they endlessly covered it. But because the media's reach is totally dampened at this point, it didn't really matter much. It didn't really mean much for average people. Anyway, Adam Johnson, setting aside the fact that these guys are an astro project of PPI, which is funded by ExxonMobil, Big Pharma, Big Tobacco, Amazon, etc., none of them can explain how a country that commits genocide, according to Human Rights Watch and Amnesty, and maintains apartheid, according to Human Rights Watch and Amnesty, is not authoritarian. Yeah. Adam Johnson here is talking shit about the new liberals. Read their message. What is it? Hasan, I'm Jewish and I was Zionist before I discovered you shortly after October 7th, after like mental whiplash. So I was initially reluctant to speak out because I figured I would be blasted by my parents and friends. My mom called me a self-hating Jew, and psychos have come out and called me other expletives. But I'd rather be called names for fighting for human rights and fascism than being silent. Thank you for believing in all of us. Hell yeah, chatter. Sorry you got timed out by the FOSSA bot because your statement is over the word count. But that's why we do it. Hell yeah. Liberals are still freaking the fuck out. When asked if he took the post down because Gaines and others criticism, President Trump said no. I didn't listen to Riley Gaines. I'm not a big fan of Riley, actually. Oh, no. Trump said, fuck Riley Gaines. Riley Gaines can't even get 5th place in Trump's heart, dude. That's another race that she lost. You know what I'm saying? 22-year-old American Jew. I had the exact same experience, although my family's actually nicer than his. That's good. You got to keep fighting the good fight and try to convert your parents, too. This photo. Yeah, I saw the post. Jeremiah Johnson is like one of my most annoying for the record. It's one of those like irrelevant guys that they always go to get quotes on me. Like if it's like a right-wing paper or a center-right publication, they always will go to this guy. He's like giving quotes about me to, New York Post, shit like that. Anyway, New Liberals did a whole podcast on my illiberal nature. Jeremiah Johnson, there's something missing from Hasan Piker discourse. Hasan's fans and critics often overlook the most troubling fact about him. The core problem with Hasan Piker is that on a fundamental level, he doesn't believe in liberal democracy. And this is, once again, a desperate attempt for a Twitter think tank. It's not even like a real think tank at all. I don't think they have any serious policy papers or anything like that. I believe, as Adam Johnson correctly pointed out, it's an AstroTurf project of PPI, which is funded by ExxonMobil, Big Pharma, Big Tobacco, Amazon, and they are not only pro-Israel. That guy endorsed Eric Adams over Zoran, by the way. Yeah. These guys hate. This is an even less relevant version of Third Way. At least Third Way is like directly being funded by these organizations, by these corporations, and has like more institutional relevance, which is waning, of course. But these guys have none of that, right? They're just Twitter shit posters, the fucking globe emoji on their accounts. It's basically Reddit r/neoliberal personified. Okay. All of the worst instincts of the Democratic Party are they manifest in these people. They're all Destiny fans as well, which is really crazy. And they spend every waking moment, just like that fucking freak sex pest pervert does, saying Democrats should not associate with Hasan because Hasan is bad for the brand. They should instead associate with me. And what's funny is, of course, Sex Pestini is an infinitely more reviled figure for all of the things that he has done and even the values that he espouses, right? So while they spend a good deal of time trying to smear me actively, no, Eric Adams wasn't endorsed by Adam Johnson if citations needed. They're saying Jeremiah Johnson endorsed Eric Adams over Zoran Mamdani. So their co-chair, Maya Luna, I believe is her name, threatened the Code Pink ladies to ask Trump to sink their mission to Cuba. Deranged shit. Yeah. She's also talked about, ICE, like ICE being operations, shit like that. They literally aren't even good at being anti-Trump because they're so right-wing. They're so right-wing that they end up sometimes sincerely agreeing with Donald Trump, sometimes jokingly agreeing with Donald Trump. It's very, very strange. But basically, this guy wrote this whole thing, and it's all, he loves China. He loves the authoritarian nature of China, some of which is like a misunderstanding of the point that I'm making. Some of it is like deliberately clips out of context, putting words in my mouth, that sort of shit. Classic stuff, right? You've heard it a million times over. Every chapter has no events. Of course, they don't have like a serious movement. There is no real sincere movement there. But it's really funny because like liberalism is failing right now. And that's precisely the reason why that failure of liberalism has created a growth of fascism in this country. And these guys unironically lean into some of those fascist tendencies with regular frequency. And I don't even think it's because they sincerely think like, light fascism is better than socialism or whatever. But I think the reason why they're doing it is because from a corporate standpoint, because all they care about is fucking corporations and corporate interests and demonstrating ideological zealotry towards neoliberalism, which is, again, probably the biggest, most spectacular failure of an ideology of the fucking 21st century. Luckily, they have no motion whatsoever, but if the Democrats were to listen to them even further, holy shit, I mean, we would be totally cooked. But yeah, I don't really want to spend, this was the funniest part, I don't really want to spend tons of time talking about Hasan, so I'm going to make this one long thread, and then God willing, hopefully not have to talk about this for a while. But it is plainly obvious to anyone with eyes that Piker is an ideological authoritarian. Hasan spends an astonishing amount of time defending authoritarian regimes, apologizing for them, running cover for them, promoting them, parroting their propaganda, and more. There are dozens of examples of this. Let's see what Piker has to say about China. Hasan earlier this year went to a trip to China, did nothing but glaze the authoritarian government there. By the way, glaze the authoritarian government of China is me saying, hey, you know how China doesn't wage wars and instead spends all of that money building high-speed rail and developing infrastructure? Perhaps we should do that. That's my glazing of China, because these guys, at the end of the day, have the same exact toxic, repulsive, xenophobic, and, dare I say, either Orientalist or racist mentality that Republicans embody, right? Which is, oh, you're saying that it's good that China has high-speed rail and we should do that as well here in the United States of America, the wealthiest nation on earth? Well, clearly, you're a China lover. Instead of, advocating to blow up the Three Gorges Dam, you are saying there are lessons that we can learn from Chinese governance. That must mean you love China and you hate the United States of America. You want the United States of America to die. This idea is one that was always commonplace in American politics. The problem is this idea was only commonplace in right-wing circles for the longest time, right? Although liberals also carry some of those tendencies and have always carried some of those xenophobic tendencies, there was an attitude amongst liberals, even during the USSR period, for example, even if they were liberals who would still be a little bit more open-minded about why these foreign adversaries were considered foreign adversaries, liberals that were actually doves that demanded a true, sincere anti-war message. That's now gone. There is not really that wing of the party any longer. It doesn't really exist in the party at all. And unfortunately, this is part of the reason why it's virtually indistinguishable. Like our foreign policy between the Democrats and the Republicans, with the exception of Donald Trump, who's a fucking psycho, is the foreign policy is virtually indistinguishable, and these guys like it that way. And that's precisely the reason why they attack people like myself in the same fashion, right? This is a more wordy, more verbose version of what like Jesse Waters or Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro would say about me. Hasan loves America. If you don't like Hasan hates America. If you don't love America, why don't you leave? Is basically the short and sweet version of what this fucking dipshit is saying. Hasan earlier this year went on a trip to China, did nothing but glaze the authoritarian government. Given that Hasan is a full-time political commentator, you might think he'd have something to say about their lack of basic rights, the brutal repression of Tibet, the Uyghur genocide, how China crushed Hong Kong's freedoms, how they threatened Taiwan, etc. But nothing, only praise. Again, doesn't even like factor in my criticisms of China. In many respects, many of the things that he's talking about, I have actually offered critical coverage to. But of course, that would undermine the argument that he's trying to present here, that I have a non-nuanced version, a totally rose-colored attitude about China, both internally and also its foreign policy and things like that. China is a country that has no gay marriage, bans gay dating apps, bans the depiction of sissy men in media, and severely represses gay people. When asked about it, Hasan acknowledges none of it and tries to blame it on Apple. That's also literally not true. I don't know why he said that. I have actually talked about this as well. It's a little bit ridiculous that he's making it seem like that's the case. Piker was harassed by secret police in Tiananmen Square for recording there, and his response was immediately, well, America's still worse, and to lie to you that you can't be arrested for memes. Mind you, China is a country that has mobile execution vans and disappears, what the fuck? Disappears students for holding up blank sheets of paper, having the wrong opinions of the public could be a death sentence. What the fuck? The more you hear him talk, it's clear he doesn't just care that China kills dissidents. He likes the Chinese way of doing things. You don't have to take my word for it. Ask directly which country's socialism he would emulate. He doesn't say Sweden or Norway. He says China is the one we should follow and learn lessons from. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was in that questionnaire, in that back and forth. Like, this is just being racist, okay? You are not like a sincere critique of my commentary or even like a reasonable critique of what China does. This is just pure racialized nonsense. You're like, China is literally assassinating dissidents in broad daylight with mobile execution vans. In China, if you say the word Xi Jinping, someone will come and assassinate you. Here is Hasan openly stating in this conversation, by the way, the hopes here, for the record, the hopes here is that no one actually watches these clips and maybe like comes to their own conclusions, right? Because if you watch these clips, you will understand I'm making a fairly convincing argument about, like, you know, Chinese development, control over flows of capital, and how beneficial that is for being able to design a society in your own vision in a way that actually is helpful in advancing and improving the material conditions of the working class. Okay? That's just true. It's we can close our eyes to that reality. We can plug our ears and say, la, la, la, la, la, I can't hear you. And for the record, that can be a standalone thing that we do here in the United States of America without emulating other social repressions, for example, which I always say are totally unnecessary. Okay? Every time China comes up, sometimes takes the CCP side. Every time. Here's an example where it basically says Chinese colonialism in Tibet and the eradication of Tibetan culture was justified. Again, that did not happen. Okay? Once again, you can get mad at me if you want, but that did not happen. There are certain things that these people will also lie about and say, oh, Hasan, you had no take on, you know, the Uyghur apprehensions in Xinjiang. That's bullshit. I have talked about it extensively. You're out of your fucking mind. You're just lying, right? But as far as like, you know, certain historical incidents that have taken place. Yeah, by the way, he's like, I'm done talking about Hasan, and then just like literally spams as many clips as possible. It's not just the CCP that Hasan loves to praise. He'll cave for virtually any authoritarian state. He wishes that the USSR had won the Cold War over the United States. I do wish that the USSR was not dissolved. The USSR's dissolution was the worst incident of the 20th century. It absolutely destroyed the balance that we had on this planet, okay? It straight up is the reason why neoliberalism accelerated and has actually caused the Western world to collapse in and of its own damn self due to its own successes, okay? That's just the truth. You can complain about it, but you should at least understand the point that I'm trying to make instead of turning around and being like, oh, he loves the USSR. This is the type of shit that's unintellectual, intellectually incurious, and really fucking annoying, right? These are the people who are supposed to be, these are the people, I should have said one of the worst events of the 20th century. These are the people that are supposed to behave, these are people who personally think that they're more intelligent than the Republicans. And yet, when push comes to shove, they behave in the exact same manner, and they also exhibit the exact same racialized animus. Okay? The dissolution of the USSR was not only devastating for the Eastern Bloc, it was devastating for Russia, but it abso-fucking-lutely was even devastating for the Western world. Because in the absence of a multipolar world, in the absence of another polar power, okay, that was able to keep the United States of America's imperialism in check, that was able to be the alternative vision of an economic organization of society that Western nations, especially ones in close proximity, had to pay close attention to and offer certain amenities to their own citizens. We have unlimited neoliberalism. We have unlimited austerity in the Western world. We have unlimited militarism as well. And we've seen the realities, like people's, in the Western world, people's living conditions have worsened year over year since the fucking 90s. We've leaned into the greed of capital owners as a direct consequence of a non-existent USSR that offered the threat of a good promise, a threat of a good alternative. He's defended Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He said Americans are 9/11. He later apologized, but it's pretty clear in context he actually believes that and apologized to cover his ass. Took a trip to Cuba that was similar to his China trip. He endlessly praised the authoritarian government. Like, saying this about Cuba is also, again, it gives the game away. At least with China, you can criticize China because China is a great power in this world, right? China has become a major power that is not only competitive with the United States of America, but will overtake the United States of America fairly soon, right? But when you fucking talk about Cuba being this like authoritarian nightmare, that's just ideology, okay? Cuba is nowhere near as authoritarian as the other American ally states and certainly all of America's foreign adversary states as well. The idea that you are claiming that Cuba is this like authoritarian nightmare is fucking ridiculous. Cuba has existed under economic warfare conditions for its entire existence since the Cuban Revolution. And in spite of that, they've had a fairly responsive form of governance, a lot more responsive in certain instances than the American version of governance. While voter participation voter participation is fairly low at this point, unfortunately, the youth have completely checked out of playing policy making side. There are instances where, you know, they've done constitutional referendums, for example. The idea that a one-party state could not be responsive in its politics is silly. It's just not true. It's objectively not true. They have a different system than we do. But then again, we have allies that are straight up fucking monarchies, and I don't see liberals chirping about that anytime soon, right? And that reactionary like to cynically bring up gay rights as if that's the end-all be-all of justice. Hey, Cuba has better gay rights than the U.S. Exactly. That's why they can't use gay rights in Cuba. I don't believe that any country is a moral country. I don't think that, you know, nation states behave on moral boundaries, on moral terms. But if there was one that was a moral country, as close to a moral country as possible, I would say is Cuba. For how little they have, for how responsive the government is usually to the needs of the people, it's incredible. And what have they gotten for that? I mean, they've sent their military to help African countries engage in anti-colonial resistance, and like they've played a role in the liberation of African former colonies. Like they've done so much, and that's precisely the reason why America still has this like mental hang up where they perceive Cuba to be a state sponsor of terror. Even Fetterman just tweeted about you, John Fetterman. Hasan, dude, Mediaite is also so unbelievably pro-Israel. It's really funny. Mediaite used to be this like liberal outlet, but in the last couple of years, they have just totally dropped it. They are so insanely invested in defending Israel. It's very funny. John Fetterman, the left, 2026, Hamas, check. Nazi tattoo, check. Israel and Iron Dome, Anyway, J.D. Vance did an interview. Let's take a look. Vice President J.D. Vance says that ending uranium enrichment was a non-negotiable red line for the Trump admin that Iran failed to meet during intense marathon negotiations in Islamabad last week. Following 21 hours of talks that ended on April 12, Vance noted that while there were substantive discussions and some progress, the Iranian delegation ultimately chose not to accept the core U.S. terms regarding their nuclear program.
Wrong. I also think things went right. We made a lot of progress, but we also made very clear, and I think made what the terms where the United States could make some accommodation, what terms we were flexible on, and what things we absolutely needed to see in order for the President of the United States to feel like he was getting a good deal. And so we laid those things out. We had some good conversations. I think it was the first time that you had ever seen the Iranian government, the U.S. government meet at such a high level, maybe in the history of the current leadership of Iran. So that's, I think, a positive. And again, we did make some progress in the negotiation. The big question from here on out is whether the Iranians will have enough flexibility, whether the Iranians will accept the critical things that we need to see in order for things to get done.
Well, what are the red lines, like, for Iran, and what didn't they accept? Why are we at the place we're at now?
Yeah, so back out just a little bit, Brett. What the President of the United States has said is, number one, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. So all of our red lines flow from that fundamental premise, because it is one thing for the Iranians to say that they themselves are never going to have a nuclear weapon. They are willing to say that, and that's good. But you have to, of course, verify these things. And there are two things in particular where the President of the United States really said we have no flexibility. We have to get to the outcome that the President said. On the first of those things, what some people call the dust, which is the enriched uranium that the Iranians currently possess. We have said that we want that to come out of their country, and we would like to take possession of it. Now, why does that matter? That doesn't matter, of course, because they have access to that material now. That material is actually buried underground by Operation Midnight Hammer. But if you think about this over the long haul, the president doesn't want to leave the next president or the president after that to be worrying about this program. And so we out of the country completely so that the United States has control of it. That's number one. And the second thing is that, again, to this point about verification, it's one thing for the Iranians to say that they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. It's another thing for us to put in place.
How does Vance look malnourished and chubby at the same time? Contradictions. He contains multitudes. You don't understand.
The mechanism to ensure that's not going to happen. Part of that is, of course, to ensure that they don't have the ability to enrich uranium, which is how they got so close to a nuclear weapon before. So those are really the two things where, frankly, the Iranians, I think, did make some progress. They moved in our direction, which is why I think we would say that we had some good signs, but they didn't move far enough. And so what we decided is, you know what, given that we don't think this current team and this current timeline is going to be able to make a deal, let them go back to Tehran. We're going to go back to Washington, and that's where we are today. When it comes to weapons of
Wait, what they've done is engage in this active economic
war. What they have done is engage in this active economic against the entire world. They basically threatened any ship that's moving through the Straits of Hormuz. Well, as the President of the United States showed, two can play at that game. And if the Iranians are going to try to engage in
he's like, wait, he's just, that's awesome. Oh, you can do economic. Only we get to do economic. It's so funny. What a hilarious admission.
We're going to abide by a simple principle that no Iranian ships are getting out either. We know that's a big deal to them. We know that applies additional economic leverage. And again, Brett, the president wants the Iranian people to thrive.
I would really like to hear your opinion about countries like Norway more. Number one in press freedom, wealth tax. The government has to house homeless people, big on equality, very egalitarian. Why is China better in your view? Why promote their system more? Honest question. I've never heard you bringing up a Scandinavian country as an example when you're streaming alone. First of all, I'm fond of the social democratic system. As a matter of fact, I use Norway quite frequently as an example of like the direction that we should move towards. Norway's entire extraction industries are nationalized. Okay, not just socialized, nationalized, from the forestry, from the forest all the way to its oil and gas. So that's wonderful, and I like that, and we should absolutely do that. Norway has expansive social safety nets. I'm in favor of that. I love that. The reality of the matter, however, is that the reason why I point to China as a tremendous success is because of their starting conditions, okay? China has been able to eradicate extreme poverty to the tune of 800 million people in an unbelievably short amount of time. That is incredible. That is not just like a regular feat, you understand? That shows that that system has plenty we could learn from. Not only that, but now they're basically destroying our, now they're basically cooking us too. They're the manufacturing hub of the entire planet. They're playing the long game. I like Norway. There are plenty of things we can learn from Norway as well. Admitting to on air has to be grounds for excommunication. Somebody called the Pope. You're really on board with this. I do, but Denmark built a very good system too from the ground up as an example. They didn't have our oil law. Yeah, I've never criticized socialist, or not socialist, but like social democracies and their policies. I don't know why you think that's the case. As a matter of fact, I think they're wonderful. They just don't go. Because at the end of the day, you see a drawback on some of those policies and demands for austerity and demands for privatization in social democracies as well. And that is because there's still capitalism in these countries. Capitalism with a tremendous regulatory apparatus. There's also a lot of, third world extraction that they also take advantage of too. Having said that, however, until you rein in the forces of capital, until you control at the very least, which is what China has done, because people say China is a capitalist system. Some people say China is a communist system. At the end of the day, China controls the flows of capital. Okay? These other countries don't. So as long as the flows of capital are still in private hands, there's always going to be that inherent contradiction. There's always going to be a constant demand, a constant friction between the states that are trying to do good governance, social democracy, and the forces that represent labor, the working class, and then the capital-owning class that slowly but surely, due to the way that capital accumulates at the top, due to the way that capital accumulation works in general under capitalism, the capitalist forces will always subordinate the labor class, okay? Capital forces will always demand austerity and find new profit sectors, and they have done so in many of these Scandinavian countries as well. Sweden is a great example of this, a country that actually had a robust social democracy and has experienced a significant downturn for like the last 30 to 40 years. The reason for that is because private ownership and the forces of capital have successfully been able to undermine good governance in these countries, undermine social democracy in these countries, demand austerity, and then kick in privatization initiatives in the aftermath of austerity that destroy some of these social safety nets. Not just social safety nets, of course, but public transit, things of that nature. We've seen that in the neoliberal era, post-Thatcher in the UK, post-Reagan in the United States of America, where this process accelerated. Swedes will hate this. They just blame brown people. Of course, there's a much simpler answer. If you ask the average Swedish social democrat, they'll tell you, no, it's because we brought in, 10 billion Muslims into the country. Okay, but the anger and resentment came before the Muslim refugees did. And the anger and resentment came before the Muslim refugees did because austerity was happening before the Muslim refugees. You just have a good new vector to get angry at, to express your animosity towards.
And succeed. He has had his negotiation team put on the table a serious proposal. The ball is in Iran's court. Did we make progress? Yes, but we're going to find out from the Iranians whether we can make that ultimate bit of progress that gets us to a big deal. When it comes to
J.D. Vance was asked about the Pope. Oh, hell yeah.
Leo has expressed problems with the war in Iran, says that we should be peacemakers, been very vocal. The president took to Truth Social saying Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be Pope, was only put there because of the church, because he was an American. They thought he would be good, best way to deal with President.
Oh my God, we're one step closer to excommunication. Please, please, it would be so funny. Please excommunicate J.D. Vance. Mr. Pope, my life is yours, okay? Oh my God, that would be so fire. If they excommunicated J.D. Vance, oh my God. Even if the Pope was like, hey man, you're not with us.
Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Just wondering, as a Catholic, how you consider this Truth Social post, and then the post of the picture, which a lot of people took as the president posting a picture of himself as Jesus. He later said that he posted it as thinking as a doctor saving people.
I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And
why is J.D. Vance so popular? He's not. What are you talking about? He's actually deeply unpopular. Did you not see what happened? He is internationally unpopular. So much so that he went and tried to promote Viktor Orban, and Viktor Orban literally dropped in his approvals right before the election after that J.D. Vance appearance by 3 points.
only the fake news could come up with that one.
But it really caused a kerfuffle, Mr. Vice President. I'm just wondering what you make of all of this, and whether it's what you think of this back and forth with the church.
Well, first of all, Brett, I think the president was posting a joke, and of course he took it down because he recognized that a lot of people weren't understanding his humor in that case. I think the president of the United States likes to mix it up on social media, and I actually think that's one of the good things about this president is that he's not filtered. He doesn't send everything through a communication.
Oh yeah, it's so great. It's so great that the president was saying sacrilegious shit and was behaving in a heretical manner, disrespecting the fucking Pope, who I, as a Catholic, am supposed to believe is the spokesperson for God. Okay? Calling that just a guy mixing it up is so unbelievably cucked.
He's professional. He actually reaches out directly to the people. You know, when it comes to the disagreements with the Vatican, look, we're going to have disagreements, Brett, from time to time. I think it's a good thing, actually, that the Pope is advocating for the things that he cares about. But we're always going to have disagreements on matters of public policy, or I should say, sometimes we're going to have disagreements on matters of public policy. The Pope has been critical of our immigration policy, but ultimately the immigration policy of the United States is set by Donald Trump. The Pope is going to have disagreements on other issues. We can respect the Pope. We certainly have a good relationship with the Vatican, but we're also going to disagree on substantive questions from time to time. I think that's a total.
He's such a fucking cuck. More Christian hypocrisy.
Weapons of war.
Yeah, I mean, he literally also just said America gets to do terrorism. If Iran is going to impede on waterways, America will, which is what we like to call terrorism, then we get to do a little bit of terrorism too. Dude, JD's whole career depends on only using Mott and Bailey defense as the sole reason the Trump haven't chose him. Well, that's not the sole reason. It's because he's Peter Thiel's blood boy.
Opening the Straits of Hormuz, and if they don't, it's going to fundamentally change the negotiation that we have with them.
You're not surprised. I mean, the Iranians often talk about negotiations and in a different way. The Iranian foreign minister posted in intensive talks at highest level in 47 years. Iran engaged with the U.S. in good faith to end war, but when just inches away from Islamabad MOU, we encountered maximalism, shifting goalposts, and blockade. Zero lessons earned. Goodwill begets goodwill. Enmity begets enmity. That does not sound like they're heading back to the table anytime soon. Does this ceasefire continue and then the war starts again?
Well, first of all, Brett, I have to give a lot of credit to Field Marshal Munir and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, both who are incredible hosts and I think incredible.
JD Vance literally touched the last pope and he died. Not the only person who he's killed.
Statesmen and helping, mediate the conversation between us and the Iranians.
Yeah, by the way, while this is going on, let's take a look at how fucking unbelievably cucked this administration is to Benjamin Netanyahu and to Israel's needs. Let's take a look at what Benjamin Netanyahu's been up to, what he's been saying in Hebrew.
I spoke yesterday with Vice President J.D. Vance. He called me from his plane on the way back from Washington. He reported to me in detail, as the people of this administration do every day, on the development of the negotiations. In this case, the explosion in the negotiations, the explosion came from the American side, which was not willing to tolerate the blatant violation of the agreement to enter negotiations by Iran. Essentially, the agreement was that there would be a ceasefire and Iran would immediately open the crossings. They didn't do that. The Americans were not willing to accept it. He also conveyed to me that the central issue on the table from the perspective of President Trump and the United States is the removal of all enriched material and ensuring that there is no more enrichment.
I'm glad that JD Vance was doing what he's supposed to, okay? Which is obviously give timely reports to the real president. That's what vice presidents are supposed to do. He cut out the middleman in some respects, if you really think about it. And instead of going straight to the fake president, Donald Trump, he went to the real president.
In the coming years, and this could be for decades. I spoke yesterday with Vice President.
Why is U.S. and Europe getting cucked by New Jersey? Small country, small nation, size of New Jersey. Israel, tiny nation, size of New Jersey. Bro, this guy's been going crazy. You got to check out Disciple Derek on TikTok. He's got all the ball knowledge on Trump, Antichrist. Also on YouTube, Develop Disciples. I'm good, man. If the Pope excommunicates J.D. Vance, he will definitely kill himself, especially because Pope is the only father J.D. Vance has ever known. Nah, Donald Trump is his new daddy. And therefore, Benjamin Netanyahu, who is his granddaddy, I guess. If Trump is his new father, and then Benjamin Netanyahu is Trump's father, then is Benjamin Netanyahu his grandfather? Maybe.
Again, two countries that have not really had serious discussions in a very long time. But to your
a while ago, you said the U.S. government cares more about Israel than Wyoming. Are there any other states you believe fit that criteria now? Everyone, every single one. The United States, dude. The American government, currently as it stands, cares more about Israel than every other country on the planet, including the United States of America and all of the states inside of it. Okay? 100%. Because guess what? our actions, our current actions that have led to tremendous instability around the globe are having a negative impact on the United States of America and on Americans as well. And why are we still continuing along on this journey? Because Israel said so. It's not even an argument any longer. It's just reality.
Point about Foreign Minister Arachi's statement. If you see what Foreign Minister Arachi said, yes, there's a little bit of bluster. But if you read between the lines, he himself is saying that we were just inches away from an agreement. And I think that what that suggests is the Iranians, one, they're very interested in making a deal. Two, they did move pretty close to our position over the stage of the negotiations. But one thing I'll say, Brett, is Iranians are very different negotiators. At least those Iranians were very different negotiators than we are in the United States. What I did and what Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff did is that we made very clear, look, these are the things that we're willing to give, but these are the things that we must have. We must have the enriched material out of Iran. We must have their conclusive commitment to not develop a nuclear weapon. And I think that if the Iranians...
That was already a given, by the way. It's kind of cooked that Iran conceded on that not once, not twice, but 3 times now. The first time was the JCPOA. The second time was the 12-day war. And the last time was, 45 days ago, Operation Epstein Fury. So the fact that they're still running this narrative like, oh, we just want to get assurances from Iran for this key position is actually a good sign for the prospect of a long-standing ceasefire. The fact that they're not talking about the Strait of Hormuz as much, or the fact that they're not talking about, sanctions relief as a non-starter or anything like that from the American side is a good thing. But having said that, ultimately explain over and over again, the number one problem here is the nation state of Israel and Israel's own objectives. What? He's also mentioned, defended you in his content more frequently.
Are willing to meet us there, then this could be a very, very good deal for both countries. If they're not willing to meet us there, that's up to them. That's their decision. And really, the ball is very much in their court. So you ask what happens next. I think the Iranians are going to determine what happens next as the President of the United States says, we have the cards. We have the military advantage. We now have additional economic pressure that we're applying on them through the blockade that we've imposed on their oil coming out of the Straits of Hormuz. So we have a lot of cards. We have the leverage, and we're going to see what the Iranians do with that.
What about the liberation of the Iranian women? It's crazy how fast they dropped it and no one questions it. Yes, because everyone knew that that was bullshit. Okay? Everyone knew that that was fucking bullshit. It's a lie that people tell themselves, and it's a lie that people tell one another in order to justify heinous war crimes. That's it. The only people that sincerely believed it were like the handful of diaspora Iranians and maybe some Iranians that watch Iran International that got duped into believing that America and Israel had like any sort of emancipatory goal here.
And so that's how the blockade works. U.S. naval ships stop Iranian-flagged vessels going to the through the Strait of Hormuz?
Not just Iranian-flagged vessels, Brett, but any vessel that we know is going to Iranian ports or has come from Iranian ports.
Yeah, he's saying any vessel that actually wants to go through the Strait of Hormuz has to go through an Iranian port because they have to pay the toll. Right? Asmongold believed it. Asmongold believes in nothing, brother. Are you silly? You might be even sillier than Asmongold if you think that Asmongold has a sincere bone in his fucking body.
You're probably going to see some vessels try to reflag themselves, but of course we're going to know because we have very good intelligence which ships are going in and which ships are coming out that are connected to Iran. But Brett, here's the very interesting thing about all this is that the only thing the Iranians have been able to do, they haven't, of course, beaten us militarily. They've had their military been decimated. They haven't been able to prosecute the case when it comes to weapons of war. What they have done is engage in this act of economic terrorism against the entire world. They basically threatened any ship that's moving through the Straits of Hormuz. Well, as the President of the United States showed, two can play at that game. And if the Iranians are going to try to engage in economic terrorism, we're going to abide by a simple principle that no Iranian ships are getting out either. We know that's a big deal to them. We know that applies additional economic leverage. And again, Brett, the president wants the Iranian people to thrive and succeed. He has had his negotiation team put on the table a serious proposal. The ball is in Iran's court. Did we make progress? Yes. but we're going to find out from the Iranians whether we can make that ultimate bit of progress that gets us to a big deal.
The president's also said he wants this to end soon as it can. It's being reported that you had real skepticism about this at the beginning, and that you expressed that to the president. Is that true?
Well, Brett, you know, I give my advice to the President of the United States, and we all do, and I expect that when I give advice to the President of the United States, that it's going to be private, because the president should rely on his senior advisors without them then running to the media. What I will say, Brett...
You fucking coward. He can't even, he has to only hint at it because he's on Fox News. Obviously, when it's a private setting with reporters, he will literally turn around and be like, yeah, I was the top guy saying, no war, please. I was Mr. No War. Yeah. Wonder how all those articles got written, huh, JD? We know. Yeah. Look, yeah, the sneaky Chiron. Vance reportedly skeptical of U.S. action in Iran. Yeah, I hope Donald Trump bitch slaps the shit out of him, okay? Al birini vur ötekine. That's what we say in Turkish. Take one and grab one and hit the other with the first one. It's a little bit of a failed translation. It sounds a lot better in Turkish. Okay? But yeah, let him fight.
Is that I 100% agree with the president on the fact that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. I've seen that just in the negotiation that we've had over the last couple of days, that these are tough negotiators, but they're fundamentally the kinds of people where them having a nuclear weapon would impose terrible costs on the entire world. If they're willing to engage in economic terrorism on the entire world, what would it mean? What leverage would they have if they had a nuclear bomb in Tehran? That's not an outcome that is acceptable to us or really should be acceptable to anybody. So I 100% support the president's goals here to keep nuclear weapons, to keep the worst weapons of war out of the hands of the Iranians.
A few more things, Mr. Vice President. You say there's progress being made here, and the trip to Pakistan was not fruitless. However, I'm not hearing the next step if the Iranians don't do the next step. You also campaigned for Viktor Orban in Hungary, and he lost that race, defeated after 16 years in power. Your thoughts about whether it was worth it to go support Viktor Orban in that race, considering he lost significantly and he's one of the only European leaders who supports Vladimir Putin?
Well, first of all, Brett, I think that Viktor Orban's a great guy who's done a very good job. I think that his legacy in Hungary is transformational, 16 years fundamentally changing that country. But one of the reasons why we decided to do that, Brett, is not because, we can't read polls. We certainly knew there was a very good chance that Viktor would lose that election. We did it because he's one of the few European leaders we've seen who's been willing to stand up to the bureaucracy in Brussels that has been very, very bad for the United States. So for
L after L, dude. Fucking awesome.
For example, when you see a European bureaucrat go after an American company, sometimes the only vote no, the only vote to protect that American interest has been Viktor Orban. We didn't go because we expected Viktor to cruise to an election victory. We went because it was the right thing to do, to stand behind a person.
By the way, what they're talking about literally is shit that pertains to Russia and Israel. Okay? Technically, both, Israel not, but Russia is a foreign adversary of the United States, and Israel should be a foreign adversary of the United States, but that's it. Viktor Orban was long regarded as the Israel firewall in the European Union. Okay? He was the one guy in the EU that aggressively pursued Israel's interests, put Israel's interests first. Obviously, he was a dog to the American MAGA movement too. But do you think he'll be able to go back to Turkey now that Orban is gone? What you think Viktor Orban is Recep Tayyip Erdogan chatter?
Who had stood by us for a very long time. So this wasn't about Russia, and fundamentally it wasn't about Europe. It was about the United States and the fact that he's been a good partner to both me and the president personally, but also to the United States. I'm sad that he lost. We'll work very well, I'm sure, with the next prime minister of Hungary. But it wasn't a bad trip at all, because it's worth standing by people, even if you don't win every race.
Mr. Vice President, stand by if you would. Special report continues with the Vice President of the United States after this.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, most read daily newspaper in Israel. Bad news. Another country wants to join the ICC. Bad news for Israel. Hungary's elected Prime Minister Peter Magyar announced that his country will reapply to join the International Criminal Court in The Hague. Damn. Just a normal country, man. Normal country, normal behavior. Netanyahu lashed out at Europe. Is he mad over Orban? Yeah.
ועוד דבר, אנחנו מגינים על אירופה.
He's saying Europe has forgotten so many things since the Holocaust. Buddy, the G sound in Magyar is a hard G. No, it's not. It's Magyar. What the fuck? I'm not wrong. I'm right. Majaristan. Tony Gonzalez also resigning. Get ready for the gun tuber politician. Oh, nice. He said, say Peter Magyar. You don't understand. You're saying it wrong. It's Peter Magyar. Peter Magyar.
אירופה ששכחה כל כך הרבה דברים מאז השואה. היא יכולה ללמוד
It can
מאיתנו
learn
הרבה
many
דברים,
things from us,
ובעיקר את הדבר
especially
העיקרי,
the main thing,
את
the
ההבחנה
sharp
החדה
distinction
בין
between
טוב
good
ורע,
and evil.
שמחייבת
Yeah, exactly. I think people are finally learning the distinction between good and evil. It's just not on the good side of things, you know? That's it.
רגע האמת, לצאת למלחמה למען
Which
הטוב,
requires at the moment to go to war for good, for life.
אירופה שנשבעה לאחר
Europe, which
מלחמת
swore
העולם
after the
להגן על
war,
הטוב,
World War, to defend the good,
נגועה היום
is today
בחולשה
tainted by a
מוסרית
deep moral
עמוקה.
weakness.
אירופה מאבדת
Europe is
שליטה על
losing control
הזהות
of its
שלה, על
identity,
הערכים שלה,
its values,
על
its commitment to
המחויבות שלה לשמור על
safeguard
הציוויליזציה
civilization from
מפני
barbarism. Yeah. Also, this is such a, I don't know where this is, but I'm not going to say anything, but it's such a strange backdrop. Viktor Orban, long a key Netanyahu ally, losing Hungary's prime minister election is good news for those hoping to end Israel's long run of impunity in Europe. Reviving the EU sanctions pipeline may be exactly what's needed to reignite global momentum around sanctions on Israel, particularly in lieu of U.S. leadership under Trump. Hungary Prime Minister-elect Magyar. Wait, hold on. I got to look at something here. Oh, okay. Hungary under PM-elect Magyar won't suddenly become Spain or Ireland, but is far less likely to serve as Israel's veto shield inside the European Union. This was your 5 segment before they cut off with the breaking news. Again? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, let's finish this first. Since July 2024, Orban's government has blocked the West Bank sanctions, entirely halting EU's ability to build a sustained escalatory sanctions program that raises the cost of continued Israeli abuses. Even Kaja Kallas, EU's top diplomat, publicly acknowledged that the political will for further measures existed, but that a single holdout was blocking them. Now, Kaja Kallas is a fucking monster. So she could have just been saying that to apply pressure to Orban because Orban was pro-Russia. Okay? You have to remember that. You have to factor that into consideration here. Kaja Kallas could totally just be saying that because she's annoyed with Orban and his pro-Russia position. So she's like taking on, insincerely, a much more popular position, even if she doesn't want to advance it personally. But maybe I'm wrong. If Budapest is now led by a government seeking to repair relations with Brussels, one of the biggest obstacles to EU action regarding Israel has been weakened. No guarantees, but this is plainly better than the status quo. Leading EU states must move early to ensure Magyar plays ball, tying Budapest's ambitions and his public mandate for closer ties with Brussels to his posture on sanctions against Israel. One thing I will say, for the record, is as a Turk, this Orban election hit different. Okay? This Orban election hit different because a lot of people are like, what do you mean, Hungary is authoritarian if there's like an electoral process? And clearly there was enough of a democratic process that like the leader, the authoritarian leader was like, was defeated and he stepped down, right? The Orban predicament is damn near identical to Erdogan. Now, of course, there's one key difference between Orban and Erdogan. Erdogan has had a much longer reign. I'm talking domestically. The authoritarian anti-democratic provisions that Orban put in place, sequentially even, is identical to Erdogan's reign of power. Okay? Straight up. Erdogan did pretty much the original. Erdogan was the original Viktor Orban. Okay. Erdogan was the original Viktor Orban, like seizing control over all of the aspects of the government, all the shit. So it does give me a little bit more confidence that something like this could happen in Turkey as well. However, the main difference between Erdogan and Orban is that Orban absolutely did not play ball with the European Union and was totally just aligned with MAGA and totally aligned with Vladimir Putin at the same time as well. Got a lot of investment from China too, which was enough for him to improve some of the infrastructure in the country. However, in Turkey, Erdogan is a servant of the European Union and also the United States of America. And his position as someone aligned with Russia is not like Viktor Orban. Viktor Orban was straight up pro-Putin. Erdogan, on the other hand, is actually very good at playing the political game when it comes to foreign policy. And his closeness to Russia is at the behest of Western powers and not really a similar closeness to Russia. So if the EU forces played a major role here in unseating Orban, I don't think that they would have a similar interest or even similar power, because Turkey's not a part of the EU in the way that Hungary is, with unseating Erdogan. However, it still gives me a little bit of confidence. Anyway, let's watch this Fox News segment.
Code. Their so-called Joe Rogan of the left, Hasan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans.
Stark difference between even a Democrat who...
By the way, back in the headlines. I'm not back in the headlines. This is the only headline I'm in. You made the headline. You can't say I'm back in the headlines when you are putting me in the headlines and you're the only party putting me in the headlines.
You and I might find not up to par, to say the least, versus Vance or whoever the they put up.
Of course. I mean, I hate Republicans. I oppose them. I say that all the time. I think that the Republicans are far more damaging. The biggest terrorists, the biggest domestics in this country, the biggest internationally is the Republican Party.
Disgraceful. But not all Democrats are sucking up to the America-hating streamer. Michigan Senator Elise Slotkin.
Yeah. This doesn't make her look good, by the way. Okay? You can't do this as CPAC.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are all domestics. Please welcome.
Like, you can't do that and then get mad when I say it.
Is firing back after Piker attacked her for daring to talk to Bill Maher, but not him. Watch.
I talked with Hasan Piker this week, and he essentially said that there was a double standard on you going on Bill Maher's show versus... Do you want to respond to that?
Some derogatory things he said about Orthodox Jews, saying that we deserve 9/11. Like, there's some things in there. Not to mention, he calls me stupid. Like,
bro, you're literally the CIA. You can't be talking about 9/11 like that.
Every other week. So what normal human being would choose to go on a show when someone calls you stupid every 10 days?
Yes. Obviously, I'm not quite sure, Harold, why more mainstream media folks don't adopt her common sense approach. This guy's bad news.
I agree. I think that whenever on either side, Democrats or Republicans use language.
It's very funny. It's very funny that they have, wait, what is this? 29-year-old man charged with connection with the fires that burned down a paper products warehouse in California was allegedly motivated by anti-capitalism sentiment and compared himself to Luigi Mangione, authorities say. Kamal Abdul Karim is the name of this man. He's a Muslim. You know who else is from California and is a Muslim with anti-capitalist sentiment? Hasan Piker. Hasan the Hun. What does that even mean, dude? What the? Anyway, I love that I am making the Republicans hype up Democrats now in comparison to me. Good. Democrats, pay attention. Pay attention. Notice how they're now much more open-minded to more moderate Democrats all of a sudden. They're on the back foot, okay? They are scared. They are conceding. This is how it works. Do you understand? Do you see how this works?
Which I think is not becoming of a political conversation I'm critical of. I think there's no way in the world if I were Lisa Slack and I'd go on Mr. Piker's podcast, I wouldn't go on it if he invited me. Now, if I were in a setting and he was there to debate, I'd debate him, but I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of being on his platform. I think one of the worst things that has happened in politics over the last 10, 20 years is that people believe that politics is just about fighting.
What are these people saying? Like, I'm not inviting any of you, bro. I love that just because these guys are on TV and talk to like, and they're on at every retirement home that they think they have like real emotion. Like, who the fuck are you, man? What are you talking about? Oh, I'd never go on Hasan Piker's platform. It's like, bitch, I didn't invite you. What do you mean? I'd go on the 5 as long as my Queen Jessica Tarkov was there, whose shoes you cannot fill, my good sir. But all these people are hating from outside of the club, bro. Like, whose mans? Are these people? Why are you sitting in my queen's seat? It's ironic because if I'm the 5, I'm not talking shit about the only guy that watches the 5 that's under the age of 85, okay? Because of me, people who are in their 30s and younger know what the Fox 5 is, okay? And it's also because of my Queen Jessica Tarlov, all right?
And the language they use projects and imparts and portrays and celebrates fighting. No one, I've said on the show before, everyone, Democrat, Republican, like everyone says, we want a candidate that's going to fight. No one ever says, I want a candidate that's going to solve. And I don't sense that Mr. Piker's platform is that. He's entitled to it, but so is Ms. Slotkin, and I agree with her position.
Jesse, this is a person who also says, I hate Republicans. I mean, this is the tip of the iceberg for the horrible things he has said. But how can someone run for office, run for a position of influence, not realizing that?
Yeah, famously, Republicans never run for office by calling Democrats vampires. Okay? Yeah, if only there was perhaps the most successful Republican politician of this last decade who literally successfully ran and won twice on Democrats ain't shit, the Democratic Party, the Democrats hate this country, we must fight the Democrats, we must jail the Democrats. If only there was a guy who was doing that, that you guys defend all the time. What are we talking about? You got no leg to stand on. Keep clutching your pearls. This is the energy that Democrats have to bring. Okay? Notice, I'm going to keep repeating myself over and over again. If there's a liberal out there that's like watching this because they encountered my commentary for the first time ever, okay, you saw all the stuff that people are saying about me and you're like, let me go check this guy out. Look how they cower in their seats when they actually meet someone who is willing and capable to bring the same energy, okay? Notice how they behave. Notice how quickly they started leaning into more moderate Democrats. This is the Fox News broadcast. All of a sudden, they are defending the honor of moderate Democrats. Look how fast it snapped back. Imagine if more Democrats also carried this goddamn energy, okay? You don't have to use the same vulgar language that I use if you're running for office or whatever, but it's incredible. Stop being punching bags for the right. Fight back. Look at how fast they snap.
He's going to represent, guess what, people who are Republicans too.
Yeah, you never want to say you hate half the country.
Yeah.
I've learned that. I don't think I say that anymore. But, you seem weak when another man says they're afraid of other men. Another man should not say, oh, these other guys are so dangerous. They're so violent. They're so threatening. Well, sometimes that's a compliment. Sometimes you need men to be dangerous and violent.
I guess he was like trying to say, I'm scared of the Republicans or something. This is the part that I couldn't understand because then it like breaking news happens and they cut away. But like I was trying to figure out if Jesse Waters was like saying that other people are saying that about me and that's a compliment, or if he's trying to imply that I'm saying that,
to protect the country from the inside and the out. And he just sounds like a real housewife. Like, hey,
yeah, he's saying like I sound like a real housewife.
But if they do, Go for it. A little advice for the Democratic Party. You used to have Bill Clinton, the Kennedys, the Cuomos, the Gores, John Edwards, Barack Obama, kind of. You used to have tall, athletic, handsome men. Can I say handsome? Yes.
See, this also doesn't make sense because, like, why does he start describing what, like, is he saying I'm short and not athletic? Like, that's the thing that, like, confused me. He's saying I am not tall and athletic and handsome, unlike Barack Obama and Bill Clinton, I guess. But, like, it kind of, I don't know. I don't know what he means by that.
I'm not secure in my masculinity. Either that or I'm gay. But I'm not saying, we have breaking news.
Yeah, breaking news because the 5 gets results, maybe. Eric.
They caught him. They caught him from finishing his statement. And I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never know who he's talking about. Are they calling you dangerous but also wimpy at the same time? Yeah, I couldn't tell. I couldn't understand what he was trying to say. Did you see the cry by? What is this? Cry by?
Love you, Erica.
That's funny. Cry by. What's up with Jesse, bro? Guy's been saying weird things lately. I think Jesse heard all of the other anchors on Fox calling me a misogynist, and he was like, well, I like that guy then. Like, he believed it. You know what I mean? He didn't realize that these guys were just, like, smearing me for no reason. He was like, oh, he's a misogynist? Well, he's my guy then. That's my goat. This guy hates my ass now. I thought he was, like, chill. I thought he was, like, a regular chill lib. But I guess he hates me. What a brilliant midterm soundbite. By the way, voting sounds great. Remind me how long ago Hamas held elections. Yeah, as if it's, in their control. Great. I think the first was a critique of you saying right-wing men being terrifying and fierce is a good thing. And the second was a critique of the Dem Party canceling guys like you who are manly and intense and scary in their own way from his POV. But it was convoluted by his gay baiting or whatever that was. Yeah, bro, I got him acting different, dude. I don't know what that was. I think he was going to try and defend me and say the Democrats are, like, ranting about me like a bunch of housewives. But then he got, like, too horny or something. I don't know. I don't know what it was. Also, Laura Loomer's still on my dick. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, Laura. Calm down, okay? Ease up there. Ease up there, Tiger. Jesus Christ. What is this? Increasingly, lost Dems are cozying up to a Hasan Piker in quest for youth vote, but setting themselves up to fail again. Democrat parties in a perpetual panic. Hollywood A-listers. Democrats are rolling out the internet firebrand slot. Ro Khanna, New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani, political advisor Shoykat Chakrabarti, campaign with Summer Lee. Okay, I'm a young man. It's belittling to say you need this anti-Semitic ... jerk to get young men, one Democratic congressional staffer told the Post. Damn, bro. Why couldn't you just stand by? Why couldn't you just come out and explain? Anonymous quote to the New York Post as a Democratic congressional staffer? That is bitch made. Also, why would the New York Post care about what's good or bad for the Democrats? It's the New York Post. Last but not least, how do you offer an anonymous quote to the New York Post and still sound so goddamn soy? What is this? Who needs a publicist? Given the chance to walk back some of his most incendiary commentary on an episode of Pod Save America podcast, anti-Semitic streamer Hasan Piker instead doubled down on his support for Hamas and other inflammatory rhetoric. It's awesome. Get ready for flights from hell. United Airlines CEOs reportedly floated a possible combination with his rival American Airlines, a proposition that would face intense scrutiny. A combination would create the largest airline on the planet. No. Bro, come on. No, I actually do sincerely like American Airlines, and I hate United. Please, God. Oh, that sucks. Oh, God, United is so ass, and it's going to be even worse, dude. Batya Unger Sargon of Akkad. I could not love this more. The Obama board tries to so freaking hard to sanitize Piker's love of terrorists, only to have it reveal that Piker is exactly who the right says he is. The absolute state of the Democratic Party in one glorious 20-second clip. Yeah, that's the only 20-second snippet. Will you be on the Northern Lion Super Cruise? Okay, that sounds like a meme. What the fuck are you talking about? A Northern Lion Super Cruise? What the hell is that? What? It's not a meme, HasanAbi. My goat, Northern Lion, is doing a cruise. Like, he's just going with his family and you guys are just also trying to attend or something? Like, what are you talking about? He's doing a super cruise, man. I've been asking you all day. Wait, what's the difference between a cruise and a super cruise? It's real. Northern Lion Super Cruise, the ultimate streamer cruise, where gamers, streamers, and streaming legends unite on the high seas for the adventure of a lifetime. Wait, what the fuck? Northern Lion, Dan Giesling, Squeaks, coming soon. Wait, what? Special guest appearance, meet and greet cocktail party, Q&A sessions, play with the pros, live gaming entertainment, exclusive souvenir shirt, tropical destinations. Where are they? Are they going through the Strait of Hormuz? Like, what's up? Is this a meme? What's happening? I'm a little bit confused. I can't tell. Is this like an elaborate bit that they're setting up? First of all, what they will break the blockade? Northern Lion has I heard he has a direct contact with Galabaf. He's got Galabaf on speed dial. He's going to push through the blockade and the American one too. HasanAbi, a super cruise is a cruise with Northern Lion. It's real, but it's a bit. It's legit real, not a bit to my knowledge. No, it's 100% real. They're hiring out part of the cruise ship. Wait, what? Gamers only, you're not invited? I mean, I'm definitely not doing this regardless. I don't fuck with cruises, but not that I was invited. I wasn't, but I don't know what to say about this. What? Depart from Tampa, day at sea, Cozumel, Mexico, Costa Maya, Mexico, day at sea, arrive at Tampa. What the fuck? Cabin options, gamer, interior cabin, cozy interior cabin with all the essentials, duo queue, ocean view, team up with a friend, ocean view cabin with window views of the Caribbean, squad up, balcony, premium balcony with private outdoor space and upgraded amenities. Limited cabins available. Don't miss out. All Northern Lion Super Cruise activities are private and exclusively available to guests who book through this website. Reservations made through any other platform will not have access to the Northern Lion Super Cruise events. Spaces are filling up fast. What the fuck? Ready to level up? Click below to reserve a cabin on the Jewel of the Seas. What? Why aren't you streaming from Coachella? Isn't Coachella over? It's Monday. What is Northern Lion? Northern Lion is the GOAT. He is a boomer streamer who I love and enjoy the content of quite a bit. This is a nightmare waiting to happen. I am confused by all of this, I'll be honest, but you know, good on them, I guess. I don't know. Who are their customer base? Why is it gamer coded? Why are they trying to send gamers to Hormuz? I can't tell if this is real or not. I'm so confused. I think Northern Lion would rather try swimming from Tampa to Cozumel than be trapped on a ship with chat. Gotta be a scam. I recommend you don't give them your information. Too late, they have my SSN and blood type. Found this Northern Lion Super Cruise website. Has anyone seen this? It's a real cruise. There's a Northern Lion section. The Northern Lion tickets cost like $2,000. Normal cruise, exact same ship, same time is like $1,000. They're all on the same boat. But if you get the Northern Lion tickets, you might get to hang out with Northern Lion. Also, one of the attendees' moms helps run the cruise organization. You even tried to get Aura with Kneecap during Coachella. That was last year, buddy. The cruise route aboard the Jewel of the Seas, straight through the Hormuz. I'm thinking Northern Lion is younger than you. He's not. It's not real. They aren't sponsored by AT&T, and a streamer with allegations isn't a part of it. I still can't tell if this is real or not. I genuinely can't tell if this is a bit. Well, I mean, I know this is a bit, but I can't tell if the cruise itself is a bit. It sounds so much like a bit. Me and my wife are going to go and try for a child on the Northern Lion Super Cruise.
The Fire Festival, would that be so bad? We're still talking about it like 12 years later. At this point, if you could time travel back to 2014 and go to the Fire Festival, you would probably be like, let's do it. This is a once in a lifetime experience.
Northern Lion takes family on Disney cruises like 3 times a year at minimum, so it's 100% real and believable, unfortunately. What the fuck? I genuinely am confused by this. I don't understand. DL Throat on the Northern Lion cruise? What the fuck? Cruise discussion.
Cruises, Disney cruises. I joke all the time about Big Brother cruise. My mom has worked for a travel agency for 50 years, and this is what they specialize in. And every year she's like, hey, do you want to do a Big Brother cruise? I'm like, nope, no chance, not doing it. Do you want to do a Big Brother cruise? Nope. She's like, well, what about a streamer cruise? I'm like, we could do that. So this is actually not a bit, chat. This is real. It's from a reputable company. They've been in business for 50 years. There's security on board, so don't try anything. But yeah, so think it's going to be a really fun experience.
I did want to say, because I needed the explanation for me. The way that I've come to
You're in surveys now. I'm in Michigan. It was just sent a political survey on Democratic candidates, and for our boy Abdul El Sayed has demonstrated a disturbing pattern of anti-Semitism. When a terrorist attacked the Jewish temple outside of Detroit, El Sayed used his response to blame Israel. Now he's campaigning with Hasan Piker, an influencer known for making anti-Semitic statements and saying America deserved the 9/11 attacks. That's, I think, they're trying to create a attack ad. They're going to be like, 95% of respondents said that they were horrified by Abdul El Sayed's anti-Semitism or something. Like that's probably what they're doing. Yeah, that's a push poll, buddy. They're trying to get a push poll out, loaded like me at the unlimited snack bar at the Northern Lion Super Cruise. That's right. Let's get back to what we were talking about.
understand this is at first I thought it was going to be like, there's no way we're going to commission a whole cruise ship with like thousands of staff and captain, the navigator, trying to buy the fuel and chart the course and stuff like that. So that is not what is going to happen. We have partnered with.
You have to shave your head again. Dude, I'm calling it now. If it's real, there's going to be some J. Aubrey doc on something that happens on this cruise. Yeah, I just don't know if that's a good idea to be trapped on a cruise for an extended period of time. I don't know. It's like one of the fears that I have. It's not for an ad. It's message testing. They want to see what smears work. Yeah. Hope you played your role, chatter, and said, yeah, I'm unfazed. Actually, I like him more because of this.
President Trump is standing with Israel and fighting to end Iranian terrorism. Tucker Carlson is attacking our president for keeping America and Israel safe.
It is maybe the most real thing this president has ever done, and also the most revealing. On every level, it is vile. On every level.
President Trump attacked Tucker Carlson as a low IQ person and a fool. But Ken Paxton still accepts Tucker Carlson's endorsement.
I'm rooting for you. Well, thank you. No one else agrees, but I'm on your side. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
Unreal. Ken Paxton is taking Carlson's
unreal
side over President Trump. President Trump and MAGA stand with Israel. Ken Paxton and Tucker Carlson stand for nothing. It's time for the crook to renounce the fool.
The amount of Tucker Carlson ads I'm being force-fed on my IG feed is so troubling. I have the armor for Tucker, but I worry about the normie push he's making with that shit. I guess they're going through the motions. If you're anti-Israel on the right, I guess they have their own third way. You know, John Cornyn is associating Tucker Carlson with Ken Paxton and attacking Ken Paxton, just as establishment adjacent candidates on the Democratic Party are attacking left flank candidates. America is such an unserious nation, man. How ridiculous. Hillary Clinton also says some anti-Semitic shit, it seems. Let's take a look. Hillary Clinton on Morning Joe. I know from personal experience how Netanyahu's tried to get every American president to agree to an open-ended war with Iran.
Same three people around the world, two of them, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, they're supposed to solve Ukraine, Iran, Gaza. It's a joke because from what I'm told and what I've read in public accounts, the offer that was made by the Iranians in Geneva was not adequate. But it served as a starting place beyond which, as Jonathan Powell, the British National Security Advisor, said, we expected the Iranians to start with. But that would require sitting in a chair for hours, as we did, to get the first agreement. That seems to be something that Trump and his people are unable to do. So you would have to wipe the slate clean. You would have to bring in people who actually know something about nuclear weapons. We had physicists, nuclear weapons practitioners at the table when our administration was negotiating for the JPOA. You need people who know something, who know the history. It's shocking that Trump said nobody told him that Iran might show close the Strait of Hormuz. Every war game I was ever involved in, that was the first thing.
Oh my God, dude. She is so elated. That is crazy. That is actually nuts. I mean, this is Morning Joe. It's at 8 a.m. Eastern time. So there's 0% chance she's zooted off the Franzia. Okay. Even though she is so goddamn giddy.
We
Holy
assumed
fuck.
Iran would do. So we're in a situation now where we are weak, where we essentially have lost the leverage and initiative that we had. I supported Trump bombing the nuclear sites back in June. I thought that was an appropriate and limited strategic objective. I opposed his incoherent attack on Iran, and I also know from personal experience how Netanyahu has tried to get every American president to agree to have an open-ended war with Iran, because I had many, many long, hours-long conversations with him and his war cabinet about this, and refusing to go along with a very inchoate desire to do something to Iran that, with no real end state that could be described sufficiently. So now here we are. I think you've got to get back into hard negotiations with the right people at the table who know what they are doing. And I think then you've got to make it very clear we want our allies involved. We don't want to be dissing our allies because they have a big stake in this. When we did the original talks, we had the P5+1, the original members of the Security Council plus Germany. But it was a real negotiation. So I worry that the United States is now in a very weak position vis-a-vis Iran, which should be the outlier, should be on the back foot, and should. It's
kind of interesting that the only prominent Democrat that like low key tangentially defends the JCPOA is unfortunately one of the least likable Democrats of all time. What a sad state of affairs. Like, if I'm just like a straight ticket, regular blue dog Democrat, I would be screaming from the mountaintops about how, remember when Barack Obama was able to successfully diplomatically negotiate with Iran? Remember when Barack Obama successfully diplomatically negotiated with Iran in a multilateral commitment that involved some of our foreign adversaries, that actually checked Iranian nuclear power? Remember how successful that was? Like, it doesn't make any sense that none of these Democrats are even remotely entertaining a counter narrative about diplomacy with Iran and the successful diplomacy with Iran that worked. And the reason for why they're not doing that is because they're pro-Israel, and they low-key, but also high-key, wanted this war with Iran, but none of them were stupid enough to do it. That's it. There's no other reason why Democrats are not screaming from the rooftops about Barack Obama's signature foreign policy accomplishment, the JCPOA. Okay? They're too busy talking about you. Yeah, Jewish Insider wrote another article about me. That's crazy. I'm glad that I have the best publicist, dude. I got the best publicist in the game.
U.S. military block.
So what I don't understand is, like, for the record, did the Americans actually block the Strait of Hormuz or not? Even lifelong glazers of Israel get called Nazis. The Israeli finance minister demands German chancellor apologize for saying Israel should not steal Palestinian land. He cites Remembrance Day as a justification for why Israel will not accept such instructions. Dude, it's over. Okay? Wielding anti-Semitism in this cynical manner is done. Okay? It was never, it had a lot of institutional power when any of these advocacy groups or any like Israeli official call someone an anti-Semite. Like, it was an event that probably dramatically changed your trajectory, dramatically changed your career trajectory. Okay. However, now it's done. Okay. They hit that button so much, it's over. That's number one. I am the greatest example of this. I'm the biggest living, breathing proof of this. Okay. Because if it worked, if it had any sort of institutional legitimacy any longer, right now, I've been getting called an anti-Semite nonstop by all of these institutions. all of these politicians, including those on the Democratic Party side, right? And it's not working. So that's number one. Number two, and perhaps more significantly, these guys absolutely destroyed like the like years and years of important scholarly work that was dedicated to explaining its impact, its significance, okay, as a unbelievably violent event by just consistently going, remember the, every time someone goes, hey, can you stop doing the current version of the, like, that is even more damaging, in my opinion, than the constant claims of anti-Semitism, constant claims of anti-Semitism. That's crazy because it's important for everyone to learn about this. It's important for everyone to learn about the atrocities and maintain a resilient anti-perspective. Okay? It is incredible. On the other side of the story, of course, like, this was one of the major stopgap measures, right? One of the major stopgap measures to halt any kind of serious, sincere conversation from taking place. So hopefully we can move discourse in a productive manner here and not in a dangerous manner where overt is totally appropriate and a defensive is no longer seen as something that's unthinkable. It truly is believable, dude. Like the Israeli state turning around and being like, oh, South Korea, how dare you call us out for, and random Palestinians in occupied West Bank, in the occupied West Bank, in territory that we illegally occupy. Remember and you're saying that to the Korean president, buddy. Korea also had its own atrocities that it withstood in the hands of Nazi Germany's ally, Imperial Japan. There are certain countries you can pull that card on, Western nations. You can't really do that to like China. You can't really do that to Russia. And you can't do that to Korea. You know? They went through it too. No, you absolutely can do that to America because America actually turned around Jewish refugee boats and shit. You can definitely use that on the United States of America. I'm talking about like the amount of lives lost in the hands of the Axis. You can do that in the UK. You can do that in America. You can do that to every Western country. You can certainly do that to Germany. But you can't really do that to Russia. You can't really do that to China. And you can't do that to Korea. All the Clippers are coming. Yeah, no, the United States turned around Jewish refugee boats. Like, it's just, you know, there is a environment of understandable guilt in the hands of Western countries, in the hands of Western nations. But once again, like, it's totally ridiculous to try and pull this as a, first of all, it's ridiculous to do it to begin with, right? It's still ridiculous to be like, oh, Americans, you're calling me out for doing a child that's live streamed for the last 2.5 years. How dare you remember you can't do that in general, right? But at least there's like a collective guilt in the Western world for the well-established collective guilt, and also good reason, especially for, you know, some European countries to feel a semblance of guilt. But as far as like blaming, or as far as trying to use that on Korea, it doesn't work. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you can't do it in Russia? They are just as bad as Germany was? Buddy, what the are you saying? Yeah, you can do it to Russia. They killed as many Jews as Germany. What the are you saying? Are you talking about the Tsarist pogroms? Is that what you're talking about? Because I don't know if you know this, but the USSR put bodies on the line to the tune of 20 million to liberate the camps. The fuck are you talking about? God damn, American education. Holy shit, dude. Open the schools, buddy. Don't do revisionism. That and the Soviets. Oh my Lord. The Soviets lost 20 plus million human beings. Dude, they ally with Germany. Oh my God. Oh my God. This guy's trying to do Molotov Ribbentrop on me. Dude. The West did appeasement, okay? The USSR were ops to Nazi Germany. Don't try to pull this basic-ass 8th grade half history lesson on me like you're goddamn Ted Cruz being like, I'll have you know the Republicans were the party that defeated the Republicans were the party that defeated slavery in the South. I'll have you know Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. Oh, really? Did history end after that moment? Is that what happened? Did you learn about this thing from Prager University? Do you know how World War II was taught in most schools in the U.S.? I don't know, but I guess it's like, I guess they just cut it out. They literally talk about like the first half, and then they just don't talk about what took place afterwards. Okay? Once again, there are plenty of things, there are plenty of excesses you could criticize with Stalin, okay? But he was the great Nazi annihilator. That's just true. And that will forever remain true. They focus mostly on U.S. efforts. It's not good. Our education system around history like this is pathetic. Yeah. Literally, World War II started at D-Day and we beat Hitler and won. No. American schools don't talk about the Eastern Front beyond Stalingrad. Tsarist Russia killed 100K Jews up to 1906. Or 100 Jews? 100K Jews were killed in Ukraine from 1918 to 1921. You mean 100,000 Jews or 100 total Jews? What are you saying? You meant 100,000, right? Brother, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad wrote our fucking textbooks. That's true. That literally is true. It's such a crazy fact. Ghislaine Maxwell's father is responsible for all of the American textbooks. Isn't that wild? I'm being totally serious when I tell you my Utah school never taught me shit about the USSR's involvement in defeating the Nazis. It was the US. They came in and it was over. Lamau. I'm from Utah. We did not even learn about Stalingrad. We didn't even learn about the USSR except that it existed. It was part of the Allied forces law. It was only the Western Front, Pearl Harbor. We joined the war D-Day. We destroyed Hitler. We bombed Japan with nukes. Good. And we were so pog, and then history ended. What the fuck? I think I learned more about the Eastern Front from Call of Duty World at War. I mean, that was a banger. The hyperfixation on Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, or a post-high school fixation. School brushes over it, saying it was a treaty to buy time, while Europe thought they could appease Hitler until mighty America came in. Yeah, but I don't understand where this comes from, because in the textbooks they teach Molotov-Ribbentrop, but they very openly state that it is like, yeah, like you said, it's a way for the USSR to buy time until they can muster up enough resources and the forces to be able to oppose Adolf Hitler, because Adolf Hitler from the jump is anti-communist and anti-socialist and is terrified of the prospect of the specter haunting Europe, right? He is an avowed anti-communist. He says is Jewish shit, okay? Like his attitude on communism and socialism is that it's the invention of the Jews. Very publicly, this is not in dispute. So the idea that like the USSR and Nazi Germany were ever in fucking cahoots is so stupid, and that Molotov-Ribbentrop was only established after the period of appeasement because Stalin went to the Western forces and said, hey, this Hitler guy is going to fuck shit up. We have to do something about it. And the Western forces were like, sorry, big dog. We don't want to fight him. He's kind of your problem because he's just encroaching towards the East. If we just like let him take over some fucking countries, maybe he'll pipe down. Maybe he'll quiet down. Turns out that wasn't happening regardless. But the idea that like Hitler wasn't an Anglophone, Anglophile who actively wanted to align with England, for example, is silly. He did. Obviously, that didn't happen, even though Chamberlain famously was the champion of appeasement, which a lot of people rightfully criticize him for. But it's the same exact principle. Molotov-Ribbentrop and appeasement was the exact same shit. If anything, one was out of necessity. The other one was foolhardy. Any high school history teachers in here want to send us on a modern history high school book? It's so funny to refuse to reckon with the period of appeasement, but then to talk about Molotov-Ribbentrop as though that is far more significant. And then leaving it to hang like that is unironically exactly what Republican dullards do when they fucking talk about how, well, I'll have you know the Democrats were the fucking Klan. I'll have you know the Republican Party defeated slavery in the South. Ha! Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. It's like, okay, bitch, Why are you currently wearing a Confederate flag t-shirt as you go to vote for every Republican then? What are you saying? Like, you're currently defending the Confederates while simultaneously saying the Democrats were the defenders of the Confederates and that the Republicans were responsible for the abolition of slavery. Clearly, something changed along the lines, right? It's like Molotov-Ribbentrop being mentioned over and over again is damn near identical to that, because post-World War II, America, both overtly and covertly, aligned themselves with fascist forces within the Stay Behind network to literally create a network, an anti-communist network of influence and power, straight up both in Germany and Western Germany and all across the European continent, very successfully. It's so fucking stupid. What are we doing? Yeah, easiest way to disprove this is just ask a Nazi what they think of the Bolsheviks. Yeah, and they'll say, oh, they killed 17 Gorillian white people. They killed all the Christians. The Bolsheviks, they killed every white Christian male in Russia. We also weren't taught about Molotov-Ribbentrop. We were taught that the USSR was also evil, and they were part of the Allies for some reason. They wanted their evil to be the only evil or something. We defeated the Nazis, and then we went to win every war since. Okay. Yeah. I can't wait for someone to like clip this entire conversation and be like, Hasan defends Adolf Stalin Hitler. He hates America. Why do I hate America? Because I recognize accurate history. That's what it is. You're supposed to just say, America D-Day, Adolf Hitler dead, and we won, baby. And then we went to fight all the other wars against the much greater evil of communism. It's not even supposed to be out of context. Half the time when these motherfuckers clip shit, it's not even me out of context. It's just me saying something super basic like, hey, regardless of the repression and some of the other areas that I have plenty of criticism for, we have a lot to learn from the Chinese state in terms of, like, you know, development, right? They've done a fantastic job with that. And people will be like, what the fuck? He hates America. He hates America. He loves China. He loves China. He wants to do Uyghur. He wants to do what the Chinese did to the Uyghurs, but to American white Christians. Why don't you get out of my country? And it's like a fucking Harvard-educated libtard at a goddamn think tank saying that, who's like a lifelong Democratic Party voter. What the fuck? Yeah, you want to do Tiananmen Square. Chatters are saying we are taught revisionist history in America, but for the most part, they just leave things out, and a lot of us learn that stuff left out after high school law. It's a lot simpler to understand when you hear U.S. schools teach Hitler was a socialist. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. That's insane, dude. There's no, I think you're exaggerating. Sometimes I feel like people are exaggerating. They do not teach Adolf Hitler as a socialist. Okay? That's ridiculous, dude. No, they don't. They say he's a fascist. Come on. Some people are saying that's true. What kind of fucking decentralized core curriculum do you guys have in this stupid ass fucking country? What the hell is this? This is not a real country, I swear to God. All my history teachers in high school were gym teachers. They do in some places. He was a socialist before fascist. Oh my God. Okay, whatever. My sister's an English teacher for high school, and she says they talk about socialism for Nazi Germany. I honestly didn't know about Vietnam War until I watched a documentary last year. Graduated in 2021. We never touched on it. Could be because I'm from Florida, though. Oh, my God.
Blockade on Iran's southern coast has taken effect. President Donald Trump says any Iranian Navy vessel approaching American warships will be eliminated. Washington is piling pressure on Iran after weekend talks failed to reach a deal to end the war.
Yeah, actually, you have a base teacher who calls the Nazis social fascists. Your teacher's actually base. He taught you right. He said Adolf Hitler was a social fascist. Social democracy, the social wing of fascism. People are saying that they bring up horseshoe theory as a serious political theory in high school classes. And I'm beginning to understand why so many people are so fucking stupid.
Well, under the blockade, the U.S. says ships going to and coming from Iranian ports will be intercepted, along with vessels that pay Iran for safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, Tehran's responded by threatening all ports in the Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. The Revolutionary Guard says military vessels in the Strait will be met with a forceful response.
The criminal America's restriction on the movement of maritime vessels in international waters is an illegal act and an example of piracy. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran explicitly and resolutely declares that the security of ports in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman is either for everyone or for no one. If the security of the ports of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman is threatened, no port in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman will be safe.
With the US military says the blockade applies to all of Iran's ports, which stretch from the Gulf to the Gulf of Oman. Vessels traveling between non-Iranian ports will be allowed to transit the Strait of Hormuz. The waterway used to transport around a fifth of global oil supplies. It's been effectively blocked by Iran since the start of the war more than 6 weeks ago now. Well, in a moment, we'll speak with Ali Hashim in Tehran. But first, let's speak to our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, who's at the White House. So, Alan, the deadline has passed. Donald Trump has truthed. Any more clarity on what the US is trying to achieve here?
Well, probably for the last 30 minutes or so. And in that time, he's managed to put out a post on his Truth social media platform. We're going to throw it up on screen just now so you can take a look at exactly what he said. The president says Iran's navy is lying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated 158 ships. What we have not hit are their small number of what they call fast attack ships, because we did not consider them much of a threat. Warning, if any of these ships come close.
It's like saying, hey, we deteriorated the Iranian Air Force, the 12 F-14 fighter jets that they had, and we didn't consider their Shahed drones to be a significant threat, so we just left them behind. Yeah, no shit, man. Their fucking Gulf outpost is like the actual IRGC Navy, okay? Just like their actual military force, their actual military capability stems from their drones and their strike capabilities, ballistic munitions that they keep lobbing at Israel and everybody else.
Come anywhere close to our blockade will be immediately eliminated using the same system of kill that we used against the drug dealers in the boats at sea. It's quick and brutal. So Donald Trump clearly laying out his guidelines for the military. Of course, this whole blockade has gone through a couple of iterations. First of all, it was a complete blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which kind of made no sense given that Donald Trump has spent the last several weeks trying to get Iran to open it. Then he made the decision that it was going to be blocked completely. CENTCOM, where the whole military operation is being coordinated, kind of put a finer point in it and said, look, this is going to impact ships that leave and try to enter Iranian ports. And so that's the situation we're in at the moment. It started just over an hour ago. The intention from the American side is to put pressure on the Iranians, but also to put pressure on others around Iran. For example, China takes about a third of their oil from Iran, and they've been able to do so during the war. By putting this embargo in place, by putting this blockade around Iranian ports, the Americans are hoping that that will put pressure on Iran, which will put pressure on China, which will then put pressure back on Iran to come to the negotiating table and give the Americans a deal that they can live with 9 days of the ceasefire still to go.
Okay, Alan, so we've got the US pressure campaign now underway. Donald Trump, as you said, laying down the law, but all of this surely comes with risks as well. What are the perceived worries here, potentially?
Well, look, the issues are that the Strait of Hormuz kind of concentrates the targets. And so the United States have a bandwidth problem. Do they have enough ships to put in the Strait of Hormuz to make sure they can carry out what is an effective blockade of the Iranian ports? Donald Trump has said that other countries are going to help. We've got no details at all from the White House about what countries would possibly be involved in that. But there's a lot of tracking to be done. But if you put the Navy in a small area around coastal areas of Iran, the Iranians, if they perceive a threat, could potentially breach the ceasefire by firing surface missiles from the coast and also launch drones toward.
What is this? I think the worst thing for America that could possibly happen in 2025 while mass ICE goons are disappearing people is if the Democratic Party went off the deep end. We try to make sure the Democratic Party does not become a party of socialists.
I think the worst thing for America that could possibly happen right now is if the Democratic Party went off the deep end in the same way that the Republican Party has, frankly. And so, somebody needs to fight to stop that from happening. And maybe that's us by influencing the Democratic Party. And we try to make sure that the Democratic Party in our vision of it, does not become a party of socialists by influence.
Who the fuck are these guys? Personally, I think that the worst thing that could happen to America is a permanent slide in the kleptocratic oligarchy run by fascists who construct Amazon warehouse-style concentration camps and wage brain-dead wars. Jeremiah thinks if it's leftists, if leftists can be Democrats, that gets to the crux of the problem. Wait, is this the Jeremiah guy? That's Jeremiah Johnson? That's what that fucking freak looks like? Is he beard fishing on his profile pic? Is that what it is? Oh my God. This is that Jeremiah Johnson who's like, I don't want to talk about Hasan any longer. Oh, his profile pic was Robert Redford? I didn't realize. I thought it was just like, I can't tell. It's tiny. Doesn't he use Robert Redford as a PFP? I didn't realize it was Robert Redford. I thought it was like him and the beard. It's tiny. The profile pic is tiny. I never clicked on it. It's from the movie with the same name. Personally, yeah, that gets to the crux of the problem. It's not that people on the left like Hasan are against liberal democracy because they criticize the failings of elite liberals. It's that elite liberals have abandoned the cause of liberal democracy due to their dependence on oligarchy. Does he think he looks like Robert Redford? I hope he doesn't think that. Jeremiah Johnson was a movie and Redford played the titular character. Doesn't believe in liberal democracy, but also stumps. Yeah. Ah, yes, the guy you've been smearing for a month straight because he's interviewing candidates and campaigning in Democratic primaries doesn't believe in liberal democracy, unlike you, a club blindly devoted to arming fascist kleptocratic apartheid regime in the Middle East. This guy is such a fucking moron, dude. It's incredibly annoying that these guys stand on this liberal podium, and I guess they've been given enough funds that their whole purpose is to liberalize the same exact xenophobic, reactionary Republican sentiment and say it liberally. Yeah. Oh, this was in the middle of Mamdani's run as the Democratic nominee after Jeremiah's org urged voters not to rank him, endorsed the guy who finished 7th, and talked up an Eric Adams spoiler run. Fantastic. It's just, sometimes I think like maybe I'm wasting time talking about these fucking goons because they are unbelievably irrelevant and they're losing, and I have their daddies to worry about, like the much more powerful forces that are still represented within the ranks of the Democratic Party, and not just like a fucking random think tank that just posts tweets on the timeline. But I do really despise people like this because this mentality is exactly why Republicans have dominated Democrats for so many fucking years. And I don't think that these people are aware of the role that they've played. It's very, very frustrating. But there are real people, I guess. There are real people out there who are desperate for this kind of commentary, where they're like, there are real people out there who are terrified of 1,000 Zorons everywhere, you know? Let 1,000 Zorons bloom is like a real terrifying prospect for them. Like their attitude is fascism, or at least a more subtle version of fascism, might be preferable to socialist candidates doing sewer socialism, doing good governance, showing an alternative vision is possible. A much more popular vision that puts the working class and their interests first, as opposed to the interests of mega corporations. But of course, the working class doesn't pay their salaries. Mega corporations do. So they sit around and disparage all of the critics of the current kleptocracy.
C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered. President Trump spoke to reporters outside the Oval Office after having McDonald's delivered via the online food ordering service DoorDash. He then took questions from reporters on several topics, including the ongoing conflict with Iran and a recent Truth Social post depicting himself as Jesus, which he denies, saying he thought it depicted him as a doctor.
This is unbelievably tacky, by the way. Why do you say may 1,000 Zorons bloom? Do you want 1,000 Z's to feel safe? Wow, HasanAbi, just wow. Yeah, that's what it is. There's never been a real country as a settler state like Israel. It's easier for us to identify Israel as apartheid, but the U.S. is the same. The U.S. population is 13% black people, prisons are 40% black people. That statistic alone is indicative of apartheid. Pull up a map of the current federal and state recognized native reservations. It's infuriating. This always was and still is Turtle Island. Never became America. Buddy, I know. Okay. I'm trying to tackle one issue that at least is like seen as not just a sister nation now, but a foreign nation. Unc wants credit from AOC. I can't believe AOC said Justice Dems didn't deserve credit for her victory. The ego landed. Stop, jank. You don't even know if AOC said that. It's just the Axios article. It's like a barely sourced Axios article. I doubt the AOC went to Axios. Like, God damn. This is what I mean. We are so malleable to infighting. It's crazy. I'm not even going to read the rest of that. Do you see where Zoran announced where the first public grocery store is going to be put? Yeah, Harlem, right? DoorDash grandma is just a Republican psyop and they used the same lady last year. Now it all makes sense, y'all. She's a MAGA prop. Here's DoorDash granny at Nevada hearing for the big, beautiful bill last year. Is this the same lady? Is this actually the same lady? She doesn't have the tattoos. I don't think that's the same lady. She just kind of looks similar. Miss Simmons? Does she have the same tattoo on the arm? It could be AI. Yeah, I know Tony Gonzalez Swalwell. Her shirt is hiding the tats. Dun, dun, dun.
Thank you for appearing today. You gave heartfelt testimony. If you can, and you don't know what you don't know, but from your perspective, what do you think this bill is ultimately going to mean for you and the savings that you're going to have?
Well, again, I believe that, it's going to free up some stuff for me. It means that I'm going to be able to stay more connected with my family in Missouri. It's going to help with
Missouri?
Any future treatments. God forbid that he has to have.
Oh, no, it's the same lady. It is. Okay, that's her. It is the same lady. I mean, there's something suspicious about this, I will say. I can see her being like the designated prop that they use to talk about the tax situation. You know, this is like the Republican lady that they deploy to talk about how tax on tips, no tax on tips is good.
It will help more with that. It is truly, DoorDash is truly a independent, industry. And I enjoy that part of it. I like being able to, just do what I need to do. And freeing up this extra money means quite a bit to my family.
And Ms. Simmons, do you consider yourself to be wealthy or well-connected?
Not at all.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for appearing. And Mr. Chairman,
She says she moved and didn't change her registration, so she didn't vote for him this time. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Long ass trip for DC DoorDash. Yeah, I mean, they flew her in from Arkansas, but that makes sense. Maybe she was in Missouri, moved to Arkansas, and didn't switch her registration, so he didn't vote for Trump this time around. And she is the designated MAGA prop for no tax on tips. That does make sense. That totally makes sense.